You have not arrived here by accident. There are moments in life when the outer world falls away, when the noise of the day dissolves, and one stands face to face with himself, not as the man he has been, but as the one he is capable of becoming. This hour is one of those moments. Tonight you are not here as a body listening to a voice. You are here as consciousness itself, awakening to its own power. For years, perhaps decades, you have been taught that money is something outside you, something earned, pursued, chased, deserved. They told you it belongs to systems, to markets, to labor, to chance. But I tell you now, as I have taught countless souls across many nights of study, wealth is not a thing outside man. Wealth is a state of consciousness, and the world merely reflects what you have dared to assume as true of yourself. No man becomes wealthy by striving alone. He becomes wealthy by assuming the state of the wealthy man, and resting in the knowing that consciousness creates reality. Your outer world is but an echo of inner decrees. Tonight we enter the threshold where imagination and sleep touch. There is no greater doorway to creation than the moment when the mind grows still and the senses lose their sharpness. It is here, in this holy twilight, where the seed of a new identity may be planted, and once planted, it must bear fruit. That seed is a code, ancient and simple, spoken not merely with the mouth, but with the feeling of I am. I will not reveal it yet. To receive it, you must first prepare your heart. A word spoken to soil that is not ready bears no harvest. The secret you will receive tonight is not intellectual, it is incarnational. It must clothe itself in you. So let us begin. Close the doors of the day. Set aside the old self. Listen, not with the ears of the body, but with the ears of the spirit. Say within yourself softly, without strain, I am. Do not add to it. Simply allow the words to rest in the silence. Notice how they point not to the body, not to your name, not to your history, but to the awareness that witnesses all things. This I am is the root from which every state grows. When you attach wealth to that root, wealth must sprout in your world. When you attach lack to it, lack flourishes. Tonight we prepare the soil for wealth. Before I give you the code, before we plant it in the state akin to sleep, there is something required of you. Every great transformation in Scripture begins with a public declaration. Let there be light. The word spoken becomes law. A decree held only in secret often fades, but a decree spoken aloud, witnessed by consciousness itself, takes on life. To receive tonight's code, you must declare that you are ready. Not tomorrow, not when you feel worthy. Now, if you are truly prepared, if your soul is ready to be seen by the universe as the one who receives, write these words in the comments as a proclamation of identity. I'm ready to receive the code. Do not write it as a wish. Write it as a decree. The moment you declare it publicly, you step out of the old garment and into the new. You are no longer the one hoping to receive, you are the one who already has. Let the universe witness your readiness. Let your own consciousness bear record of it. For what you declare with intention must return to you fulfilled. And as you write it, remember, you are not announcing it to men, but to your own divine imagination. Now rest. We stand at the threshold. Not sound, not speech, not language, as men use it in conversation, but the inner word, the silent announcement of being. This eternal word is the assumption you hold of yourself, the state you occupy, the quiet decree you make when no one is there to hear it. Every event in your world is born of this word, whether you have spoken it knowingly or in ignorance. Man believes his words are those he speaks aloud, but the true word is the feeling he consents to. When you say I am and attach to it a mood of lack or struggle, you have already issued a creative command, and the world, obedient to its author, must produce forms that mirror your declaration. Consider this. Money, as men see it, is paper, metal, accounts, figures, written in ledgers. But these are shadows, mere reflections cast outward by an unseen cause. The cause is always the state of consciousness you occupy. If a wealthy man were stripped of his possessions, given only himself, he would restore his fortune with ease, for he would carry the cause within him. Remove every coin from his pocket. Remove every opportunity from his environment. and he would still rise, for the wealth is not in the things, it is in the self. If a poor man were given riches without first assuming the state of wealth, his fortune would rot in his hands. He would misplace it, fear it, squander it, or stand unworthy before it, until life stripped him bare again. For outer wealth cannot sustain itself without the inner state that calls it forth. So when I speak of money, I do not speak of currency. I speak of the state that produces it. Money is the echo. Consciousness is the voice. The echo must follow the voice. It cannot precede it. To change your financial world, you must first change your internal state. The law is simple. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled and rest in it until it hardens into fact. The world is clay in your hands, but you cannot mold it directly. You mold yourself, and the world conforms. Do not seek to manipulate conditions. Do not strive to rearrange circumstances. Do not chase outcomes, like a beggar chasing crumbs from his own table. Instead, step into the end. Live there. From that end, all things must align. This is what I call living in the end, the act of assuming the consciousness of the fulfilled desire and remaining there. It is the Sabbath of the mind. When you dwell in the end, creation is finished, even if the world has not yet revealed the bridge of events that leads there. Tonight, we make no effort. We do not attempt to create wealth. We assume the state of the one who already possesses it, and allow creation to clothe itself in form. But hear me carefully. A state cannot be adopted by words alone. You must feel it. To say, I am wealthy, with the vibration of fear still in your chest, is to confess your poverty. The body must learn the rhythm of abundance. The breath must relax. The mind must become still. Words spoken without feeling are leaves without roots. They wither where they fall. Therefore, before I give you the code, we must prepare the inner ground. We must awaken the feeling of being the one who already has. The code is powerful, but power misapplied can waste itself. Spoken from the wrong state, it becomes mere noise. Spoken from the correct state, it becomes law. Tonight, I will give you the code, but not now. Not until your inner posture shifts from seeking to knowing. Not until you can breathe as the one who has, rather than long for what is yet to be. I will give you the code once you are ready to feel it, not merely hear it. Prepare yourself. We are approaching the gate. There is a sacred moment each night, where the doors of the outer world gently close, and the inner world opens in quiet majesty. It is that soft descent from wakefulness into sleep, where judgment grows silent, where effort dissolves, and imagination becomes the only active power. I have called this moment the state akin to sleep, not sleep itself, but the twilight that precedes it. In that interval, the conscious mind, which questions and resists, loosens its hold, and the subconscious, which creates and sustains, becomes receptive. It is here where creation occurs. All great transformations are planted in this borderland. When you fall asleep as someone. You carry into that silence a mood, a belief, a feeling of being. And the subconscious, taking that feeling as fact, accepts it and reproduces it in the world of form. Sleep is not escape. Sleep is creation. Each night you die to one state and rise in another. Yet most men fall asleep in failure, rehearsing their burdens, replaying their fears, and thus unwittingly call them forth again. What you take into sleep, you take into creation. So tonight, we descend deliberately. We will not fall into sleep as the one who seeks. We will enter sleep as the one who possesses. Do not attempt to force belief. Forcing is the language of fear. Rather, surrender. Let the feeling of abundance settle upon you like a cloak that does not need to be earned. Imagine the body resting more deeply. Let the shoulders release their tight grasp on responsibility. Let the jaw soften, not in weakness, but in quiet authority. The hands no longer cling to life. They open to receive what has already been given. Allow the breath to lengthen, not by command, but by recognition that nothing is required of you. This state is not achieved through effort, but through acceptance. You do not reach wealth. You return to it. You do not become provided for. You recognize you already are. In this gentle descent, we loosen the grip of the outer world. Do not think of bills to be paid, debts to be cleared, opportunities to be found. Those belong to the waking world of effects. Here we abide in cause. Here we rest in the end. Let the mind drift as it wishes, but do not cling to its stories. Watch thoughts pass like figures seen through a window, neither welcomed nor resisted. You need not fight them, they lose power when you cease to identify with them. If memories arise, bless them and let them go. If fears present themselves, allow them to dissolve into the warm darkness. You are not your thoughts, you are the one who observes them. Now enter the threshold. There is a hush, a soft falling of the senses, a sweet heaviness behind the eyes. The world grows distant, not in rejection, but in reverence. The body rests, the mind becomes transparent. Your awareness remains clear and unburdened, floating like a leaf upon still waters. Here, speak not with force, but with contemplative certainty. I am. Not a cry, not a plea, but a recognition. Speak it as one who remembers, not one who strives. Feel how the words do not describe you. They are you. Let them echo without sound through your being. I am. Do not add wealth to these words yet. Do not attach conditions. We are preparing the ground. We are cultivating the soil. Seeds planted too early find no earth in which to take root. Simply rest in the awareness that precedes all states. Tonight, wealth will not be summoned like a distant servant. It will arise from this stillness as your natural state. When the body sinks further into rest and the world fades, the subconscious will open like fertile soil awaiting the seed. We are near the gate. Soon, we will plant the code, but not until your being has surrendered the old posture of wanting and slipped into the ease of having. For only the one who has may receive. Only the one who rests may create. Only the one who knows may speak with power. Remain here, in this gentle falling, where silence speaks. Tonight, I will give you the code, but only once you can feel it. I have often said that desire is not the call of something outside you. It is the announcement of what you already are. The longing you feel is not a promise of what might come someday. It is a memory of what is already true in a deeper realm of being, calling you to awaken to it. But most men, upon feeling desire, chase the shadow rather than resting in the substance. They run outward instead of turning inward. And so they exhaust themselves, pursuing what would have come effortlessly had they simply assumed the end and rested in it. Let me share with you a few accounts, not to astonish you, but to stir remembrance of how this law operates. There was a woman I once spoke with in New York, a woman of advanced years, whose hands trembled from years of labor and fear. She had lived her entire life believing that money was the reward of toil, that one must earn permission to rest. When she came to hear me, she sat quietly in the last row, hesitant even to hope. After the lecture, she approached me and spoke with the humility of one accustomed to being overlooked. She said, "I have tried everything. I have prayed, I have pleaded, I have worked beyond my strength. Nothing has changed." I told her gently, "You have been praying from the state of the one who lacks. You must pray from the state of the one who has." She looked at me, not fully understanding. So I asked her to imagine one simple scene, a letter placed in her hand, her name written upon it, and the dawning relief that she had received more than enough to sustain her peace. I instructed her not to imagine asking, not to imagine hoping, but to imagine after the fact, as though the letter had already arrived. That night, she said, she fell asleep, not repeating requests, but resting in the feeling of gratitude. Not gratitude for something she wished would come, but gratitude for something she felt had already taken place. She said she did not visualize with clarity. Her sight had grown dim with age, but she felt the warmth in her chest, the release in her hands, the softness in her breath. She fell asleep as the woman who is provided for. Within days, a relative long forgotten reached out to her, with an inheritance from a family estate she believed had been settled decades prior. The amount was modest to some, but to her, it was freedom. When she spoke to me later, she said, "The strangest part was not receiving it. The strangest part was how natural it felt. I slept as the one who already had, and the world simply matched me." I share this not to suggest that wealth must come from inheritance, but to show that the world bends easily when the inner state no longer resists goodness. Now listen to another. A man who attended my lectures in Los Angeles was burdened by business failures. He believed that opportunity avoided him. He walked through life as one unwelcome in abundance. His posture, his tone, even his breath carried the tension of one unchosen. He told me he was exhausted from trying. I said to him, then stop trying. Rest in the end. Assume the feeling of having already succeeded, and let life rearrange itself. He asked, but what must I do? And I replied, nothing. You cannot do the work of imagination through effort. Simply become the man who has already received. Fall asleep in that state, and let the night complete what the day could not. For weeks he struggled, attempting to force images upon his mind. Then one night, weary of striving, he surrendered. He imagined a simple scene, shaking a man's hand across a desk and hearing the words, "It's done. Congratulations." He felt no ecstasy, no thunder, only a quiet certainty. He fell asleep in that feeling. A series of events followed, none dramatic, yet each one necessary. A delayed letter, a chance meeting, an overlooked opportunity made new. The business that once resisted him opened, not through force, but alignment. When he returned to speak with me, he said, I did nothing but become the man who succeeds. Life did the rest. That is the law. The wealth did not come when they sought it. The wealth came when they rested as the one who already possesses it. Let me give you one more. There was a widow in Chicago, living in a small room with little more than her faith. She told me she feared becoming a burden to her children. When she heard my teaching, she attempted to imagine large sums of money appearing in her world. She strained. She repeated affirmations with tension. She attempted to manufacture abundance through words alone. But the subconscious does not respond to effort. It responds to acceptance. I instructed her to stop visualizing numbers and instead enter a single scene, sitting in her chair reading a letter and feeling the deep peace of knowing she is fully provided for, not excitement, not disbelief. She fell asleep in that state every night for 3 weeks. Then, without warning, her housing was paid by an institution she had never petitioned. Her pension was increased due to a change in record keeping, and several of her medical expenses were cleared without explanation. She did not call it a miracle. She said, "It is as though life finally remembered me." I told her, "Life did not remember you. You remembered yourself. The state creates. The world reflects. The law never fails." Now hear me. These things did not come because they repeated words. They came because they entered the state that gives those words meaning. And this is where the code we approach gains its true power. If spoken from the old identity, it is nothing but sound. Spoken from the state of the fulfilled desire, it is the word in its creative form. I will soon give you the code, but first, I must prepare you to hold it. Tonight, it will not be repeated like a charm, nor spoken like a plea. It will be received as identity. I am not giving you a sentence to attract money. I am giving you a name. The code is not something you say to bring wealth. It is something you say because wealth is already your nature. When the mind grows still and the body rests in the state akin to sleep, we will speak it, but not yet. We are close. Feel the shift within you. Feel the soft gathering of certainty, the loosening of the old posture of striving, the quiet unfolding of a new identity. The code is not far from your lips, but it must not be spoken until the soil is ready. Soon, very soon, you will speak it as the one who already has. We have lingered in preparation long enough. The soil is ready. The old garments have loosened. The mind is quiet, the breath unhurried, the heart steady. The world outside has faded to a distant whisper, and now only consciousness remains. In this stillness, the word may finally take form. I told you that the code must not be spoken from desire, for desire implies distance. It must be spoken from identity. And now, having crossed the threshold, you stand as the one who no longer seeks but recognizes what has always been his. Do not try to believe, simply assume the posture of one who knows. Let the silence deepen around you as you prepare to speak, not a request, but a decree. Now listen closely, not to me, but to the truth that rises within you. The code is not a spell to summon money. It is the name of the state from which money must appear. You are not calling wealth to you. You are calling yourself by your rightful name. Speak slowly, without strain, letting the words settle into the marrow of your being. I am the one money seeks. Do not shout it. Whisper it, as one who needs no confirmation. Say it again, with quiet certainty. I am the one money seeks. Feel the shift. You are no longer the wanderer searching for opportunity. You are the magnetic field to which opportunity must attach. The world no longer holds money as something separate from you. Money becomes the form your state takes when witnessed by the senses. Again, not as desire, but as recognition. I am the one money seeks. Now let the phrase evolve, not outward but inward, deeper into your identity. For the external phrase reveals the internal reality. I am already provided for. Say it as though life itself bears witness to your provision. I am already provided for. Where once you said, I hope, now you say, I am. Where once you said, I will, now you say, I have. This shift is creation. Repeat slowly, allowing the body to respond. I am already provided for. You need not imagine the currency. Do not picture numbers, or coins, or accounts. Those are shadows. Remain with the substance, being provided for. Now listen to the third variation, the one that seals the others, for it identifies you not with the form, but with the source. I am the source of my wealth. Let that settle into consciousness. I am the source of my wealth. Not work, not others, not chance. I am. Speak it once more, as though carving it into the depth of being. I am the source of my wealth. These phrases are not separate sentences. They are three angles of the same truth, three garments of one identity. Together they form the code, spoken not to create wealth, but to embody the state that wealth mirrors. Now we weave them together, slowly, as one continuous declaration. Speak gently. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the source of my wealth. Let the words ring, not as statements, but as remembrance. Feel them settle in the subconscious, each phrase a seed planted in the fertile soil of this twilight state. Again, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the source of my wealth. In this moment, do not attempt to force emotion. Allow emotion to arise by recognizing what is already true. Wealth is not coming. It is unfolding, taking shape according to your assumption. Rest now, not as the one who waits, but as the one who has. The code has been spoken. From this point forward, the world must move to reflect your assumption. Now, my dear friend, having heard the code and allowed it to begin its quiet work within you, I want to take you somewhere deeper. You have already begun to loosen your grip on the day. Your body is heavier upon the bed, your thoughts slower, softer, more distant. This is the perfect moment. I ask you now, not with your physical feet, but with the feet of imagination, to walk with me into a place I shall call the Bank of Providence. I do not speak of a building on some street of your city. I speak of a realm within you, a house of accounts and ledgers, where every deposit is a feeling and every credit is a conviction. Out there, in the world of shadows, men go to banks with fear and hope, with requests and demands. But here, in this inner place, you go not as a beggar seeking a loan, but as an heir coming to claim what has always been his. So as you lie there, I invite you to see with inner sight. Before you, there is a street you know, perhaps from childhood, perhaps from the place where you live now. Yet, something is different tonight. The light upon the stones is softer, almost golden. The air feels thick with kindness. You walk slowly, unhurried, as if you are being expected, and there is no such thing as being late. At the far end of the street, a building rises. It is not gaudy, it is dignified. Stone, worn but strong. Tall windows, clear and calm. Above the heavy wooden doors, in letters that seem to glow without flame, you see the words, Bank of Providence. Do not hurry. Stand there for a moment and let those words sink into you. Providence, not chance, not luck, not struggle. Providence, the gentle ordering of your life by an intelligence that has always loved you. You place your hand upon the brass handle of the door. It is cool at first, then warms beneath your touch, as though the building recognizes you. You push, and the door yields with a slow, deep sound, not a creak of resistance, but a quiet welcome. Inside, the air is different. It smells faintly of paper, ink, polished wood, and something almost sweet, like old leather and sunlight. The floor beneath your feet is stone, smooth from years of faithful steps. The light inside is soft, filtered through high windows. There is no noise, no clamor, no lines of anxious faces, only a deep stillness, as if time itself slows down in this place. Here, nothing is rushed. Here, nothing is desperate. This is not the bank of man. This is the bank of your own inner being. You notice, on a small table near the entrance, a leather-bound book where visitors sign their names. Yet when you look, you find your name already written there in a beautiful hand. No one needed to ask you who you are. The moment you placed your foot upon the first step outside, this house knew you were coming. You smile inwardly. You are expected. Ahead of you stretches a great hall. On either side, counters of dark wood, polished to a quiet shine. Behind them, not cold clerks, but figures who seem familiar, kind, almost luminous. They are not strangers. They are states of your own consciousness, dressed as helpers. Each one looks up as you pass, not with suspicion, but with recognition. They know you. You have been here before, though perhaps you did not remember it. At the far end of the hall, there is a door. Above it, in smaller letters, you read, "Private Clients." For a moment the old self wishes to say, "That is not for me." But tonight you are not the old self. You are the one the code has begun to awaken. You are the one money seeks. You are already provided for. So you walk straight ahead, as one who belongs. The door opens before you without a sound. Inside, a quieter room, lined with shelves of ledgers bound in dark leather. The light here is gentler still. At the center of the room stands a great desk, not cluttered, not imposing, but solid and sure. Behind the desk sits a man, or a woman, if you prefer. Do not trouble about the form. This figure is the personification of your own I am. It is you, beyond your history, beyond your fears, beyond your temporary opinions about yourself. This one looks up and smiles, not the smile of flattery, but of recognition. "I have been expecting you," they say. "Hear it, feel it." You sit in the chair before the desk. It receives you as if it were made for you. There is no stack of forms, no interrogation, no need to prove your worth. The one behind the desk already knows your worth. You are here only to remember it. Gently, they draw forth a large ledger from a drawer. Upon the cover, stamped in gold, you read, "Account of Provision." This is your book. Every belief, every assumption, every quiet I am you have ever spoken with. Feeling is recorded here as faithfully as any banker records deposits and withdrawals. Your host opens the book. For a moment you see lines written in a cramped, anxious hand. "I am always short. I never have enough. Money slips through my fingers. Things never work out." These are the old entries, the old decrees you made about yourself. Do not be disturbed. You are not here to be judged by them. You are here to overrule them. As you watch, the figure behind the desk takes up a pen, not an ordinary pen, but one that seems to shine with its own light. The ink within it is not black nor blue, but something like liquid gold. They look you in the eye, with an expression both tender and powerful. Tonight, they say, "We make an adjustment in your favor." Slowly, they turn to a fresh page. At the top, in that same golden ink, they write your name. But it is not the name you wear in the world. It is the name that is older than the world. I am. Beneath it, they write a single line. "I am, the one money seeks." They pause, and you feel those words vibrate in the quiet room, not as a clever phrase, but as a decree. Then, beneath that, another line, "I am already provided for." As each word is written, the letters seem to settle into the paper, as if the page itself were drinking them in. These are not mere statements. They are living entries, new conditions added to your account. Now watch what happens. As those new lines are written, the older ones, those of lack, of fear, of struggle, begin to fade. You see, "I am always short," becoming fainter, dissolving. "I never have enough," losing its sharpness, its authority. One by one, The old decrees lose their power in the presence of these new ones. You have not fought them. You have not argued with them. You have simply replaced them at a higher level. The keeper of the ledger now reaches for a small stamp. Carved into it are the words, "Paid in full." They turn back several pages, find lines where debts and shortages were recorded, and with a firm, gentle movement, they stamp across them, "Paid in full." You hear the quiet thud of the stamp, feel it in your chest. Once, twice, 3 times, across old experiences of lack, shame, and fear. Paid in full, paid in full, paid in full. As they do this, your body responds. The muscles of your face soften, your jaw releases its old grip, the tightness around your heart loosens, your breathing becomes deeper, slower, more rhythmical. Without effort, you are entering the state akin to sleep, that sacred borderland, where the subconscious is most open to impression. The keeper closes the ledger for a moment and regards you with a look of affection. "Do you see," they say, "that we do not wait for the outer world to change before we alter the account? Here we change the account first, then the outer reflects it." You nod, for even if your mind does not fully grasp it, your deeper self understands. Now they rise from behind the desk and invite you to follow. You walk together to a door at the side of the room, iron-bound but not forbidding. Upon it is written, "Vault of completed things." The words send a small thrill through you. Completed things, not wishes, not hopes, completions. The door swings open at the touch of their hand. Inside, the vault is not dark and cold, as you might expect. It is warm, softly lit, lined with shelves upon shelves. Upon those shelves, neat rows of envelopes and little boxes, each one bearing a name. You look closer and see, to your astonishment, your own name written again and again. Your guide takes one envelope from the nearest shelf and places it in your hands. The paper is thick, reassuring. On the front, beneath your name, a single word, "Rent." Your heart gives a little jump, remembering days of anxiety, of counting coins, of wondering how the bill would be paid. But that is the past. Inside this vault, everything on these shelves is already accomplished. You open the envelope. Inside, there is not a threat, not a demand, but a simple slip that reads, "This was paid." The date is earlier than you expected. There is also a line by means you did not anticipate. You feel a strange mixture of familiarity and surprise, as if you are reading the record of something you have not yet lived, and yet know to be true. Another envelope is placed in your hands. This one reads, "DDT." You open it and find a paper stamped in that same golden ink. Cancelled. No explanation of how, no story of struggle, only the calm declaration that what once weighed upon you has been removed. Your shoulders relax further. Your whole body sinks deeper into the feeling of safety. Now a third envelope appears. This one is labeled "Increase." Inside, a simple statement, "Funds added to your account." And again, the method is not detailed, for here in the Bank of Providence, the how is not your concern. Only the fact is, in your outer world, there will be bridges of incidents, events that seem ordinary, people, conversations, letters, adjustments, but all of them are servants of this inner decree. Your guide smiles. Every envelope in this vault, they tell you, contains a scene where you already are the one money seeks, already provided for. Each one is a completed reality. When you assume it in feeling, you withdraw it from this vault into your waking world. You look around and see that there are many shelves yet untouched. Some are labeled with words like generosity, travel, home, work that I love, quiet, wealth, legacy. You understand now that this vault is inexhaustible. It is not a store of limited coins, but a store of completed states, of finished pictures in consciousness, waiting only for you to accept them as yours. Your guide leads you back into the room with the ledger. They reopen your book to the fresh page and hand you the golden pen. Tonight, they say, you shall make a deposit of feeling into this account, not by effort, not by strain, simply by accepting a new idea of yourself. You hold the pen, it is heavier than you expected, but its weight is comforting. like the weight of responsibility joyfully accepted. On the page, beneath the lines they have written, there is space. You write, slowly, deliberately, I am at ease with money. As you write, feel what those words mean. Not excitement, not feverish enthusiasm, but ease. You feel yourself, in imagination, checking accounts without dread, making decisions without fear, giving and receiving without contraction. Beneath that, another line, I am safe to be supplied. Perhaps you did not feel that before. Perhaps a part of you feared what money might do, or what others might ask of you if you had it. But here, in this inner bank, you dare to declare that it is safe for you to be abundantly provided for. You feel the relief of that safety sink into your nervous system, like warmth into cold hands. One more line appears beneath your pen, almost as if the pen itself wished to write it. I am the one money loves to find. You smile, for there is a playfulness in that phrase, and yet a profound truth. Money is not a monster, not a tyrant. It is a neutral symbol, a servant. It loves to be where it is well used, well honored, and not worshipped. Tonight, in this house of providence, you accept that you are such a one. The keeper of the ledger takes the book back and nods with satisfaction. These, they say, are your new standing orders. Your subconscious will honor them as faithfully as any banker honors written instructions. Once more, they take up the stamp and press it gently at the bottom of the page. This time, the word is not paid, but something more mysterious. So it is. With that, the page seems to glow for a moment and then settles into stillness. Now your guide invites you to one more place within this bank. A side room, smaller than the others, with a single chair and a single window. Upon the window pane, faintly etched, are the words, Night Deposits. This is the room where you will make your deposit before sleep. You enter and sit. The chair is deep, embracing you like a pair of strong, gentle arms. Through the window, you do not see a street or a landscape. You see scenes from your own life as they might be. You see yourself standing at a counter, signing a document with calm, knowing that it is favorable. You see yourself opening a letter, which, instead of demand, contains unexpected funds. You see a friend turning to you and asking, how did money become so easy for you? And you hear your own voice. Answer lightly. I simply accepted that I am the one it seeks. Do not force the pictures. Let them be simple, brief, like snapshots held for a moment in the mind. The important thing is not the details, but the feeling. Each scene must carry the taste of after. After the problem is solved. After the bill is paid. After the increase has come. You are always standing in the end, looking back with quiet gratitude. As you watch these inner scenes, the keeper of the bank stands at the door, not intruding, but witnessing. This, they say softly, is how you deposit into your account. You do not beg, you do not plead, you simply feel as though it were already done, and you leave the rest to the law. Now, as your body becomes stiller, heavier, your eyelids in the outer world growing heavier, I invite you to do something very simple. Inwardly, with no effort, let the words we have written in the ledger rise up within you. Not shouted, not strained, but spoken as one speaks a fact. I am the one money seeks. Feel it. I am already provided for. Feel it. I am at ease with money. Feel it. I am safe to be supplied. Feel it. I am the one money loves to find. Feel it. Each time you allow one of these sentences to sound within you, imagine that somewhere in the bank of providence, a clerk in golden light writes it again beside your name. Each repetition is another entry. Each feeling is another credit. The balance of your inner account is rising, not in numbers, but in certainty. You sense that it is time to leave now, for the work of this visit is done. You rise from the chair, and your guide opens the door. Together you walk back through the hall of ledgers, past the vault of completed things, back into the great central hall with its polished counters and quiet attendants. As you pass, each one inclines their head slightly, as if acknowledging a change in you. You are no longer the one who came in. You are the one who has made a deposit. At the great entrance, you pause. The keeper places a small card in your hand. It is simple, white, with a single line written upon it in that same golden ink. This house is always open to you. On the reverse, another line, return often in imagination, and your outer world will follow. You tuck the card into your heart, for that is where it truly resides. You place your hand upon the inner handle of the door. Once again, it is cool, then warm. You step out into the night. The street outside is quiet. The stars above you seem nearer. The air feels softer upon your skin. Yet the building behind you, the Bank of Providence, has not vanished. In some indescribable way, it is now within you. You carry it with you as you walk. Each step is slower, heavier, as though your very body were sinking deeper into the softness of the bed upon which you lie. As you come to the end of the street, the scene begins to blur, not in fear, but in peace. The lines of the buildings grow hazy. The lamplight melts into a gentle glow. The sound of your footsteps fades into silence. What remains, clear and steady, is the feeling. I am supplied. I am provided for. I am the one money seeks. Let that feeling be the last thing you attend to as you drift. There is nothing now to work out, nothing to solve, no accounts to balance with the little mind. The great accounting has already been done in the Bank of Providence. The entries have been made, the stamp has fallen. So it is. Your only task now is to rest as the one whose account is already full, whose ledger is already cleared, whose name is already written in the book of abundance. Sleep then, not as a poor man hoping for relief, but as a wealthy one resting after a day of quiet authority. And as you sink into that sleep, know this: the Bank of Providence does not close when your eyes do. Through the night, in ways you cannot yet see, your new assumption is being honored. Bridges of incidents will be drawn. People will be moved. Circumstances will bend. Not by your anxious effort, but by the simple, inviolable law. What you assume as true, if persisted in, will harden into fact. So let go now. Let the picture of that inner bank fade from sight and remain as a warm echo in your being. You have stood before the ledger. You have heard the stamp. You have opened the envelopes in the vault of completed things. You have made your night deposit. Now sleep, my friend, as the one the code has already marked. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. And let the unseen clerks of your subconscious carry out, with perfect accuracy, what you have decreed in the Bank of Providence. Now, my dear friend, as you lie there with your body growing heavier and your thoughts becoming softer, I want to lead you into another sacred chamber of imagination. We have walked through the inner bank. We have seen the vault of completed things. Now we shall come to a very simple act. An act that seems ordinary in the outer world, but in truth is one of the most powerful symbols you possess. The act of signing. The world of men loves forms, contracts, statements, letters. They ask for signatures, and most sign with fear, with doubt, with the feeling of, I hope this works. I hope this is approved. But tonight, in the silence of your own inner world, you will sign from the end. You will sign, not as one who begs to be accepted, but as one who acknowledges what already is. As you rest there, I invite you to feel the support beneath your body. The bed receives you. The pillow holds your head. There is nothing you must do with the body now. Let the hands grow loose, the feet heavy, the breath slow and steady. You are approaching that blessed edge between waking and sleep, the very state I spoke of again and again, the state akin to sleep. It is here, in this very borderland, that the subconscious is most open to impression. And tonight, the impression we shall make is a signature. In imagination, see before you now a table, not in some strange place, but in a room that feels familiar, friendly, quiet. The light is gentle, not harsh. Perhaps the light comes through a window, late afternoon or early evening, or from a lamp that casts a warm circle upon the wood. The table is clear. No clutter, no confusion. Only one object lies upon it, a folder, closed, waiting for you. Walk toward that table in your imagination. You do not hurry. You are not being chased. You are being invited. Each step you take feels steady, grounded. When you reach the table, look at the folder. Upon its cover is your name. See it clearly. It is not the name of a supplicant. It is the name of the owner. Beneath your name are three simple words: approved, completed, finalized. Gently, you place your hand upon the folder. Feel the texture of it beneath your fingertips. Smooth, perhaps slightly warm from the light in the room. You are not about to ask for anything. You are about to acknowledge something already granted. You open the folder. Inside is a single document laid out neatly. At the top, in clear letters, you read the words, "Account Settlement." As your eyes move down the page, you recognize what it concerns. Perhaps it is a debt that once weighed upon your mind. Perhaps it is a loan, a bill, an obligation, something that in the waking world once caused your stomach to tighten and your heart to race. But here, in this inner room, the story is different. Next to the amount owed, you see a line, and on that line a single word, paid. Do not rush past that word. Feel it. Paid. Not promised, not pending, not under review. Paid. Beneath it, in a bold stamp, you see paid in full. And then, in smaller letters, no further action required. Notice what happens inside your body as you read those words. Your chest loosens. Your shoulders sink a little deeper. There is a quiet sigh within you, perhaps not heard by the outer ear, but felt in the spine. That, my friend, is the feeling of the end. At the bottom of the document, there is a space for your signature. This is not a place to request anything. This is the place where you, as the one who has already received, acknowledge that all is in order. You pick up the pen lying beside the document. Feel its weight. It is not flimsy. It is solid, balanced in your hand. The ink flows easily, without scratching, without hesitation. As you bring the pen to the paper, I want you to notice something. You are not thinking, will this be paid? Will this be settled? You are not wondering how or when. The document already declares what is true. Your signature is simply your consent to that truth. You are signing from the end. Now slowly, in imagination, write your name. See the first letter form, then the next. Watch the line flow across the page. You have written your name many times before, but this time it feels different. Each stroke of the pen carries with it an inner knowing. This matter is finished. This weight is gone. This story is complete. As you finish signing, feel what rises in you. It is not excitement, not frenzy, but deep, quiet relief. A sense of order restored. A sense of course. This is how my life is now. You put the pen down. Hear the soft sound of it touching the table. You slide the document back into the folder and close it. The folder makes a gentle sound as it meets the table, a sound like a final period at the end of a sentence. As you rest in that feeling, I want you to hear, very softly within yourself, the words of the code. I am the one money seeks. Not I will be, not I hope to be. I am. You have just acted as that one. You did not petition. You acknowledged. Let us now move to another scene. The room remains the same, or if you prefer, let it shift into a handsome office. High windows, perhaps polished shelves, a sense of quiet importance. You are seated at a different table now, and before you lies another set of papers. These are not about debt. These are about increase. At the top of the first page you see, agreement for services rendered. This is not a fantasy. It is the most practical thing in the world. Life pays according to the concept you hold of yourself. Tonight, you are assuming the role of one who is well paid, well valued, well selected. This document is a reflection of that. Scan the page lightly. You do not need to see every word. Only notice the essence. There is an agreed payment, an amount that feels good, generous, fair. There are terms that honor your time, your energy, your craft. Nothing here feels tight or unjust. It all aligns with the identity. I am already provided for. Then you notice a line that states, initial deposit received. It is written in the past tense. The money is not due. It is recorded as received. Observe your inner reaction. The old man would ask, but from where? But when? But how? Here, in this room of imagination, you do not ask those questions. You accept the fact implied by the scene. It has been received. Therefore, you feel as though it were done. Once again, your attention moves to the bottom of the document. There is a space that reads, signature of principle. That principle is you. You are not being examined to see if you are worthy. The terms have already been drawn. The payment has already been noted as received. You are simply being called upon to affirm, yes, this is mine. Yes, I accept. Take the pen again. Feel it familiar now, as if it belongs to your hand. As the tip touches the paper, I want you, deep within, to whisper. Not with your lips, but with your feeling. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the one they gladly pay. Let that inner tone saturate each stroke as you form your name. You sign, slowly, attentively. You are not in a hurry. You are enjoying this act. When your name is complete, notice how it looks upon the page. This is not the handwriting of a desperate man. This is the handwriting of one who knows he belongs here, that this level of compensation, of clarity, of respect is natural to him. The one across the table, whether you see them as a man, a woman, or simply a presence, takes the document, scans it briefly, and nods. Their face carries no doubt, no hesitation. Excellent, they say. We are pleased to have you. In those words, your subconscious hears more than a business phrase. It hears a deeper truth. Life is pleased to have you. Life is willing to pay you well. You shake hands. Feel the texture of the other hand. Warm, firm, neither crushing nor limp. This is an equal meeting. You rise from the table. As you stand, there is a sense of ease in your body, a natural posture of someone who knows he has been well received, well compensated, well honored. Now, as that scene fades, let us turn to another. You find yourself in a bright room with windows that look out upon something that feels like home. Perhaps it is a garden, a quiet street, an open field. This is no ordinary room. This is the place where titles change hands. On the table, before you lies another document, heavier, thicker. At the top, in bold letters, title deed. It might be for a house, an apartment, a piece of land. It represents stability, rootedness, a place where you may rest your head and feel, I belong here. Move your hand over the paper and feel its weight. This is no flimsy sheet. It carries authority. Your eyes move down the page, and you see words like owner of record, free and clear, no liens attached. Once again, the language is not about a future hope. It is about a present fact, ownership. Then you see your own name written in that body of text, hereinafter referred to as the owner. That is who you are in this scene. Not the applicant, not the inquirer, not the one being considered, but the owner. Let that word sink into you, owner. At the bottom, of course, is the familiar line, signature of owner. Not prospective buyer, not applicant, not tenant, owner. I want you to feel, in this moment, that you are about to sign as the one who already lives here, already rests here, already calls this place his own. In imagination, you can do this without effort. You pick up the pen once more. It has become an old friend by now. As you bring it to the paper, pause for a moment and sense the feeling you would have if this were a real scene, if the battle were already won, the paperwork already approved, the funds already prepared, all obstacles cleared. Feel the quiet thrill, not of striving, but of conclusion. This is the end. You are merely affixing your name to what is already yours. Now sign. Slowly, lovingly. Let every curve of your name carry the sense of, this is mine. I am at home here. I am housed by abundance. When you are finished, put the pen down and place your palm lightly upon your name. Feel the contact, the warmth of your skin against the cooled ink, the solid paper beneath. You are literally laying your hand upon your own claim. You hear a witness nearby, perhaps a notary, perhaps an official, say, it is done. There is the sound of a stamp pressed against the paper, a dated seal. That sound is like a soft thunder in your consciousness. Done, not to be done, done. Allow the relief of that to spread through your entire body. Your back relaxes. The muscles behind your eyes soften. Even the smallest muscles in your hands and feet release their old tension. You are beginning to understand what it feels like to sign from the end. I want you now to see a smaller stack of papers, not heavy contracts or grand deeds, but simple statements stamped with the words, paid in full. One by one, you pick them up. Each relates to something that once troubled you, an account, a fee, a balance. Each one bears the same three words, paid in full. some carry a date, some carry a note. Adjustment in your favor. Overpayment returned. Account satisfied. You are not required to do anything with these except acknowledge them. You take a small stamp of your own, carved with the words, "Received with thanks." You press it into the ink pad and then onto each paper. Received with thanks. Received with thanks. Received with thanks. Received with thanks. You do this gently, almost playfully. You are not laboring. You are enjoying a harvest. With each stamp, hear within you the soft echo of the code, "I am already provided for." Every time you declare "received with thanks," you are reinforcing that state. Your subconscious hears it and obeys. Now let us gather these scenes into a single simple feeling. The details may change. One paper might be for a bank, another for a client, another for a home, another for the closing of an old obligation. But in every scene, you are performing the same act. You are signing as the one who already has. You are signing from the end. Feel the common thread. There is no begging. There is no bargaining. There is no anxious wondering. There is only the calm, steady knowing. This is already arranged in my favor. I am merely placing my name upon that arrangement. This is what I mean when I speak of living in the end. The outer world says, "Wait until you see the money, then feel secure." I say to you, feel secure, and in due season you will see the money. The world says, "Wait until the contract is offered, then feel chosen." I say, feel chosen, and the contract will be drawn. The world says, "Wait until you hold the deed, then feel at home." I say, feel at home, and the deed will appear. Tonight you have walked through these inner scenes. You have taken the pen. You have written your name again and again from the standpoint of completion. Each of these inner signatures is a command to your subconscious, and your subconscious is the bank of providence. It does not argue. It does not delay out of malice. It simply produces, in the world of facts, whatever you persistently assume as true. As your body sinks ever deeper into the mattress, as the thoughts drift further apart, I ask you now to choose just one of these scenes as your favorite, perhaps the settlement marked paid in full, perhaps the generous agreement for your services, perhaps the deed to your home. Choose one that feels particularly sweet to you. Bring that single scene close. See the table, the document, your name at the bottom, the pen in your hand. See again the crucial point, the moment when you sign, not as a seeker, but as the one who already has. Do not force images. A faint impression is enough. What matters is the feeling. As you hold that moment in mind, let one sentence rise within you, very softly. I am the one who signs from the end. Feel how that statement includes all the others. If you are the one who signs from the end, then you are the one money seeks, the one already provided for, the one at ease with wealth. Repeat it once more inwardly, slowly. I am the one who signs from the end. Let the words drop down from the mind into the body. Feel them in your chest, your belly, your limbs. You are training your entire being to accept this as natural. If in days to come, you are presented with a document in the outer world, a bill, an invoice, a contract, a form, remember this night, before you sign it outwardly, sign it inwardly from the end. If it is a bill, see it as already paid. If it is an agreement, see it as already fruitful. If it is an application, see it as already approved. Live inwardly at the conclusion, and you will draw that conclusion into your path. Now allow the table, the papers, the pen, the room to grow dim, not in fear, but as a candle slowly lowered. What remains is only the state of the one who has signed, the state of the one who has already been answered. You are that one now. You do not have to try. Simply let yourself drift as that one. Let the last conscious whisper in you be something like this. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the one who signs from the end. It is done. And with that, surrender the rest to the silent wisdom within you, which knows perfectly how to bring into the world of facts what you have now completed in the world of imagination. Now, my dear friend, let us walk together into another scene of imagination. You have moved through the inner bank. You have signed from the end, and you have felt yourself as the one money seeks. Tonight we will take something very simple, something almost everyone has known and we will make of it a holy act. I call this scene the envelope of unexpected supply. I want you first to feel your body where it rests. Let the weight of your head be fully supported. Let the back sink, the legs grow heavy, the hands soften. There is nothing you must do now with the outer body. I am speaking to the inner man. The outer man will drift into sleep, but the inner man will remain awake in the world of imagination, and there he will plant a seed. In my own life, I received unexpected checks by doing precisely what I am going to lead you into now. I did not beg. I did not strain. I simply accepted, in the silence of my own mind, that something was already on its way to me. I did not know the channel, but I knew the source. That source is your own wonderful I am. So as you rest, imagine now that it is late afternoon. The day is neither young nor finished. The light has become softer, as though the world has exhaled. You are inside your home, a place you know well. The air is quiet. There is a stillness that carries no threat. It is the stillness of order, of things already in place. You become aware of a simple impulse. I shall go and see if there is any post. Not as a desperate search, not as a frantic hope, but as a calm, ordinary act. Feel that little thought arise in you, gentle and natural. You move toward the door. Feel the floor beneath your feet, wood, stone, or worn carpet. Notice the slight sound of your steps. Your hand reaches for the door handle. It is cool to the touch, firmly fixed. As you open the door, there is that faint sound of hinges moving and the change of air upon your face. You step out. The world outside has the mood of late day. Perhaps there is a hint of coolness, perhaps a faint breeze. The light falls at an angle, casting long, quiet shadows. You walk along the path that leads to where the post is delivered. It may be a small box upon a pole, the slot in a door, a little shelf where letters are left. Whatever it is, see it as clearly as you can, without effort. You have walked this path many times, but tonight we will walk it with a new state. As you approach, notice that you are not braced. In the past, you may have opened the box with a little tightening in the stomach, thinking, another bill, another demand. But now, the state has changed. You walk as one who is always provided for. You walk as one money seeks. You have been repeating, perhaps very quietly, the hidden code. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. And now you are about to see how the world will respond. You reach the post box. Your hand touches it. Feel the material. Metal, wood, paint rough under your fingers, or smooth brass warmed by the afternoon sun. You open it. Hear the little sound it makes. A soft creak, a click, a scrape. Inside there are several envelopes. You gather them into your hand, feeling the different weights and textures. One feels thin, another thick. Some you recognize at once, familiar print, familiar colors. But there is one that stands out. It is heavier than the others. The paper is of a better quality. The name written upon it is your own, but the hand that has written it is not one you identify at once. It feels both strange and deeply known, as though life itself had written to you. You hold that envelope a little apart from the others. Do not open it yet. For a moment, simply feel its weight in your hand. It is not a phantom. In this inner scene, it is solid. You feel its edges, the thickness of what lies within. You see your name written there, clearly, lovingly, not scrawled or careless, but with intention. You return to your home. Feel again the sound of your feet upon the path, the way the light meets your eyes, the presence of the envelope in your hand. You enter, close the door gently, and move to a table. It may be a small wooden table by a window, or a sturdy desk in a quiet corner. You sit down. Lay the other letters aside. Perhaps these are the ordinary things of life. Circulars, small notices, perhaps even a bill or two. They do not disturb you. They no longer define you. Your attention is upon the one envelope that carries a different vibration, a sense of care, of supply, of increase. Place that envelope alone before you. Look at it. See your name again. Let that sight anchor in your mind. This is for me, not for someone like me, not for another, but for me. For a moment, you simply rest in that awareness. I am the one to whom supply comes. I am the one for whom channels open. I am the one money seeks. Now with great gentleness, slip your finger beneath the flap. Feel the slight resistance of the glue. Hear the soft tearing as the seal gives way. This is not violence. It is the sound of access. The envelope is yielding its content to you. The outer world that once seemed hard and closed is opening. You reach inside and draw out a folded piece of paper. The paper is thick, good, perhaps with a faint smell of ink and fresh print. You unfold it slowly. On the top you see the form of a letter, or perhaps a simple statement. Your eyes move down and they find the number. It is there, printed clearly. A sum of money that surprises you and yet feels right. Do not rush past that number. Let your eyes rest upon it. See the digits, each one steady and bold. It is more than you expected, and yet it does not come as a shock. Deep down you have been expecting good. You have been walking in a new state. You have been saying within yourself, I am already provided for. I am the one money seeks. And now this letter is the echo of that inner word. Notice what happens in your body as you behold that number. Your breath lengthens. Your shoulders descend. Perhaps there is a warmth in the chest, a lightening in the belly. The old tightness, the old bracing is not there. Instead, you feel a quiet, deep relief, like a river finding its bed. You read the words that accompany the number. They may say, we discovered an error in your favor. Or, we are pleased to enclose this payment in recognition of your service. Or, an adjustment has been made to your account, and the enclosed amount is now due to you. Or simply, a gift with gratitude. The form does not matter. What matters is the feeling. This is unexpected supply, and it belongs to you. I want you to hear a very soft sentence in the background of this scene. It is not written upon the paper, but it is written upon the heart of the giver. It says, you are always taken care of. Let those words sink in. You are always taken care of. You turn the page and see perhaps a signature, a seal, some formal mark that tells you this is not a mistake, not a dream, but an official acknowledgement. The world, through whatever channel it may be, is saying, this is yours. As you hold the paper, I want you to imagine that there is enclosed a check, or perhaps several. You slide them out. They are printed upon that familiar, slightly glossy paper. Your name appears upon each one, not as an afterthought, but as the rightful payee. You see again the amounts, perhaps varying, perhaps one alone, but together forming a provision that answers your needs and goes beyond them. Let your fingers feel the edges of the check. Feel how smooth and real it is. This is how supply shows itself in the world of men. Figures upon paper, marks in ledgers, notes in books. Yet behind all that is the invisible reality that preceded it, your assumption. Right now, in this inner act, you are assuming that such an envelope has arrived. You are feeling the state of one who receives it. This, and only this, is the creative act. The rest is shadow. Now place the check upon the table before you. Rest your hand lightly upon it. Do not clutch it. You are not desperate. You are grateful. You are not clinging as though it might vanish. You are acknowledging what is rightfully yours. Feel the contact. Palm against paper, paper against wood. In that contact, let the hidden code arise again. Not as shouted words, but as a gentle knowing, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the one for whom provision always arrives on time. Say it inwardly, slowly, as if each word were being written upon the surface of your heart. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the one for whom provision always arrives on time. As you repeat this, notice how the body relaxes even further. The nervous system, that wonderful servant, receives the message. We are safe. We are supplied. The breath follows, the muscles follow, the heart follows. You are impressing the subconscious with a new identity. I have known many in my own experience who received such envelopes. I recall a lady who came to my meetings. She was anxious, always anxious, about money. She counted every penny, and life answered her with more opportunities to count pennies. One day I said to her, my dear, stop rehearsing lack. Before you sleep, rehearse unexpected favor. See yourself opening a letter that brings you more than enough. She did, as I told her. Night after night, she walked in imagination to her door, took up an envelope, opened it, and felt the relief, the joy, the gratitude of unexpected supply. She did not know from where it would come. She only knew that it must, because she had accepted it as done. Within a fortnight, an old employer wrote to her. They had discovered a sum that had been due to her years before, forgotten in some ledger. The letter enclosed a check, and the exact words of the letter matched the feeling she had rehearsed. "We are pleased to send you this amount. It is yours by right." She wrote to me and said, "Neville, it was as if I had written that letter to myself in imagination, and then the outer world copied it. We are doing the same now. You are writing this letter to yourself in imagination. The outer world will one day find a way to copy it. Return now to your own scene." The check rests on the table. Your hand is upon it. You feel that quiet satisfaction that says, "Yes, this answers that, and more." Perhaps you think of some obligation that has weighed upon you, a rent, a debt, a promise. You see it now not as a burden, but as something easily met. The money in your hand takes that weight and dissolves it. Imagine, if you will, that nearby lies a small stack of bills or notices. You take one. It may be something that once troubled you. You lay it beside the check. You see the amount owed and the amount received, and you realize that the received surpasses the owed. Without any drama, you take a pen and write upon the bill, "Paid." Then you fold it and set it aside. Feel the lightness that brings. Once again, another bill, another small weight. You lay it beside the check, and again the check covers it. You write, "Paid." One by one, the little anxieties are absorbed by this unexpected supply. You are not imagining detail for detail what tomorrow will bring. You are simply feeling the state, all is paid, all is covered, I have more than enough. When you have finished this little act, you take the check and place it in a small, safe place. It might be a drawer, a box, a leather wallet, a familiar spot where you keep things of value. You place it there with care, but not with fear. You are not hiding it from thieves. You are resting it, like a seed in the earth, until it is ready to appear in another form. Close that drawer or box. Hear the soft sound of it. That sound is like the closing of a chapter. The matter is settled. You have received. You have given thanks. You have set it aside in trust. Now in imagination, return to the envelope which once contained this supply. It lies empty upon the table. But see, there on the front, beneath your name, some words have appeared as though written by an invisible hand. You will never lack. Supply knows your address. Smile at that. You may even lift the envelope and press it gently to your chest, feeling in that gesture the acceptance of a new truth about yourself. I will never lack. Supply knows my address. In this inner world, your address is not a street, nor a town. Your address is your state of consciousness. When you dwell in the state of I am the one money seeks, then all manner of things will locate you. Adjustments, gifts, opportunities, settlements, overlooked balances. It will seem so unexpected to the rational mind, but it will not be unexpected to you, for you have rehearsed it. Now let us deepen this scene. Imagine that this is not the first envelope of its kind. Perhaps upon the table there is a small stack of such envelopes, each bearing your name, each containing some form of supply. You do not open them all. It is enough to know that they are there. This is not a one-time miracle. This is a pattern. Feel that truth. It is not a single stroke of luck. It is my new pattern. I am the one to whom unexpected supply freely flows. Say it inwardly, slowly, as though speaking from the deepest part of yourself. I am the one to whom unexpected supply freely flows. I am the one to whom unexpected supply freely flows. I am the one to whom unexpected supply freely flows. Do not chant as a machine. Feel as a man. Feel as the inner being who has actually experienced this in imagination. If the old thought arises, "But Neville, how can this be? From where will it come?" I answer you in the same way I have always answered. Do not concern yourself with the how. Creation is finished. All things already exist. The path by which this particular envelope will reach you is not your work. Your work is to accept its arrival in consciousness, to feel the relief and gratitude as though it had already occurred. The rest is the work of the law. So now, let us let the scene simplify. Let the house, the table, the box, the stack of letters fade into a gentle mist. What remains is only the feeling of something good, arriving unexpectedly, carrying your name, bearing more than enough, releasing you from pressure, and giving you room to breathe. Let that feeling spread through you. In the chest it feels like space. In the belly it feels like warmth. In the back it feels like support. In the mind it feels like, of course. Nothing frantic, nothing wild, just a deep, sure, of course. It came. It always comes. Now, as you lie there, perhaps already half in sleep, I want you to imagine that it is some quiet morning in the days ahead. You are going about your ordinary affairs. Someone calls to you that there is a letter for you. Or you return home and see an envelope lying upon your table, just where in imagination you placed it. Or the postman hands you something with a small smile. Whatever the outer form, feel that spark of recognition. Ah, here it is, the shadow of what I have already lived. You take it in your hand, and the inner man smiles, because he has seen this before. The outer event has finally caught up with the inner assumption. That is how your life will move. So tonight, before you fall fully into sleep, choose one simple sentence to carry with you as you drift. It may be this: supply knows my address. Or this: I am the one to whom unexpected money freely flows. Or this: I am always finding envelopes of provision in my world. Choose the one that stirs you gently, not with strain, but with a sweet expectancy. And as you feel yourself drifting, repeat it inwardly, not as a man trying to make it true, but as a man quietly acknowledging what is already true in the unseen. You have walked to the box. You have held the envelope. You have opened it. You have read the words. You have seen the amount. You have felt the relief. You have given thanks. You have placed it away with confidence. This you have now done in imagination. That is the only place where reality is born. Let the body now do what it does best. Rest, let the mind grow drowsy, the senses withdraw, but keep, just a little, that thread of feeling. I am the one to whom unexpected supply freely flows. If you wake in the night, you need not reconstruct the entire scene. It is enough to remember the feeling of the envelope in your hand, the sight of your name upon it, the sense of more than enough in your heart. Whisper inwardly once more, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Then turn again towards sleep. The envelope of unexpected supply is already yours in this inner world. The day will come when the outer world, obedient and precise, will bring its echo to your door. Rest now as that man, the man whose name is already written on the envelope of increase. Now, my friend, we move into a scene that very few ever dare to enter in imagination, and yet it is one of the most powerful. Many of you try to imagine the check, the letter, the bank balance, but you forget something very simple: the conversation after the miracle. Tonight I want you to live not in the moment of receiving only, but in the calm, joyful days that follow. I call this scene the conversation after the miracle. Once more, let your body grow heavy where it lies. I am not speaking to the outer man. I am speaking to the inner man, the man of imagination. Let the outer man rest. Let the muscles soften. Let the brow smooth. You do not need to hold yourself up now. The inner you will walk and speak and live in a different world, while the outer you slips towards sleep. I want you to imagine now that some time has passed since the miracle of money. Whatever that miracle may be for you, an unexpected sum, a debt cleared, a door opened, a position granted, a business revived. You are not in the moment of shock anymore. You are standing in the quiet, beautiful place where it has already settled into your life. The extraordinary has become natural. This is where I want you to dwell. Let us begin in a simple room. Perhaps it is your kitchen, perhaps a small sitting room, anywhere familiar. The light is gentle. It could be morning light, soft and pale, or late afternoon light, a warm golden hue. You are seated at a table. Before you there may be a cup, perhaps a simple meal, but all of this is background. The real event is that you are utterly at ease. The pressure that once sat upon your chest like a stone is gone. You are breathing freely. You hear, in this quiet, a knock at the door, or perhaps the bell. There is nothing alarming in it, only the sound of someone dear approaching. You rise without hurry and move to the door. Feel the floor beneath your feet. Feel the handle cool under your hand. You open it, and there stands a friend. Choose someone you truly know, or if you prefer, imagine a kindly friend of the soul, the sort of person who rejoices when you rejoice. Look at their face. See the expression of curiosity and affection. They step in, and you embrace, or shake hands, whatever is natural to you. They remove their coat, perhaps, and the two of you move toward the table. They have heard something. They know, in some measure, what has happened in your world. The miracle has reached their ears. You sit together. You notice the little sounds of the room, the chair creaking slightly. As you sit, the faint clink of a cup set down, the soft rustle of clothing. These details anchor you in the reality of the scene. Your friend leans a little closer, eyes bright, and says the sentence I want you to hear. Tell me, how did it become so easy for you? Let that question rest in the air a moment. Do not rush to answer. Feel what it is like to hear someone say those words to you. Once, you were the one asking that question, looking at others, wondering how ease came to them. Now you are the one being asked. The roles have reversed. The state has changed. You are no longer the seeker of a miracle. You are the one living after it. Notice what happens in your body when you hear that question. There is no shame. There is no tightening. Instead, there is a warmth in the chest, a little smile that rises almost of its own accord. It is the smile of one who has discovered something and is not anxious to defend it. You are relaxed, you are grounded, you are quietly joyful. You place your hands around your cup or upon the table, and you answer, not as one reciting a theory, but as one describing a lived truth. Hear your own voice now, calm and steady. It became easy when I stopped trying to make it happen and began to live as though it had already happened. Listen to the sound of that. Feel how natural it is on your tongue. You are not reciting my words as a student. You are speaking your own testimony. You continue. I used to rehearse lack all day long in thought and feeling. I was telling myself stories of not enough. I looked at bills and said, I cannot pay this. I looked at my account and said, it is too little. And life answered me faithfully. But then I began to change the inner conversation. I started to talk to myself, not as the one who is trying to get money, but as the one for whom money already flows. Your friend listens, eyes wide, perhaps a little surprised by the simplicity of it. They ask, but what did you actually do? You laugh softly, not mocking, but with the ease of one who has seen the trick behind the show. I did not do more, you say. I did less. I stopped arguing with good. I stopped asking how. Above all, each night before I went to sleep, I entered a little scene. Now take a moment and feel your own face, your own gestures as you explain this. You are not anxious to persuade. You are simply sharing. That is the feeling we want, the feeling of calm possession of a secret that is no longer a secret to you. You go on. I chose one very simple scene. Sometimes it was as if I was seated just as I am now, with you, and you said to me, how did it become so easy for you? And I heard myself answer, it just flows now. I am always provided for. Sometimes it was another friend saying, I am so glad you never worry about money anymore. I repeated that little scene, not 100 things, just that one conversation, until it felt real. I heard the tone of my own voice. After the miracle, I felt the relief in my chest, and then I surrendered it to sleep. Notice what you are doing in this visualization. You are listening to yourself describe the law. You are hearing yourself explain the conversation you are now living. This reinforces the state. The subconscious loves simple repeated impressions. A single short exchange, lived over and over, is more powerful than thousands of scattered images. Your friend leans back, digesting this. So you pretended, they ask. No, you reply gently. I did not pretend, in the childish sense. I assumed. There is a great difference. Pretending says, this is not real, but I will play at it. Assumption says, this is real, in the only place that matters, within me, and the outer world will in time mirror it. I knew that my inner word is law, so I chose to speak a new word about myself. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the one for whom it is easy. As you speak these sentences, feel them again. Let each I am settle into the depths of you. You are not merely telling a story to your friend. You are telling a story to your own being. You are carving a new channel. Your friend may shake their head in wonder, but it happens so quickly, they say. One day you were worried, the next I hear you have received this large sum, that the pressure is gone. It all turned so fast. You smile and answer, it turned when I turned. The outer conditions may have taken a little time to rearrange themselves, but the real turning happened in here, and you tap gently upon your chest. Now pause and feel that gesture in imagination, your hand upon your chest, the firmness of your touch, the warmth of your own body beneath your fingers. That is where the miracle began. Your friend asks, what about the old fear? Doesn't it come back? You answer truthfully, oh, the old thoughts sometimes whisper, but they no longer have the same authority. When they arise, I do not panic. I simply return to my inner conversation. I go back to the scene. I hear you asking me as you are asking now, how did it become so easy? And I hear my answer again. I rest in that answer. The feeling of ease returns, and the shadow thoughts dissolve. You see, my friend, what we are doing in this visualization is training you to live as the one after the miracle. Many imagine the shock of the first check, the thrill of the first envelope, but they forget that if they truly accept wealth as their state, it must become ordinary. It must feel natural, normal, inevitable. This long, quiet conversation with your friend is the mark of that naturalness. Now I want to introduce another variation of this scene. For the subconscious mind, variety in detail can be delightful, as long as the core feeling remains the same. So we will keep the feeling of being questioned, of being admired for your ease with money, of explaining calmly from the other side of the miracle. But we will change the setting. Imagine now that you are walking outside with someone dear to you. The sun is low in the sky. The air is mild. Perhaps you are walking along a quiet street, or in a small park, or by a riverbank. The world around you hums with life, but not with urgency. There are people at a distance perhaps, but you and your companion are in your own little sphere. You walk side by side. Feel the rhythm of your steps. The ground is secure beneath you. There is no need to hurry. At one point, your friend or relative turns to you and says, I must tell you, I have never seen you so calm about money. You used to worry so much. What changed? Again, that question. Again, that blessed question. What changed? Feel the satisfaction of hearing it. Once more you smile. You draw a breath that is full and easy, and you say, I changed who I believed I was. I stopped calling myself the one who struggles. I stopped calling myself the one who is always behind, always trying to catch up. I began to call myself the one who is always provided for. You pause, perhaps watching the way the light plays upon the leaves or the water, and then you add, I would walk myself to sleep at night with a simple scene, just like this. You and I talking. You asking me what changed, and I answering, I live now as the one for whom it is easy. That was all. No force, no strain. Just a new identity worn again and again, especially in that soft borderland before sleep. Your companion laughs softly and says, so all this time you were rehearsing the future. You answer, no, I was rehearsing the present. I was rehearsing the only place where life is truly lived, inside. The future is only the echo. I lived the scene in imagination until it felt like memory. I made the miracle a memory before it showed itself in time. Feel how profound that is as you say it. I made the miracle a memory before it showed itself in time. You are describing the law of assumption in the language of a friend, but you are also instructing your deeper self. You are telling yourself plainly what you have done. You continue walking. The conversation drifts to other things for a moment. Perhaps some small event, some shared recollection. But beneath it all is this new foundation. You are the one who has passed through the miracle and now lives from the other side. I want you now to add a very important detail to this conversation. At some point, after hearing you, your friend says, do you think I could do the same? And you reply, without hesitation, of course. The law is no respecter of persons. It does not favor me and neglect you. It only asks, what do you dare to assume about yourself? And then you find yourself saying, with a gentle firmness, take something simple, not a million scenes, not 1,000 words, just one little conversation. Choose someone you love, sitting across from you, asking, how did it become so easy for you? And hear your own answer. Hear yourself as the one who has already crossed the bridge. Hear your voice after the miracle. Hear the ease, the gratitude, the certainty. Live in that voice until it is yours. As you say this, feel the authority in your tone, not arrogance, but quiet conviction. You are speaking from experience. The teaching you received is now passing through you to another. You have become a channel of it. That is yet another mark of the state. The wealthy one does not merely hoard, he shares the way. Now let us come to another variation. Imagine that some months have passed, and you are seated not with a friend, but with a person who once held authority over you in the realm of money, a superior perhaps, or someone whose approval or decisions once affected your income. Before, you might have sat before them, nervous, anxious, hoping they would grant you something. Now the situation is changed. You are seated in a modest but dignified room. The person across from you has heard of your recent success. Perhaps you now hold a position of greater responsibility, or your business has flourished, or you have been able to handle your affairs with grace. They look at you with a mixture of respect and curiosity, and say, I must admit, I did not expect you to turn things around so quickly. What did you do? There it is again. What did you do? But you hear it now in a different light. This is not the question of a superior to a subordinate. It is the question of one human being to another, recognizing a real transformation. You answer softly, I changed my inner word. I stopped agreeing with appearances. I stopped judging my life by the figure in the ledger. Instead, I judged righteous judgment. I asked, what would I see if I assumed I am already the prosperous one? And I began to live from that vision. You may even mention, each night before sleep, I would imagine that someone, perhaps you yourself, said to me, you have done well. You are in a strong position now. I heard those words in the silence until they became the natural sound of my inner world. And in time, the outer world simply joined the chorus. Hear yourself say, the natural sound of my inner world. That is what we are crafting in these scenes. The natural sound of your inner world after the miracle. The question, how did it become so easy? The compliment, you have done well. The conclusion, you are in a strong position now. These are the new notes of your inner dialogue. You see, my dear, you must train your imagination not only to see the thing, but to hear the world speaking to you, as it would speak if your wish were already fulfilled. This is what I have always taught. The outer world speaks to you in the language of your inner assumptions. If you assume lack, the world comes to you saying, it is difficult, it is hard, there is never enough. If you assume abundance, the world comes to you saying, how did it become so easy? You are always provided for. You never seem to worry. Tonight, we are putting those words into the mouths of the people around you, so that your subconscious may accept them as the new pattern. Now let us return once more to the first room, the quiet table, the dear friend. You have spoken. You have explained. There is a pause. Your friend looks at you steadily and says, you seem different, lighter. Even when you speak about money, your shoulders don't lift like they used to. You smile, perhaps placing a hand over your heart, and answer, that is because I no longer worship money. You add a Talf, I no longer treat it as my master. I know now that money is only the shadow of my state. I seek first the kingdom within, the state of being the one who is always supplied, and all these things are added unto me. I do not chase the shadow, I stand in the light. Feel how it is to say that. Feel the deep, quiet freedom it brings. I do not chase the shadow, I stand in the light. You have taken your attention away from the outer object and fixed it upon the inner cause. That is what has changed. Your friend, hearing this, may nod slowly and say, it is as if you are describing another world. You answer gently, it is another world, but it is not outside this one. It is a world within the same space. It is the world seen through the assumption of having not the assumption of lacking. I used to live in the world of not yet. Now I live in the world of already. I have crossed from one to the other without moving an inch, simply by changing the words I join to I am. Now, my dear, I want you to do something very simple. In this scene, after all this conversation, I want you to hear your friend say one last line that seals the whole thing. Let them look at you, perhaps with a little laugh of amazement, and say, well, whatever you are doing, it is clearly working. Money just seems to come to you now. You are different with it. And you reply, not boasting, simply acknowledging, yes, money and I are friends now. It knows where to find me. I am the one it seeks, and I am always ready to receive and to use it wisely. Feel the naturalness of that. No strain, no bravado, just a settled, friendly relationship with the thing that once terrified you. Then let the conversation drift into other topics. Simple, human things. Let there be laughter, perhaps a shared story, perhaps memories. This is important, for it shows that your life is not all about money. Money has taken its rightful place as servant, not master. It is there, flowing, supportive, but it does not dominate the room. What dominates the room is peace. After some time, your friend rises to leave. You walk them to the door. The air in the doorway feels fresh. There may be a hint of evening coolness. They turn to you and say, once more, I am truly happy for you. It is beautiful to see you like this. And you answer, with a quiet radiance, thank you. It is beautiful to be like this, and you can be too. They depart. You close the door gently. Feel your hand upon the handle, the sound of the latch. You lean for a moment against the door, not from weariness, but from a sort of grateful rest. You breathe in and out and say inwardly, this is my life now. I am the one who lives after the miracle. Ease with money is my new normal. Let that sentence be repeated within you. This is my life now. I am the one who lives after the miracle. Ease with money is my new normal. As you say this, the scenes we have built, the kitchen conversation, the walk outside, the respectful superior, the words of admiration, all gather themselves into a single feeling, the feeling of being the wealthy one, the provided for one, the calm one for whom money flows. You can let the images now grow softer. The walls of the room, the table, the faces of those who spoke to you, all may fade into a gentle blur, but keep the sound of their words a little longer. How did it become so easy? You have done well. You never seem to worry. Money just seems to come to you. Let these phrases roll through you like the soft echo of a hymn, and over all of them, let your own inner answer remain. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I live now as the one after the miracle. If ever, in your waking hours, an old thought of lack arises, you can close your eyes for a moment and return to this conversation. Hear again the question. Hear again your answer. Feel again the ease in your body. That is how you maintain the state. That is how you persist until the unseen becomes seen. Now the outer man is ready to sink deeper into sleep. The inner man has already walked in the land of fulfillment. He has heard himself speak as the one who has. He has listened to others describe him as wealthy, calm, supplied. The work is done. As you drift, hold just one simple line on the lips of your heart. Ease with money is my new normal. Say it as if you were remembering, not wishing. Say it as one who lives in the conversation after the miracle. Ease with money is my new normal. Ease with money is my new normal. Ease with money is my new normal. And so it is, in imagination, and so it must be, in time. Now, my friend, we enter one of the simplest and most powerful scenes of all. You have sat as the one who has. You have spoken as the one who has. Now I want you to walk as the one who has. Not to strain, not to perform, but to move through the world as one whose wealth is already a fact in consciousness. I call this scene, walking as the one who has. Once more, let the outer man prepare for rest. Feel the weight of your body where you are. Let the spine be supported. The shoulders fall naturally. The hands lie easy. You are not trying to hold yourself in any special posture now with muscles. The posture we shall change tonight is not first in the body, but in the inner attitude. The body will follow. Close your eyes to the outer world and open them inwardly. I want you to imagine that the night has passed, the miracle has been accepted, and you are rising to live a very ordinary day in the life of the wealthy one, your wealthy self. Not a prince in a fairy tale, but the version of you who already has sufficiency, has ease, has confidence, has clarity, has this simple knowing: I am provided for. I am the one money seeks. I am already the one who has. Begin with the smallest movement. See yourself first at the edge of your bed upon waking. It is morning. Light, soft and pale, enters the room in a familiar way. Perhaps it filters through a curtain. Perhaps it lies in a stripe across the floor or the wall. You have seen this sort of light many times, but today it feels different because you are different. You swing your feet over the side of the bed and let them touch the floor. Now, pause here. Feel the floor under your feet. In imagination, give it texture. Is it cool wood, smooth under your soles? Is it a rug, warm and slightly rough? Is it tile, firm and solid? Whatever you choose, let your feet feel it. And notice there is no hurry in you, no rush to leap up and check, to count, to worry. The first sensation of the day is not tension, it is groundedness. You sit there for a moment, between sleep and motion, and in that moment you remember who you are. You are not the one trying to become. You are the one who already has. You let one simple sentence arise within you, not shouted, simply known: I walk today as the one who has. Let that thought spread from your feet up into your legs, into your chest, into your shoulders, into your face. Your very expression changes. There is a softness around the eyes, a slight curve at the corner of the mouth, the look of someone who expects good. Now you rise. Feel the movement in slow detail, the way your weight shifts forward, the push of your feet against the floor, the gentle unfurling of your spine as you stand. There is no heaviness of dread in this rising. You stand as one who has already received. Your body reflects your inner verdict. Your shoulders settle not forward in worry, but back in quiet assurance. Your chest is not puffed out with bravado. It is open with ease. Walk now, in imagination, from the bed to the door of your room. Notice your pace. The poor inner man shuffles, rushes, hesitates. The wealthy inner man walks with a different rhythm, not flamboyant, not theatrical, but deliberate. Each step has a kind of unspoken statement. I belong here. Life is friendly to me. I am adequately supplied. Feel that in your gait. Listen to the soft, imagined sound of your footfall. You do not drag your feet. You are not fleeing. You are simply moving in the world as one who is safe. As you cross the threshold into the next room, perhaps a kitchen, perhaps a little hallway, notice how your eyes travel. The one who lacks scans the room for problems, for reminders of what is missing. The one who has allows the gaze to rest. You see what is useful, what is good, what is already given. You are not counting the cracks. You are receiving the gift of the day. See yourself now, perhaps with a simple cup in your hand. It might be coffee, tea, water, whatever is natural. Feel the weight of the cup, the warmth or coolness against your fingers, the steam or the stillness. You take a sip, and in that little act, you practice the state, calm, unhurried, steady. This is how the one who has begins the day, not by racing into the world, but by inhabiting himself. Now comes the real walk. I want you to imagine that you are stepping out of your dwelling into the outer world. The door opens. There is the feel of air against your face, the scent of morning, the particular sound of your environment, perhaps distant traffic, perhaps birds, perhaps the low murmur of other humans stirring. You stand for a moment on the threshold, and as you do, you make a quiet covenant with yourself. Every step I take today, I take as the one who has. Step down now. Feel the ground beneath you outside, pavement, earth, stone, whatever it may be. Notice how your body carries itself among others. You are not seeking approval with your eyes. You are not checking faces to see if you are allowed to be here. You move with the silent knowledge that you are a rightful inhabitant of this world, that abundance is not a stranger to you. Let us picture a street. Buildings rise on either side, perhaps shops, perhaps small businesses, perhaps simple houses. The details do not matter. What matters is the feeling you carry. As you walk along this street, I want you to become aware of three things: your breath, your posture, and your inner word. Your breath first. How does the one who has breathe? Not shallow, not tight, not with little gasps of worry. The breath of the one who has is deeper, slower, more even. Imagine now that each step is accompanied by a calm breath. You inhale over a few steps, exhale over a few more. It is not a rigid pattern, it is a natural tide. With every inhalation you may let the thought arise, I am. And with every exhalation, the one who has, I am the one who has. Not as a chant, not as a desperate assertion, but as a fact you lean upon. Next, the posture. How does the one who has hold himself? The body of the man who feels poor bends inward, protecting the chest, closing the heart, hiding in plain sight. The body of the man who has stands in a different shape. Your head is carried as though there were a gentle cord lifting you from above. Your shoulders relax down and slightly back, not in stiffness, but in natural alignment. Your arms hang loose, your hands uncurl. Even the way your eyes move is different, not darting, but resting, taking in the world as if it were an ally, not an enemy. Now the inner word, as you walk, without moving your physical lips, you maintain a quiet conversation with yourself. It is not a barrage of affirmations, it is a tone, a few simple sentences that repeat themselves like a kind rhythm. I am provided for, today, money, and I walk together as friends. I am the one for whom doors open. I am the one money seeks, and I am always ready. These words are not shouted, they are felt. They are the undercurrent beneath the sound of footsteps and distant voices. I want you now to imagine that you pass along this street, places that once triggered anxiety in you. Perhaps a shop window with something you desired, but felt you could not afford. Perhaps an office where bills were paid. Perhaps a building where a banker sits, or an employer, or someone you associated with judgment and scarcity. As you draw nearer to this place, notice the old habit. The stomach might wish to tighten. The breath might wish to shorten. The mind might wish to say, can I afford? Will I manage? Do they approve of me? And now gently you change it. You do not force yourself. You simply remember, I am walking as the one who has. You feel your breath deepen again. You lengthen your stride just a little. Your shoulders soften. And instead of the old inner question, you allow a new sentence to arise. I bless this place as one who already has. I do not come here as a beggar, but as one who is always supplied. You may even imagine, if you like, that if you were to step inside, you would be greeted with respect, recognized as someone stable, someone worthy, someone in a strong position. But you do not need to go inside. You simply keep walking, and as you pass, you notice your body remains at ease. This is a profound change. Once, that building, that office, that window had power over your nervous system. Now you carry your own atmosphere. You walk as the one who has, and the outer symbols cannot disturb the inner climate. Now let us move the scene to another place. Imagine that you walk into a simple shop or market to buy something. The door opens with a familiar creak or a small bell overhead rings. You step in, the air inside carries a different smell. Perhaps fresh bread, perhaps fruit, perhaps paper and ink. You feel your feet cross the boundary between street and shop. Listen to the sound of it. You move among the shelves or the counters. Once, this might have been a place of counting every coin, of choosing only the cheapest, of resentment or fear. Today you walk in a different way. You pick up an item, whatever it may be, and you feel it in your hand. You look at the price, but you do not bow to it. The numbers on the tag no longer determine your worth. You know that you are the one who has. The figure on the label is only a detail. You select what you need, not with wasteful arrogance, but with simple dignity. You bring it to the counter. Feel the slight weight of it. The person at the counter greets you. You return the greeting, not from a sense of inferiority or superiority, but from the awareness that you stand before them as a wealthy inner being. You offer payment. The coin, the note, the card, it leaves your hand without the old pang. There is no inner cry of I am losing. Instead, there is a recognition. I am circulating. I am participating in the flow of abundance. More comes always. As you leave the shop, the door closes behind you. You step out again into the street, holding your purchase, and you notice something. You feel no guilt. You feel no secret shame for having, no anger for giving. You feel balanced. That is how the one who has moves through exchange. Walk on now to another scene. Perhaps it is the place where you go to work, or to offer your services, or to meet those with whom you have business. I want you to see the entrance from a short distance away. You are approaching it. People move around you. Some hurry, some dawdle. There are faces a blur, but you walk as the one who has. In the past, you might have approached this place with a knot in the stomach, wondering, will I be enough? Will they keep me? Will the money be there? Now your inner word is different. As you walk toward the entrance, you say inwardly, I am not here to beg for crumbs. I am here as a giver, as one who already has within me the wealth of imagination, the wealth of skill, the wealth of presence. Money is just one shadow of what I carry. Feel what that does to your body. Your back becomes a little straighter, not rigid, but upright. Your chin lifts slightly, not in defiance, but in awareness. You are not walking into judgment, you are walking into expression. Whatever you do in this place, whatever task, whatever service, is no longer your attempt to prove your worth. It is the natural outpouring of the worth you already accept. Imagine now that someone sees you as you walk in, a colleague, an acquaintance, perhaps someone who has seen you anxious in times past. They notice, even without knowing why, that something in your manner has changed. Perhaps they think to themselves, he looks different, he seems so sure, so at ease. They might even say to you, you seem lighter these days. You smile and answer with simple truth, I have learned to walk as the one who has. Now, my friend, we will leave the busy world and move to a quieter path. Imagine that later in the day, or perhaps on another day, you are walking in a place of nature, a park, a path, a quiet road lined with trees. The noise of the city or town is distant. You hear softer sounds now, the rustle of leaves, the call of a bird, the whisper of wind. Your feet find the earth in a more direct way, perhaps on grass, perhaps on packed earth, perhaps on a path of stones. As you walk here, you become very aware of the simple beauty around you. The light playing in the leaves, the pattern of shadows on the ground, the changing colors. The one who lacks cannot see these things, for his inner eye is full of fear. The one who has notices them and receives them as proof. The same creative life that made this is sustaining me. With each step, you let your mind rest more and more in the feeling, I already have. Not in the sense of possessions, but in the sense of being. I have peace. I have a place in this universe. I have a source that never runs dry. I have the right to be here. You notice that when you walk like this, your thoughts about money become very simple. They are no longer wild swings of hope and despair, but quiet acknowledgements. Of course, the money will come. Of course, the bill will be answered. Of course, the opportunity will appear. I am walking as the one who has. Now, as you continue along this path, I want you to imagine that you come to a little bench or a stone where you might sit for a moment. You do not slump. You rest. You place your hands upon your knees or fold them in your lap. You look out at whatever scene is before you, a tree, a pond, a field, and you feel deep in your chest an interior warmth. That warmth is your wealth. It is the sense of being held, supported, favored. Money may be one way it shows itself, but this is the root. Here on this bench, you make a simple resolution, not with strain, just with clarity. From this day forward, I will walk as the one who has. I will let my body remind me when my old thoughts try to return. I will notice when my shoulders creep up, when my breath grows shallow, when my steps become frantic, and I will stop, if only for a moment, and return to this feeling. You might even see yourself, in imagination, placing your hand briefly upon your heart each time you remember. You could be in a busy street, in a stairwell, at a doorway. It does not matter. One hand upon your chest, and the silent thought, I am the one who has. Let that gesture become a little anchor. It is something the body can do to support what the mind intends. Now we return again to the world of people. Imagine that you are walking down a street where there are many others. Some are well dressed, some are poorly dressed, some hurry, some wander. In the past, you might have compared yourself constantly. He has more than I. She is above me. They are more successful. Now you walk in a different knowledge. As you pass others, you do not shrink and you do not boast. You recognize that each is walking in the shadow of his own assumption. You are not here to judge them. You are here to maintain your own. As you walk, you bless them quietly. May you also know that you are the one who has. May you also discover your inner source. In blessing, you confirm your own wealth. For only one who has can bless. See yourself now passing a place where prices are high, a fine shop, perhaps, or a place of some luxury. Once, you might have tightened, telling yourself, that is not for me, I cannot afford such things. Now as you walk past, you do not rush to look away, nor do you press your face to the window in hunger. You look, if you wish, with calm interest, and you say within, that too belongs to the world of my Father. If it ever serves my joy and my purpose, it will come to me. I need not crave it. I already have the essence. Then you move on, free. We have walked through rooms, through streets, through shops, through paths of nature. Now I want to bring all of this into one simple phrase that your body can remember. This is how the one who has walks. Say it inwardly as you see yourself again, in imagination, moving through your day. You walk into your dwelling. This is how the one who has walks. You walk to meet a friend. This is how the one who has walks. You walk toward a place of work, toward a bank, toward a shop. This is how the one who has walks. The stride is neither hurried nor lazy. The spine is neither rigid nor collapsed. The gaze is neither arrogant nor downcast. There is a middle line, a royal road, where you move in quiet confidence. Remember, my dear, the outer posture is not the cause. It is the expression. The cause is the assumption you carry. Tonight, in these quiet moments, I ask you to adopt the assumption, I am the one who has, and allow your imagined body to conform to it. In time, the physical body will follow. People around you may notice it before you do. They may say, you seem taller, though your height has not changed, or you walk differently, though your shoes are the same. That is how the law works, from within out. Before we end this scene, I want you to do something very specific. See yourself at the end of this imagined day, returning home. You have walked as the one who has, through many little episodes. You now approach your door. Feel the familiar sound of your key, the click of the lock, the way the handle turns. You step inside. Standing there, in the quiet of your own space, you pause before taking off your shoes, before putting down your bag. You become very aware of your body at this moment, the way your weight rests on your feet, the line of your back, the breath moving in your chest, and you ask yourself silently, how did I walk today? You remember in a flash, 1 or 2 moments, passing the office where fear once lived, and feeling calm instead, paying for something and feeling no panic, walking with shoulders loose, face soft, breath deep. You smile to yourself and answer inwardly, today, I walked more as the one who has than I ever have before. Then you close your eyes, just for an instant, standing there, and you affirm one last time, this is who I am now. I do not walk to get wealth. I walk because I am wealthy in consciousness. Money follows my state. I am the one money seeks, and I am walking as the one who has. Feel that last sentence sink all the way down into you. Let it be the final stroke of the brush upon the canvas of this night. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I walk as the one who has. See yourself now, not from within, but as if from a little distance, moving through the rooms of your home with that quiet, effortless grace. No rush, no collapse, no drama, just the steady rhythm of a life anchored in sufficiency. Let the image grow softer, let the details blur, but keep the feeling of your own body at ease in the world, your own steps expressing an inner wealth. Take that feeling with you now as you drift more deeply into sleep. If tomorrow in your waking hours you find yourself hurrying in fear, shrinking in shame, shuffling in worry. You will remember this scene. You will pause, even for a breath, straighten gently, deepen the breath, and say within, "No, I walk as the one who has," and you will continue from that place. Tonight you have rehearsed it in imagination, and what is rehearsed in imagination, when persisted in, must soon become the natural movement of your waking life. You are the one who has, walk as the one who has. And the world will in time adjust its figure to the truth you now embody. Now, my friend, we come to a most sacred scene. We have walked as the one who has. We have stepped into banks, into shops, into the world, as the one money seeks. Now I want to take you into the very heart of your financial story, not outside in the world of bills and numbers, but inside, where the story was first written. I call this scene the ledger that rewrites itself. Again, let the outer man grow still. Feel the body where it lies or sits, the back supported, the head gently held, the hands resting, not gripping. You have nothing to do now with your outer hands. For this work, you will use the inner hand, the hand of imagination. Close your eyes to the sense world and see, with me, a room. It is a quiet room, neither modern nor ancient, timeless. The air is still, yet it feels alive, as if the very silence were listening. Perhaps there is a high window where a soft light filters in, not harsh but golden, like late afternoon. There is a wooden table in the center of this room, worn smooth by use, solid and dependable. Upon that table lies a great ledger. Come closer in imagination. See the ledger clearly. Its cover is thick, perhaps bound in dark leather, edges slightly softened from many hands, as though it has been opened and closed countless times. On the front, in simple letters, you see the title. It does not read bank, nor taxes, nor the name of an institution. It reads, My Story of Money. You understand at once that this ledger has not been kept by a banker, nor by a government, nor by your family. It has been kept by you, by your own wonderful human imagination, recording over the years what you have assumed to be true about money, about supply, about your worth. Place your inner hand now upon the cover. Feel the texture beneath your fingertips, the faint grain of the leather, the coolness, giving way to warmth as your touch rests there. You take a slow breath, and as you exhale, you gently open the ledger. The pages inside are thick and creamy, lined neatly. Some entries are written in dark ink, some in red, some in a hurried hand, some in a careful script. Each line is a moment, an incident, a judgment you once made about yourself and money. Begin with a single page. At the top, you see a date, a year in your past. It might be a particular year that felt heavy, or it may be an impression of the early years or those hard times. Allow the imagination to show it to you without strain. Read on this page some of the entries written there. You might see words like rent unpaid on time, denied for the loan, debt increased, lost opportunity, unexpected expense, not enough. Perhaps you see phrases such as, we can't afford it, too late, not for people like us. As you scan these lines, notice that many of them are written in a reddened ink, as though every such moment was recorded as a deficit, a loss, a judgment against you. The old you, the one who believed himself at the mercy of circumstances, wrote these entries honestly, but not truthfully. He wrote what he felt under the spell of lack, not what was eternally true of him as the child of the I Am. Do not rush. Let yourself read a line or two that feel familiar. You do not need to plunge into the old pain. You are here as the reviser, not as the victim. Look at one entry, for example, account overdrawn. Embarrassed at the counter, felt small. You can remember that perhaps, the tightening in the stomach, the flush of the face, the desire to disappear. It was written in red in this ledger. Now I want you to notice something. Beside you on the table, there lies a fountain pen. It is not the pen of the frightened child. It is the pen of the Creator. The body of the pen feels solid and smooth in your hand when you pick it up. The nib gleams faintly in the light. The ink it carries is not red. It is a strong, deep, living black, like the night sky in which stars shine. You understand, without any voice telling you, that you are now free to rewrite any entry in this ledger. This is the law of revision as I have taught it, to go back in imagination and change a scene, not to pretend it never occurred, but to claim, from within, a different outcome, one in harmony with your present desire. Open again to that old entry. Read it once more, account overdrawn. Embarrassed at the counter. Felt small. And now, very gently, with your inner hand holding that pen, draw a single line through it. Watch the red words soften, fade, as though the ink itself were obeying your new will. Over that line, in the deep living ink of your new assumption, write, account sustained, treated with respect, felt upheld and provided for. Let your imagination see those new words forming on the page. The letters are clear and confident. There is no scratchiness, no trembling. You are rewriting yourself. Now, as you see the new sentence written there, I want you to enter it. Close the ledger for a moment and allow the scene to rise. You are standing at that counter again, but this time, as you hand over your book, or your slip, or your request, the person on the other side smiles with genuine kindness. They say, "You're all set. Everything is in order." Perhaps they even say, "We've taken care of that for you," or "You have more than enough." Feel what that would have felt like, to be calmly assured, to be respected, to be treated as one who is provided for. Let the old embarrassment be replaced, in the body, by a warmth in the chest, a lightness in the shoulders, a small inward sigh of relief. That feeling is the real revision. Now return, in imagination, to the room with the ledger. Open it again. See that old red line lying softly underneath, but now clothed by the new statement. Account sustained, treated with respect, felt upheld and provided for. The ledger has accepted your revision. It no longer tells the story of humiliation. It tells the story of supply. Turn now to another page. You do not need to go through every entry in your whole life tonight. The subconscious is not bound by number. A few well-chosen revisions, done with feeling, will rewrite the tone of your entire history. On this next page you see, perhaps, asked for a raise, refused, felt unworthy. Business failed, lost savings, felt stupid, borrowed from family, felt ashamed. Do not shrink from these lines. See them, but stand over them, as the new man, the wealthy one, who is now revising his own book. Pick one that catches your eye, not the one that terrifies you most, but one that you can face without shaking. Let us say you choose, asked for a raise, refused, felt unworthy. Feel the energy of that old entry for a moment. Then take up the pen again. Draw your line through the red words. As you do, sense the authority with which you are moving. You are not the powerless character submitting to fate. You are the author changing his own text. Over that crossed-out line, write anew. Recognized for my value. Compensation increased, felt worthy and seen. Watch the fresh ink soaking into the page. The letters sit there calmly. They do not wobble. This is the new fact in the inner world. Now, as before, step into it, close the ledger briefly, and let the scene take shape. You are in that office, or that room, again. Perhaps you see the desk, the chair, the light from the window, the look on the other's face. But this time, as you speak of your work, of your contribution, you speak with quiet confidence. You are not pleading, you are stating. See the other person listening attentively. See them nod. Hear them say something like, "You're right. We haven't adjusted your salary in some time. Let us correct that." Or, "We've discussed it and we agree. You deserve more." Feel, at that moment, the flush in your body, only it is not shame, but relief and joy. Hear, if you wish, the sound of pen on paper as a figure is written. Hear, perhaps, the words, "effective immediately," You'll see it reflected from now on. Let your inner body experience that outcome as real, because for the subconscious, what is felt is fact. Return now to the ledger. Look at the entry once more, written in your new ink, recognized for my value. Compensation increased, felt worthy and seen. Let your eyes rest upon the words, felt worthy and seen. Those are the true riches. Money will follow that feeling. You are teaching your inner self what kind of experiences to expect. Turn another page. Perhaps here you see a cluster of entries all around one period of your life. Business closed, debt accumulated, lost savings, felt like a failure, turned down for credit, felt helpless, told as a child, "We never have enough," believed it. These look heavy, but you are not frightened now. You have the pen, you have seen it obey you. You know this ledger is yours. Focus upon one line that stands out, perhaps told as a child, "We never have enough," believed it. Notice that word, believed. That belief has perhaps been written on every page since. You are now going to strike it from the book. Draw the line through it. Watch the sentence fade in importance, as though you have reduced its power with a single stroke. Over it, write, "Told as a child, we never have enough." It shows instead to believe, "I am always supplied." Feel what a marvelous change that is. The outer words spoken by another remain as part of the past, but your inner choice is what continues. You have rewritten not the event, but your response to it. Now step into a little memory of childhood. You are small again. You hear perhaps a parent or some elder voice say that old phrase, "We never have enough." But this time, in imagination, you, the adult consciousness, lean down and whisper to the child. They speak from their own fear, but it is not your law. You are always supplied. You are loved. You are protected. You will see money come in ways they cannot imagine. See the child's face as this sinks in, perhaps a softening, a glimmer of hope, an untying of some knot. That feeling is the revision. Return to the ledger. It now reads, on that line, "Told as a child, we never have enough. Chose instead to believe, I am always supplied." You are teaching your subconscious a new ancestry. The old family story of lack is no longer the ruling entry. Your I am overrides it. Now, my friend, notice something else. As you flip gently through the pages, you see that wherever you have written these new statements, account sustained, recognized for my value, always supplied, the surrounding lines begin to soften. The red ink of deficit, of fear and shame, fades of its own accord. It is as though one strong assumption, made in the present, sends its color backward through time, tinting the entire page. This is no fantasy. This is the law. When you change your concept of self in the present, your memory reorganizes itself around the new center. You recall different aspects. You interpret events differently. What once felt like pure failure becomes, in retrospect, a bridge, an incident that led you by a strange and winding path to your present wealth conscience. See it now, right here, in the ledger. An old entry perhaps once read, "Business failed. Lost everything." As you watch, without even touching it with your pen, the words shift. They become "Business closed. Freed me to discover the law. Led to greater abundance." You have not forced this. It is the natural effect of a new ruling idea. Feel the gratitude that rises as you read that. Even the failures, as you once called them, are now servants in your story. They brought you to this room, to this ledger, to this pen. Now turn toward the more recent pages, the ones that felt so pressing just before you closed your eyes tonight. You might see here lines such as "bill due, not yet paid," uncertainty about next month, fear of losing. You know these well. They may have been the very thoughts circling in your mind when you lay down to sleep. Do not flinch. Open the page. Look at them squarely. And now, with all the authority of the I am in you, declare in feeling, "This is not how my story ends." Take up the pen. Over the heading of this page, perhaps it bears the name of this current year. Write in bold, flowing script, "A year of provision, a year of surprising supply, a year of restored order." See those words written large at the top. They are no longer a wish. They are a statement of the end. Now look again at the individual lines. Bill due, not yet paid. Instead of scratching it out in panic, touch your pen to the page and let the words rearrange themselves. They now read, Bill answered in perfect time. Learned that I am supported. Another line, uncertainty about next month. Let it soften and reform as month by month supply appeared. Gained confidence in the law. You are not pretending that you never had questions. You are claiming that the outcome was in your favor. You are setting the tone of remembrance in advance. Now, as an act of faith, I want you to turn to a page that has not yet been written. It may be a blank page near the back, its lines empty, waiting. This, in imagination, is the ledger of your coming year, months that your outer mind has not yet met, but your inner self has already claimed. At the top of this blank page, write, Life as the one money seeks. Under that, in a simple column, write a few lines, not as hopes, but as accomplished facts. Lived in peace with money, gave generously from overflow, received unexpected sums with ease, was always on time, always provided for, walked with the quiet dignity of the wealthy one. As you see these sentences appear, let yourself feel the afterglow of them as though you were an older self, looking back over the year just ended, remembering with calm satisfaction how well you were cared for. This is the secret of living in the end. You remember the future as though it were past. Now step away, in imagination, from the table. Stand in this room, looking at the open ledger from a slight distance. Pages lie there, some old and yellowed with past judgments, now crossed out and rewritten, some newer, glowing with fresh ink, some blank, already titled with favorable headings. You feel in your own heart that something profound has happened here. You have not changed the figures in a bank. You have changed the record in your subconscious of what money means in your life. I want you to notice now a subtle movement. The ledger itself, this great book, begins to stir, as if the very pages were alive. Lines of red ink, still remaining in unused corners, fade as though a gentle rain had passed over them. Black ink, strong and serene, deepens its color. Entries you did not even consciously revise begin to shift in tone. A phrase that once read, struggled for years, now appears as persisted and learned the law. Another that read, always behind, becomes guided into perfect timing. You realize that by deliberately changing a few key entries, you have given your subconscious a new pattern, a new template. The ledger is rewriting itself in harmony with your chosen identity. Stand there and let this happen. You do not need to control it. You watch with a kind of holy awe as your story reorganizes. The pages no longer accuse you. They testify for you. They no longer say, you are the one who never had enough. They say, you are the one who discovered that you are always supplied. Now, with a sense of reverence, come back to the table. Lay your hand gently upon the open pages. In your own heart, say, this is my story now. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. My past is redeemed. My present is blessed. My future is secured in consciousness. Feel those words as a warmth under your palm, as if the book itself were alive and answering, yes. Slowly you close the ledger. The sound is soft, a quiet thud, like the period at the end of a long, long sentence. You place the pen upon the cover and know that you may return to this room at any time, in imagination, to revise, to affirm, to title new pages. But for tonight, the great work is done. Look around the room once more. The light has grown softer. Shadows have lengthened in a friendly way. The air feels even more still, as though it were resting after a labor well finished. You turn in imagination toward the door. As you grasp the handle, you know that when you cross back into the outer world, the ledger you carry within you is no longer the same. The next time you remember an old financial memory, you will find it changed. The sting will be gone, replaced by a quiet sense of, Ah, that too served me. The next time you think of the coming month, you will feel less of the old tightness and more of this strange growing confidence. Of course I will be provided for. It is written in my book. Step through the door now. As you do, feel your physical body where it lies. The bed, the chair, the room around you. But you bring back with you the knowledge of that other room and that rewritten ledger to seal this. Let us speak a few sentences together inwardly, not as effort, but as a gentle sealing wax upon the envelope of this night. My story with money is no longer one of lack, but of learning, of supply, of increase. The entries of shame and fear have been crossed out. New entries of provision and honor stand in their place. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. The ledger of my life is rewriting itself in harmony with my new assumption. Let these thoughts sink below the level of words into the feeling. Let them become a quiet background in your mind, like the faint hum of a choir in the distance. You have done tonight what few ever think to do. You have gone to the root of your story and changed it. The outer world, in time, must conform. Debts will be settled. Income will appear. Opportunities will arise, not as capricious gifts from an unfriendly universe, but as natural expressions of the new record you keep within. Now, allow yourself to drift. If sleep comes, let it. If drowsiness wraps itself around you, welcome it. You have placed into the hands of the subconscious a new ledger. And as you sleep, it will continue to rewrite, to balance, to bless. You are not the man of deficit. You are the author of abundance. You are not the prisoner of old entries. You are the keeper of the book. You are even now the one who has rest in that. My friend, it is written. Now, my friend, I want to take you into a scene that is for me one of the most sacred of all. We have walked through banks, through ledgers, through envelopes of supply. We have listened to conversations after the miracle. We have felt ourselves walking as the one who has, but behind all of that, behind the checks, behind the balances, behind every envelope and every handshake, there is something deeper, quieter, more decisive. It is a contract, not the contract written by men, full of clauses and conditions and penalties, but an inner contract, signed in silence, between your own wonderful human imagination and the state you choose to occupy. I will call this scene the contract signed in silence. Allow the outer world to fall a little further away now. Feel the body where it lies, supported by the bed or the chair. Let the weight of your limbs be accepted by what holds you. There is nothing you must lift, nothing you must carry in the outer world for the next while. All your work now is inward. Close your eyes to the sense world and let another picture arise. I want you to imagine, first, a room, not a noisy courtroom, not a bustling office, but a still chamber, dignified and quiet. The walls are high and simple, perhaps paneled in wood that has darkened with age, or perhaps smooth and pale, with light falling softly from above. However you see it, let it feel like a place where important things are settled once and for all. There is a long table in the center of this room. It is not cluttered. Upon it lies a single document, and beside the document, a single pen. Walk toward that table in imagination. Feel the floor beneath your feet as you cross the room, solid, reliable, unhurried. Listen to the faint echo of your steps, as though the room itself were bearing witness to your approach. You are not being summoned here as a beggar or as a defendant. You have been called here as a creator, to make a decision about who you are. As you come close, look down at the document on the table. You see that it is not like the contracts of the world, filled with small print and tangled phrases. The paper is thick, almost creamy. At the very top, in clear, strong letters, you read Covenant of Provision. Just beneath it, in a slightly smaller hand, it says this is the agreement between I am and the state of the one who has. Feel for a moment the weight of those words. You are not about to sign an agreement with a company or with a bank or with another person. You are about to consent, in silence, to live as the one who has, and to let your I am, your own awareness of being, uphold that state as law in your life. Look further down the page. There are no penalties written here. There are no threats. There is only a series of simple, clear statements. Let me put some of them before you, written as if in a beautiful, careful script. I am agree to sustain in this one the state of already being provided for. I am agree to reflect in the outer world the inner assumption of wealth, ease, and sufficiency. Anthete, the one who has agreed to remain faithful to the end, and not to betray this state by worshipping appearances. I, the one who has agreed to walk, speak, decide, and feel as the one money seeks. I am, and the one who has, are one. As you read each line, let it sink below the level of words into feeling. This is not an outer contract written in fear. This is an inner covenant written in love. Now notice that there are two signature lines at the bottom of the page. One reads simply, I am. The other reads, I, the one who has. You may wonder, how can I sign both? And I tell you, this is the mystery. The signer and the signed for are one. The awareness that says I am is choosing now to take upon itself the form of the wealthy one. The silence in you and the personality in you are agreeing to be of one mind. Before you touch the pen, pause with me for a moment. I want you to look around this chamber. There is no jury here. There is no crowd. There is no judge upon a high bench. There is only you. And yet you feel that the very air is charged with a solemn kindness, as though unseen witnesses, call them angels if you like, or states of consciousness, are watching, not to accuse, but to rejoice that at last you are about to decide. Feel the quiet. There is no sound but your own breathing, and the faint impression of stillness. No one is pressuring you. No one is rushing you. You are free, utterly free, to walk away from this table and return to the old life, the life of waiting, of hoping, of measuring by the bank balance. You are also free to stay and to sign. Ask yourself gently, without strain, am I willing to let the old identity go? Am I willing to cease being the one who waits and become, in consciousness, the one who has? Let the question travel through you, not as an argument, but as a soft light moving through each part of your being, your chest, your throat, your stomach, your back, your legs, your arms, your face. Even the smallest frightened parts of you hear the question. Some may whisper, but what if it doesn't work? Others may say, we have been disappointed before. Let them speak for a moment. Listen, and then answer them not with words, but with a feeling that arises from deeper than fear, a feeling that says, we have tried being the one who lacks. Tonight, we try being the one who has. Now reach for the pen. In imagination, close your fingers around it. Feel its weight, solid but not heavy. The material may be metal, cool to the touch at first. As you hold it, it warms, as though it were responding to your grip, to your intention. You bring the tip of the pen down to the first signature line, I am. Notice something remarkable. As soon as the nib touches the page, you feel that it is not your hand alone that moves. The silent, deep part of you, what men have called God, what I call your own wonderful human imagination, moves with it. It is as though the entire weight of your being leans forward into this stroke. Write the words slowly. I am. You do not need to see them clearly. Simply feel the motion, the slight resistance of the paper, the smooth flow of the ink. In that moment, you are declaring that the silent awareness in you consents to uphold this covenant. The source in you has said yes. Without lifting the pen, slide it gently to the second line. I, the one who has. Here, you write your earthly name, the name by which you are known in this world. Write it slowly, with dignity, as though every loop and every line were weaving together the silent I am and the visible you. As the signature forms, feel something extraordinary. It is as if two rivers join. The deep, silent river of being, I am, meets the bright, living river of your personality, your story, your body, your world. They join, and from that moment on, they are one stream, flowing in the direction of the one who has. Put the pen down. Listen to the silence now. It is deeper. The room feels fuller. Though no one has spoken aloud, a decision has been made. In imagination, place your hand flat on the document, as though to seal it. The paper is warm. It feels almost alive, as if the very substance of it were humming with a new decree. Under your palm, you sense a quiet vibration, and that vibration says, "So it is. Stay here for a while. Do not rush away. You have just signed, in silence, the most important contract of your life, the agreement to see yourself, from this night forward, as the one money seeks, as already provided for, as naturally wealthy." You may say, "But Neville, nothing has changed in the outer world." And I answer you, the outer world is the slowest part of the equation. You have changed the only thing that ever truly mattered, your concept of self. The contract is signed in the only place where law originates, in consciousness. Now something else appears on the table. Beside the signed covenant, there is now a smaller card, simple, no more than a few lines. You pick it up and read, "From this moment, I judge not by appearances, but by the end I have agreed to. I allow money to find me, for I am now its natural home. I live in the quiet assurance of the one whose contract is already honored." You realize this card is a kind of reminder, a small copy of the great contract that you will carry with you into your waking days. In imagination, slip it into your inner pocket, close to your heart. Feel it rest there, light but present. Now I want you to witness one more thing. As you stand by the table, looking at the signed document, you notice that you are not the only one in the room after all. In the far background, almost as though carved out of the light itself, stands a figure. It is not a person in the ordinary sense. It is more like a presence, a shape that glows gently, made of stillness and certainty. This presence does not speak with a mouth. It does not move its lips. Yet you hear within yourself a simple statement, what you have agreed to in silence, I will uphold in fact. Do not argue with it. Do not ask how. Do not demand a schedule. Just feel the authority of that inner voice. It is your own. I am addressing you. It continues. You have signed not to strive, but to be. You have signed not to chase, but to embody. You have signed not to beg, but to assume. As you listen, you sense that the presence is not separate from you at all. It is your own true self. Yet, for this moment, it appears as other only, so that you may feel the comfort of an ally. You bow your head slightly, not in worship of another, but in reverence for the power that lives in you. The presence fades gently back into the light, and you are left alone again in the quiet chamber. Now, watch what happens to the contract itself. The document upon the table begins to shine very softly, not with a blinding light, but with a warmth, as though it had been placed in sunlight for a long time. The ink of your signatures sinks deeper into the fibers of the page. The words seem to settle, as if they were taking root. Then, in imagination, see the document folding itself once, twice, becoming a smaller, more compact form. As it folds, it becomes less like paper and more like a kind of luminous seal. And then, gently, that seal rises from the table and moves toward your chest. You do not reach out for it. It comes to you, feel it pass, lightly, through your clothing, through skin and bone, into the center of your being, into your heart, or into your solar plexus, wherever you feel the seat of yourself. There, it settles. There, it stays. From this moment, the covenant of provision is not on a table in some distant room. It is inscribed within you. Now let us test it, gently. In imagination, see yourself in an ordinary scene from your waking life, a place where before you might have felt worry about money. It may be your kitchen table, with a bill in front of you. It may be a shop, with something you desire to purchase. It may be your place of work, or your post box, or a quiet room where you sit and wonder about the coming month. Place yourself there. Before, in such a scene, your chest might have tightened, your mind might have rehearsed worst-case stories. But now, as you stand or sit in this familiar place, quietly remember the contract has been signed. See yourself in that scene, placing a hand lightly upon your chest, over the place where the seal was absorbed. No one else may notice. It is a small private gesture. As your hand rests there, you feel a calm answer rise, not from your mind, but from deep within. I am the one who has. I am already provided for. What I have agreed to in silence will show itself in form. Notice how the body responds. Perhaps the shoulders drop a fraction. The breath becomes a little longer. The jaw loosens. The eyes soften. There is space where there was tightness. That is the contract operating at the level of your nervous system. You can imagine now looking at the bill on the table, or the price of the item, or the calendar of the coming weeks. You do not deny that they exist. You simply do not give them the power to command your sense of self. You remain in the identity agreed upon. See yourself in that scene smiling, perhaps just slightly, as if you carry a secret. The secret is not that you know how the money will come. You do not. The secret is that you no longer measure your life by appearances. You measure it by the covenant in your chest. Let this small, quiet scene play out a few times. Each time the gesture is the same. The hand to the chest, the inward remembrance, the subtle relaxation. I have signed in silence. I am the one money seeks. Now leave that scene and come back in imagination to the quiet chamber. One more time. The table is now empty. The pen rests where you left it. The great document is no longer upon the surface. It is within you. The room itself feels less like a place you visit, and more like a region of your own mind that you now know how to enter at will. You walk slowly toward the door. Notice how your step has changed. Even here, there is a new steadiness, a new sureness in the way your feet meet the floor. You are not walking as one waiting for a verdict. You are walking as one who has already agreed with the judge within himself. At the doorway, pause and look back. Silently, offer thanks, not in the sense of begging for mercy, but in the sense of acknowledging a gift already received. You might say, inwardly, thank you. I am within me for agreeing to uphold this state. Thank you, self, for daring to sign. Thank you, law, for being faithful. There is no reply necessary. The very stillness of the room is its answer. Now step through the door. As you cross the threshold, feel yourself re-enter the body, lying or sitting here, in this present moment. Feel the weight of your back against the bed or chair. Feel the softness of the pillow, the warmth of the blanket, the quiet of the room where you are physically. But know, with a new and deeper certainty, that something has been settled. You have, tonight, made an inner contract to live as the one who has. You have not signed to never feel fear again. You have not signed to never have a questioning thought. You have signed to return, again and again, to the state of I am already provided for. Whenever the world tempts you to forget, to seal it, let us speak a few lines together in silence. Not loudly, not as effort, but as a gentle resting. I have agreed in silence to be the one who has. I have agreed in silence to let money find me with ease. I have agreed in silence to judge righteously, not by appearances. I have agreed in silence to let my I am carry this state into form. Feel each sentence drop into you like a stone into deep water. No splash, just a quiet descent. From this night on, whenever you feel yourself slipping into the old identity, the one who worries, the one who counts lack, you may simply recall the chamber, the table, the document, the pen, and the moment your signature met the page. You may place your hand upon your chest and remember the contract stands. The outer world will in time catch up. Letters will come. Conversations will unfold. Opportunities will present themselves. Debts will be eased or erased. Income will appear from channels you know and from channels you do not yet know. But all of that is only the echo. The fact has been established tonight in silence. Now, let the body rest. If sleep approaches, welcome it. You are not drifting into unconsciousness as a victim. You are sinking into rest as a partner in a covenant already signed. You are the one money seeks. You are already provided for. You have signed in silence, and the silence will keep its word. Now, my friend, I want to take you into one of the most tender scenes of all. We have walked through banks, ledgers, contracts, and envelopes. We have stood in offices and at tables where money in shadow form revealed the state within. But wealth is not only numbers. Wealth is a way of dwelling in the world. Wealth is a manner of being at home. I call this scene the home of the provided one. As always, I remind you, I speak not about some distant heaven, but about a state of consciousness you can occupy now. You do not have to change your street, your address, your country. You can remain exactly where you are, and yet move into a different home in consciousness. And if you remain faithful to that inner dwelling, the outer will, in time, conform. So let the outer world fade a little further. Allow the day to drop away like a cloak slipping from your shoulders. You have worn it long enough. You may lay it aside for now. You are not your schedule, nor your tasks, nor your bills. You are the one who can say, I am. And tonight you will say, I am the provided one. And you will live in the home that belongs to such a being. In imagination, see yourself standing outside a doorway. Do not hurry. Simply notice that you are already there. Before you is a door that at first glance may seem ordinary. A simple door with a handle you can grasp, perhaps a letter slot, perhaps a peephole, perhaps a pane of glass. But as you look closer, something in you recognizes it. You may say, yes, I have seen this before. I have passed here many times in my dreams. This is the entrance to the home of the provided one, the home of the self who never doubts that provision is natural. Look at the door. Notice its color, its texture. Is it painted? And if so, in what shade? Does the paint show the slight warm wear that comes from being touched often, lived with, loved? Or is the wood bare and polished, the grain visible, strong and quiet? However you see it, let it feel solid, reliable, as though it has stood through many seasons and will stand through many more. In your hand, you feel a small weight, a key. It rests against your palm with a familiar heaviness. This is not the key of a visitor or a stranger. It is the key of someone who belongs. Look at it in imagination. The metal is worn just a little at the edges, where your fingers have held it many times. There is nothing tentative about it. This key has one purpose: to open this door for you. You may notice, attached to the key, a small tag or ring. Perhaps your name is written there. Perhaps only a single word, home. Whatever appears, let it tell you silently, this is yours. Now slowly, raise your hand and place the key into the lock. Feel how easily it finds its place. There is no jamming, no struggle. The key fits because you fit. You turn it, and as you do, there is that satisfying little click, a sound that seems to echo not only in the wood of the door, but in your very chest. In that moment, you feel, something has opened in me. Now press the handle and allow the door to swing inward. You stand at the threshold of the home of the provided one. There is no doorman, no guard, no stern figure asking for credentials. There is only an invitation. This house has been waiting for you, just as the state of I am provided for has been waiting for you all your life. Step inside. At once, the atmosphere changes. The air within is different from the air without. It carries a quality you can feel immediately, a warmth that is not merely physical, a quiet that is not empty. It is the quiet of sufficiency. You feel even before you look around that in this place nothing is lacking, nothing is strained, nothing is on the verge of collapse. Close the door behind you, gently. You hear it meet the frame with a soft, sure sound. That sound says, you are inside. It says you are held. It says you are held. It says you are safe. Stand for a moment in the entryway. Look down at the floor. Perhaps there is a small rug or a mat. Perhaps the boards themselves greet your feet. Notice how clean, how calm, how orderly it feels. The home of the provided one is not cluttered with the debris of panic. It is not filled with the scraps of just in case, nor is it bare with the poverty of never enough. It is balanced. It reflects a mind that trusts. Feel how the air rests on your skin. There is no frantic energy here, no sharp, anxious hum. Instead, there is a kind of soft humming, as though every object, every corner, every wall murmured the same simple message. All is well. Now move slowly into the main room. The light in this room is gentle and kind. It may be morning light, soft and clear, or evening light, golden and warm. Whatever the hour, let it be a light that soothes you, not one that exposes your faults. In this home, the light is not a judge. It is a companion. Look around. You may see a comfortable chair, or a sofa that invites you to rest. Perhaps a small table, a lamp, a bookshelf. Each object is there because it serves or because it delights. There is nothing that screams, "We must impress," and nothing that cries, "We cannot afford." The very arrangement of the room says, "I know who I am, and I am provided for." Walk across the room. Listen to the faint sound of your steps. Feel how the floor receives you. There is no sense of thinness, no feeling that you might fall through. The house holds you. It is a physical symbol of your assumption. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Move now toward a window. Stand before it. Look out. What you see there, whether it is a garden, a street, a courtyard, a hill, a stretch of sky, does not really matter. What matters is the feeling with which you look. You are not pressing your face to the glass as someone on the outside longs to be in. You are looking out from the inside as one who has a place, who has a roof, who has walls that keep out the storm. Notice how it feels, in this scene, to be inside looking out. Ask yourself quietly, am I in consciousness, inside the state of provision, looking out at the world? Or am I still outside, looking in? If you feel any trace of that old feeling of being outside, do not fight it. Just gently remind yourself, no, in this house I am already in. I stand within the provision of my own imagination. Turn from the window now. Let us visit the kitchen, for the kitchen reveals much about the state of the one who lives here. Walk into that space. See how it appears, the counters, the shelves, perhaps a table for meals. Notice that nothing here shouts scarcity. The cupboards are not bare in your imagination, nor are they overflowing with hoarded goods bought in panic. No. In the home of the provided one, the kitchen quietly says, there is enough, and there will be enough tomorrow. Open a cupboard door in imagination. Inside you see just what is needed, and a little more food, supplies, utensils, all arranged in a way that feels calm. You might see a bread box with fresh bread resting within. You might see a bowl of fruit on the table, simple and abundant. You might see jars or tins, each filled, each labeled or simply understood. Place your hand lightly on some small object, a cup, a plate, a spoon. Feel its solidity. It belongs here. It is not borrowed, not uncertain. It is yours in this state. You do not handle it with the fear of breaking something you cannot replace. You hold it peacefully, as one who knows that provision is natural. Now see yourself in this kitchen, at a time that once might have been worrisome, perhaps near the end of the month, or before some payment was due. In the old state, this might have been a place of tightness, counting every crumb, looking at each item and wondering, will it last? But here, in this home, the feeling is different. See yourself now preparing a simple meal. The movements are unhurried. You open the cupboard, you reach, you cook, and all the while, there is an undercurrent of quiet. I am the provided one. You are not straining to imagine feasts beyond your present means. You are feeling the sufficiency of what you have now, and the certainty that more will come when needed. You sit at the small table and eat in imagination. Taste the food, however simple. Feel its warmth in your mouth, its weight in your body. As you eat, you feel that you are being honored, not punished. The meal, however modest in the outer, is a sacrament of the inner truth, that you are fed, that you are supported, that you are not forgotten. Now we will leave the kitchen and move into another room, a room that in the outer world might be called a study or an office or simply the place where I keep my papers. In the home of the provided one, this room carries a special significance. It is here that the visible signs of provision come and go: letters, documents, notices, receipts. If the mind is scattered and afraid, this room becomes a lair of monsters, stacks of unopened envelopes, piles of confused accounts. But in the state of the provided one, this room is calm. Walk into it in imagination. The first thing you feel is order. There may be a desk, a chair, perhaps a small lamp. There may be shelves or drawers, but nothing feels overwhelming. There is room for you to sit, to think, to write. The very air suggests clarity. On the desk, you see a small, neat stack of envelopes. These are letters addressed to you. Some of them may contain bills, statements, notices. Others may contain checks, offers, good news. In the old state, you might have avoided these. afraid of what they would reveal. But in this home, as the provided one, you are not afraid. Take one envelope in your hand. Feel the weight, the texture of the paper. See your name written clearly upon it. There is no malice in it. It is a piece of paper, nothing more, nothing less. You open it, inside, perhaps you find an account. You read it with the calm eye of one who knows, I am provided for. Whatever this paper says, it does not determine who I am. In another envelope, you may find money, a check, an unexpected refund, a letter containing a sum from a source you had not considered. Read it, and as you do, feel no sense of astonished disbelief. Let it feel appropriate. Let it feel like the natural outpicturing of your inner contract. On the desk, you may see a simple ledger book. Open it. The entries inside are clear, debits and credits, coming and going. But as you trace the lines with your eyes, you sense a general movement in one direction, toward increase, toward balance, toward ease. Even if some entries show money going out, you do not feel loss. You feel circulation. You are at home with the flow. Sit down at the desk. Pick up a pen in imagination and write a single line in this ledger. It might be as simple as, from this day, I record as the one who is always provided for. Or, I live in a state where what goes out returns multiplied. You feel, as you write, that this is not an attempt to convince yourself. It is a quiet recognition of a fact already established in the covenant of your heart. Now close the ledger gently and place the pen down. Let your gaze rest upon the room. Notice that there are no menacing piles, no threatening shadows. Everything has its place. Everything can be faced. You are not hiding from your financial world. You are shaping it from within. Calmly, rise from the chair and move now toward the bedroom. The bedroom, in the home of the provided one, is not the place where one lies awake, worrying. It is the place where the state of being provided for sinks into the depths of the subconscious during sleep. Walk through the doorway. The bed is made, not with stiff, fearful perfection, but with a kind, welcoming order. The pillows are arranged in a way that invites your head, your shoulders. The covers look like arms, ready to receive you. Sit down upon the edge of the bed in imagination. Feel the mattress beneath you. It supports your weight. It neither sags in despair, nor resists in rigidity. It yields where it must and holds where it should, just like the law of consciousness itself. Lie back slowly now, in imagination upon this bed. Let your head rest on the pillow of the provided one. Feel, in this moment, the difference between this resting and the restless lying down in the old state. In the old state, the bed was an anxious battlefield where the mind went round and round, counting problems instead of sheep. Here, in this home, the bed is an altar where you lay down your old identity and sleep as the one who has. Look, in imagination, at the ceiling above you. It is not stamped with cracks that spell out doom. It is simple, still, quiet. It covers you. It shelters you. It is a visible sign of the invisible truth that you have a covering in life, your I am. As you rest there, still within this scene, let a sentence rise in you softly. Do not force it, allow it. You may hear yourself say, I am at home in wealth. I am housed by abundance. I am the provided one, and this house is the shadow of my state. Feel those lines not as affirmations to struggle with, but as gentle descriptions of what is already true in this inner world. Now imagine that night has come. See the room darkened, yet not oppressive. Perhaps a little light filters in, from the moon, from the street, from a small lamp. You are in the bed, covers over you, and the house around you rests with you. Listen, there are no hostile sounds. Perhaps the faint creak of settling wood, the quiet wind outside, distant life. All of it feels far away. Here, inside, there is only a deep, full silence. The home of the provided one sleeps with you. The walls keep out the cold. The roof keeps out the rain. You are not exposed. You are not on a hillside under the open storm. You are sheltered. In that darkness, feel the state itself as a kind of home. You are not merely lying in a physical building. You are lying in your assumption. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. The house is just the picture. The real dwelling is the feeling in which you now rest. Now let us move to one more place. The entrance again. but this time from within. You are standing in the main room of the house. During the day, someone knocks at the door. You walk to answer. There is no fear in you as you hear the knock. It does not sound like danger. It sounds like life. Open the door in imagination. On the threshold stands a figure. It might be a person with a letter. It might be a neighbor bringing news. It might be a messenger of some sort. Whatever form your mind gives it, let this visitor symbolize the world of facts coming to meet you. They hand you something, perhaps an envelope, perhaps a small parcel, perhaps a notice of some external event that benefits you. You receive it in your hand. You do not snatch it. You do not shrink from it. You take it as the one who knows that the house he stands in is the outpicturing of an inner yes. You thank them calmly. They depart. Close the door gently again. It meets the frame with that same soft certainty. Look at what you hold. You may, if you wish, let it become a letter containing money, or good news about a debt forgiven, or an opportunity that honors your value. Whatever it is, feel that it is in harmony with the state. I am provided for. Open it, read it. Let your body respond, not with frantic excitement, but with that deep, rich exhale, of course. You might even smile and say aloud, in this scene, naturally, this is the house of the provided one. Now, my friend, I want you to widen the lens of your imagination. See from above the home in which you now dwell in consciousness. See its roof, its walls, its doors and windows. See it nestled in its surroundings, a street, a garden, a courtyard, a landscape. From this higher view, it looks small, perhaps, yet it glows with a certain quiet radiance. It is like a lamp set in a valley, not to call attention to itself, but simply to give light. Understand that this home is not built of bricks and boards alone. It is built of assumptions. Every wall is made of I am cared for. Every window is framed by the universe is friendly to me. Every door is hung upon good can enter here. And I speak to you now as one who knows this law. You are not a guest in this home. You are the inhabitant. You are the householder of this state. You have the key. You can come and go in imagination as you please. But if you will remain here, if you will choose day after day to come home inwardly to this feeling of being provided for, the outer reflections must, by law, adjust. You may say, Neville, I do not yet see such a house in my physical world. I answer you, do not trouble yourself. The physical is the slowest, dullest expression. First, build the inner home as we have done tonight. Return to it, enrich it with little details. Cook in its kitchen, sleep in its bed, open its door to good news. Use its desk to sign contracts from the end. Let it become familiar. Then, one day, perhaps when you are not thinking about it at all, you will find yourself standing in a room in the outer world and suddenly realize, I have seen this before. I have felt this before. The arrangement, the atmosphere, the sense of being held, it will all be an echo of the inner home you have faithfully visited. Tonight, you have walked its rooms. You have felt its air. You have lain upon its bed. You have opened and closed its door. Now let the picture grow dim, not because it has vanished, but because it has sunk deeper. Allow the rooms to fade gently from sight, while the feeling remains. The feeling of being indoors in life. The feeling of having a roof and walls in consciousness. The feeling of being housed by your own I am. Carry this feeling with you as you drift toward sleep. You may, if you wish, whisper a final simple line, barely more than a thought. I am at home in abundance. I am the provided one. I live within, in the house of I have. Then let even the words go. The house will remain. It is built now in the only place that matters. And the world, like a faithful architect, will in time copy the blueprint. You are not outside, looking in. You are inside, looking out. You are home. Now, my friend, I want to take you even deeper into this night. We have walked through houses and banks, through ledgers and contracts, through doorways and quiet rooms, where your new identity lives and breathes. Each scene has been a facet of one simple jewel. The realization that you are not the seeker, but the source, not the beggar, but the one money is compelled to serve. In all these scenes, there has been a common undercurrent, a sense of flow. Money came, money went, letters arrived, debts were dissolved, homes were opened. Yet behind every outer motion, there was one still center, the I am, resting as the one already provided for. Tonight I wish to clothe that flow in a new picture. I call this scene the river of continual provision. Do not imagine a harsh, roaring torrent that tears at the banks. That is the picture of a mind that believes wealth must be dramatic to be real. I want you to see, in imagination, a river that has flowed for a very long time, a river that knows where it is going, and asks nothing of you but that you let it carry you. As before, I ask you to let the day recede, the tasks, the little frictions, the faces, the words spoken and left unsaid. Allow them to become distant, as though you were watching them drift away down a separate stream. You are not denying them, you are simply stepping out of that current and into another. You find yourself, in imagination, standing on the bank of a broad, gentle river. The air here is clear and cool. There is a softness to the light. It does not stab at the eyes. The sky above is vast, yet somehow intimate, as though it leaned down to hear you. You stand upon earth that is firm beneath your feet. There is no cliff edge, no danger of falling. This bank was made to be stood upon. Look at the river. It moves steadily, unhurried. No one is forcing it. No one is pushing it from behind. It flows because it is its nature to flow. The surface is smooth in some places, rippled in others, where a stone or a branch suggests a change of motion. Yet, whatever the little disturbances, the river continues in its general direction, calm and sure. Notice the color of the water. Perhaps it carries the green of overhanging trees, the gold of evening, the silver of early morning. Perhaps you see reflections of clouds, fragments of sky, leaves drifting. You might see small glints of light where the sun or the moon strikes the surface. Let it be beautiful, but not so dazzling that you cannot look. This river wants you to see it. You realize, as you stand there, that this river represents the flow of supply in your life, not the desperate trickle of "can I manage this month," nor the occasional violent surge of a sudden stroke of luck. This is not luck. This is law. This is the steady movement of provision that has always existed, whether you knew it or not. As you watch, you see that the river carries upon its surface and within its depths forms that in your world you would call money, opportunity, support. Do not turn this into some crude picture of coins floating in the water. That is childish. Rather feel that, as this river passes, it moves through villages, cities, fields, and in each place it waters, it nourishes, it delivers what is needed. It is the visible symbol of an invisible truth. There is already in this world more than enough for you. You sense, deep within, that this river is not separate from you. It is not a distant power, passing you by while you stand on the bank in envy. No, something in you whispers, "This is my river. It belongs to you in the same way that your own breath belongs to you." It may have been ignored. It may have been misjudged, but it has always been available. As you stand, you notice a simple wooden landing built at the water's edge, a small platform, sturdy, weathered. You walk towards it in imagination. The boards give slightly beneath your weight, not in weakness, but in welcome. You stand at the very edge, and the river is now close enough that you need only reach out if you wish to touch it. Extend a hand, in imagination, toward the water. You do not have to lean dangerously. You simply allow your fingers, your palm, to come within the coolness that rises from the surface. You feel at once that this flow is alive. There is a vitality in it, a movement that is not frantic, but full. As you hold your hand there, you understand that you have lived most of your life believing you were upstream from supply, trying to claw your way towards it. Tonight you discover that you are, in consciousness, already within reach of an unending current. Somewhere behind you, just out of sight, you sense that the river has a source. You cannot see it, but you know it is not a little trickle, easily blocked. It rises from depths you cannot measure. I call that invisible source your own wonderful human imagination, your I am. Out here, where you stand, you see the outpicturing of that source as the river of provision, but the power itself is within. You look along the bank and notice that, further up and further down, there are others. Some stand with their backs to the river, complaining that there is nothing for them. Some stoop and cup their hands, take a little water, then run away in fear that it will stop. Others have built fences, strange barriers, as if to claim that section of the bank as theirs, forgetting that the river does not belong to one. It is available to all who will align with it. You turn your face back to the water, and you choose, in this scene, to let those other attitudes go. You say within yourself, I will no longer stand with my back to supply. I will no longer treat provision as rare. I will no longer hoard in panic. I will stand here as one who knows this river is faithful to me. On the landing, beside you, you notice a simple wooden bucket. Lift it in imagination. It is empty. It has perhaps been empty for a long time. Many have used it to scoop up water and then set it down, complaining that the river did not jump into it by itself. You smile because you see the foolishness of that now. Kneel or lean and lower this bucket into the river. The water flows in readily. The bucket fills. You do not have to wrestle with it. You simply allow gravity and flow to do their work. When you raise it again, it is heavy with cool, clear water. You feel the weight in your hands, the slight slosh as it settles. This bucket, in your world, might be a bank account, a line of work, an investment, a gift, a channel through which provision comes. The river is the state. The bucket is one form. Never confuse the two. Buckets may change. The river endures. Set the full bucket on the landing. You understand that you can, at any time in imagination, lower it again, refill it, draw from the river. There is no rule that says only once a year or only in crisis. The rule is simple. According to your assumption, be it unto you. Now in this scene, I invite you to do something more daring. At the edge of the landing, there is a small boat tied to a post. It is not ornate, it is plain, sound, well built. A few boards form the seat. A simple pair of oars rests within. This is not a vessel for show. It is a vessel for intimate travel upon the river. Step into the boat. Feel it shift slightly under your weight. Then settle. You sit, and the river holds both you and the craft. Untie the rope from the post in imagination. Let it fall gently into the bottom of the boat. You are no longer moored to the old spot upon the bank. You are carried now. Take the oars in hand if you wish, but do not labor. You may guide the boat, but you are not dragging it along dry land. You are cooperating with a force already in motion. A few strokes here and there are enough to keep you facing the direction you choose. The river supplies the power. As you drift, look to the banks. On one side you see a town, perhaps. The houses are lit in a way that speaks of warmth. You sense that there are lives being lived, they're each with their own story. On the other side, you might see open fields, orchards, trees, whose roots reach down into the soil the river has nourished for years. Everything is fed by this flow. You become aware that this river passes through all the circumstances of your life. It moves through your work, through your relationships, through your seeming limitations, through your opportunities, wherever you might have thought, there is no way here. The river proves you wrong by flowing straight through. Let the boat carry you to a bend in the river. As you approach, you cannot see what lies around that curve. In the old state, that would have filled you with dread. What if there are rocks? What if the river stops? But here, as the provided one, you feel only a calm curiosity. You say within yourself, whatever lies beyond this bend is already included in my assumption of continual provision. I do not need to know every detail. I need only remain in the consciousness that the river and I are one. The boat turns. Around the bend, you see something that in your world would be called a change in circumstance. Perhaps there is a small town you did not expect. Perhaps a new tributary joins the river from another direction, widening it, deepening it. Perhaps you see a bridge above, where people cross who never knew how near the water runs. Whatever appears to you, let it represent a new channel of supply, an unexpected client, a new idea, a path you had not considered, a door that was not on your list. Do not clutch at it. Remember, the river is the source in this picture, not this particular site. You simply notice and feel a quiet gratitude. Of course, new channels appear for me. I am on the river. I am in the state. Now let your attention sink from the surface to a deeper sense. Close your inner eyes for a moment, as though you were not looking at the scenery, but feeling the movement beneath you. The boat rocks very gently. There is a rhythm to it, left, right, forward. It is almost like being rocked by a great kind hand. That motion is the evidence of flow. Even if you saw nothing on the banks, but bare rock and empty shore, that movement would tell you, the river is still here. It is still carrying me. In the same way, in your waking world, there may be days when your outer eyes see little evidence of increase. Yet, if inwardly you maintain the feeling, I am the one money seeks, I am always provided for, there will still be a movement in the depths. The law is still working, whether you see leaves on the surface or not. In this scene, I want you now to associate a simple phrase with the feeling of this gentle passage. You may say quietly within, provision carries me, or I travel in the current of abundance, or without strain, I am borne to every place where supply is waiting. Say one of these, or a similar line, as the boat moves, not with effort, but with knowing. Ahead, you see a small inlet. It opens to one side, a little bay or cove, where the water slows almost to stillness. Guide the boat there with a few light strokes. You enter this quieter area, and allow the vessel to drift until it comes to rest, near a smooth, flat rock at the edge. You stand in imagination and step out onto that rock. The river is still beside you, but here the surface is almost glass. You see your own reflection, faint and wavering, upon the water. Yet as you look, you do not see the anxious face of the old self. You see the countenance of one who knows he is held. Kneel or sit at the edge. Cup some water in your hands and bring it to your lips. Drink, it is cool and clear. As it enters you, you feel that you are not merely taking in liquid, but an idea. The idea of effortless supply. It spreads through your body, through your chest, through your limbs, until every part of you seems to carry a gentle hum. I am sustained, I am supported, I am supplied. You may, if you wish, reach down again and let the water run between your fingers, returning to the river. You cannot hold it all. You are not meant to. You are meant to receive and release, to take what you need and allow the rest to continue its journey. Now in this quiet cove, look up and imagine that above you, on a rise, there is a simple stone arch. Through that arch, a narrow path leads away from the river into the land beyond. On the arch are carved words. They might read, from here you carry the river within. Walk up to that arch in imagination. As you pass beneath it, you feel that you are not leaving the river behind. Rather, you are carrying its essence into the fields of your everyday life, into your conversations, your decisions, your tasks, your rest. The path under your feet is soft, yet sure. You walk, and with each step you feel less and less like someone who must fight for every coin, and more like someone who is carried even as he appears to walk. You come at last, in this scene, to another threshold, perhaps the doorway of your present home, or the gate to your present street, or the entrance to your present place of work. You stand there, and you realize, when I cross this threshold in the outer world tomorrow, I do so as one who has bathed in the river. I am not the same. Before you step through, pause a moment in imagination. Place a hand upon your chest. Feel, still, that lingering coolness, that flowing sensation you took in when you drank from the water. It has not left you. It will not leave you unless you insist that it is gone. It is the imprint of this state of continual provision. Whisper if you feel moved. I walk as the one carried by supply. I move in the world as the river moves, steady, sure, sufficient. Money and opportunities are simply eddies and currents within the one great flow that serves me. Now step through that threshold. You do not need to see any specific outer event in this moment. You need only feel that you walk. You sit, you lie down, as one who has already made contact with the true source. Let the picture soften now. The river, the boat, the landing, the arch, the path, all may grow dim to the inner eye. But the feeling of being carried, that steady, gentle sense of I am not abandoned, I am not cut off, I am born, let that remain. I have said to you many times, creation is finished. All that you could ever need already exists, in some form, in the great stream of life. You do not have to pump it up from the depths by strain. You have only to align with it by assumption. Tonight, you have aligned through this visual act. You have stood on the bank. You have touched the water. You have filled the bucket. You have ridden the river. You have drunk from it. You have walked away, carrying its life within you. As you drift now towards sleep, let that movement become even more subtle. You may barely be aware of it at all. And yet, somewhere deep, there is still that sense of being gently rocked, gently carried. You do not have to hold the oars. You do not have to watch the banks. It is enough that you have chosen, in consciousness, to step into the stream. If stray thoughts of lack or fear pass by, like branches caught on the current, you need not wrestle with them. They will pass if you do not cling. Return instead, quietly, to the code we have woven through every scene. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. And beneath even those words, feel the unspoken knowing. I am in the river, and the river is in me. Then let even the phrases fall away, as you allow sleep itself to become the deepest part of the journey, where the boat glides through regions your waking mind cannot see, and yet the law remains the same. When you wake, you will find, if you remain faithful, that certain bends in the river have already been passed, certain new inlets discovered, certain gifts delivered to your shore. Do not ask how and when 1,000 times. Ask instead, once and for all, who am I as I walk through this day? And answer, I am the one carried by continual provision. Tonight, you have seen it. Tonight, you have felt it. Now let it work itself out, quietly, faithfully, as you rest. Now, my friend, we will let the river grow still, and from that stillness, we will draw a new scene. We have walked through ledgers that rewrote themselves, through houses that welcomed you as the provided one, through rivers of continual supply. In each of those pictures, there was a moment, a quiet point, where something became final, where what was once hoped for became accepted, where what was once asked for became done. I want tonight to give that moment a body. I will clothe it in something very simple, very human, very ordinary in appearance, and yet filled with power, a handshake. I call this scene the handshake of completion. Do not hurry. Let the idea come to you slowly. A handshake is not a sermon. It is not a long speech. It is a single brief contact in which two beings say to one another without many words, we agree. It is done. There is nothing left to argue about. That is what I want you to feel in imagination, the sensation of done. Let the day step back a little further. The concerns of the outer world, the little questions of how and when, the half-finished conversations, the errands and duties, all of that may fade to the edges of your mind. For now, you are not running away from them. You are entering the inner chamber in which they are decided. In this inner chamber, there is no tension, no noise, no rush. There is only a quiet certainty that what must be finished is already finished in consciousness. Begin by seeing yourself in imagination, standing in a room. Let it be simple. Perhaps it is an office, with high windows and light falling in long, gentle lines across a wooden floor. Perhaps it is a modest room with a heavy desk, 2 chairs, and a small clock on the wall that ticks without hurry. Perhaps it is a small meeting room in a bank, with ledgers neatly stacked upon a shelf, a pen resting in an inkstand, and a single piece of paper before you. Whatever room comes, let it feel solid. Let the walls feel reliable. Let there be a sense that this is a place where decisions are recorded and respected. You are standing or sitting on one side of a table. Opposite you, there is another figure. That figure may represent a banker, a client, an employer, a partner, a solicitor, or any person in your world through whom money and opportunity have seemed to move. Do not trouble yourself to make them perfect. They are not the source of your supply. They are an embodiment of it in this scene, an actor playing a part upon the stage of your mind. Look at that figure. Notice that there is no hostility in their eyes, no suspicion, no threat. Instead, you see a kind of gladness, as if something long expected is now naturally taking place. Between you on the table lies a document. Again, there is no need to crowd it with detail. It might be a contract, an agreement, a statement, a notice of payment, a deed, a letter of acceptance. What matters is that, in this scene, this paper represents the outer recognition of what you have already accepted within, that you are the one money seeks, that you are already provided for. You lower your gaze to the document. You see your name written there. There might be other words, other lines, other figures, but your name is the anchor. It sits there calmly, as though it has always belonged upon papers of this kind, as though the world is finally catching up to a truth you claimed in the silence, that you are the wealthy, provided, trusted one. You take up a pen, feel it. Let it be an old-fashioned pen if you like, a fountain pen with a little weight to it, cool at first to the touch, then warming in your fingers, or a simple, well-balanced instrument that feels like it was made to write with ease, not scratch with strain. You bring the nib or point to the line where your signature belongs. And here, I invite you to pause, because this is the inner equivalent of what the handshake will soon be, the moment where you join yourself to a fact. You do not sign as a beggar hoping to be admitted. You sign as the one to whom this already pertains. As the pen touches the paper, you feel that you are not trying to make something true. You are acknowledging that it is true. Let your signature flow. Watch the letters form. There is no tremor in the hand, no rush, no hesitation. The ink moves smoothly, like a thought that has finally found its outer shape. Your name appears in full, and as you lift the pen away, there is a tiny sound, the faintest scratch, the barest whisper, as if reality itself has just made a note. This one has agreed to abundance. Set the pen down. You do not cling to it. The other person on the far side of the table looks at your signature and nods, not in surprise, but in satisfaction. This is exactly what they expected you to do. It matches the way they see you in this scene, not as a desperate petitioner, but as a worthy counterpart. They pick up the document, glance at it quickly, then lay it back upon the table, this time slightly turned, as if to say, there, that is settled. Now comes the moment for which this scene is named. The other person pushes their chair back slightly, rises, and walks around the table towards you. There is no tension in their shoulders, no rushed, jerky motion. Everything they do carries the calm of completion. You rise as well. Your body feels light, not from excitement, but from relief. There is an ease in your chest, an openness around your heart. Your feet are steady beneath you. You are not being summoned to judgment. You are meeting recognition. The other person stands before you. For a brief instant, you look one another full in the face. What you see there is a reflection of your own new concept of self. You see respect, because you now respect yourself as the one who has. You see a kind of quiet admiration, because in imagination you have dared to step into the role of the provided one, and the world must mirror that. You see the absence of struggle. This is important. You do not see bargaining, pleading, apologizing. You see agreement. Then they extend their hand. Look at that hand. It is offered, not demanded. The fingers are open, not clenched. The palm faces you, inviting contact. Now in imagination, lift your own hand to meet it. Feel, as your palm touches theirs, the warmth of living flesh. Feel the firm, yet gentle pressure of their grip. Feel your own hand matching it, not limp, not crushing, but equal. You are not beneath this person. You are not above them. You are standing, in consciousness, on the level of the one who has. As your hands clasp, the world in this scene closes the loop. You may hear a few simple words spoken. Perhaps they say, congratulations, or it's done, or we're glad to have you with us, or everything is in order. Let it be something brief, natural, human. Nothing grandiose, nothing theatrical. Just the kind of words you would actually hear when an agreement has been made, and both sides are satisfied. More important than the words is the feeling that moves through you as you hear them. It is the feeling of having stepped past the question. You are no longer in the room of will this work. You are in the room of it has worked. Let that feeling travel from your joined hands up your arm, across your shoulders, down your spine, through your chest, into your stomach, your legs, your feet. Let your whole body register this handshake as the physical seal of completion. Stay there for a moment. Do not hurry to break the contact. Feel the texture of their skin. Is it rough, like someone who has done honest work with their hands? Is it smooth, like someone who lives amongst papers and ink? Feel the warmth. Feel the slight movement as the handshake naturally tightens and then loosens. Listen for the small sounds of the room, the distant tick of that clock on the wall, the faint rustle of paper as the document settles on the desk. Perhaps a soft sound from the street outside, carriage wheels, footsteps, the murmur of life carrying on elsewhere. All of it continues. But in here, at this moment, the only thing that matters is that your hand has met the world's hand in a gesture that says, "We recognize you as the one who has." Now, gently, the handshake ends. Your hands separate. Yet, and this is crucial, the feeling of that contact does not end. It lingers as a warmth in your palm, as a lightness in your heart, as a quiet in your mind. The other person may place the signed document into a folder or into a drawer or hand you a copy. They might walk back around the desk or towards the door with you. Whatever little details occur, let them all be suffused with the sense that nothing is pending, nothing is stuck, nothing is in doubt. The matter is settled. You turn towards the door of that room in imagination. The door is not heavy. It opens easily. Perhaps there is a brass handle, cool at first to the touch, then warming as you grasp it. You open it, and a new space appears. A corridor, a hallway, a set of stairs leading down to the street. Before you cross that threshold, pause for just a second. Look down at your hand, the hand that gave and received the handshake. It still tingles, perhaps, with the memory of that grip. There is a kind of echo in it, as if your skin itself were saying, "We have touched completion." Raise that hand slightly, and in the quiet of your mind say, "This is the hand of the one who has," not who will have, if all goes well, not who hopes to have, if he is lucky, the one who has. Then open the door and step through. In that moment, you are stepping from the inner chamber where things are decided into the outer world, where they are displayed. But the outer display is now a secondary matter. What is primary is that the handshake has taken place within. I want now to deepen this picture by letting you replay it from another angle. Imagine, if you will, that you are looking back on this handshake some days or weeks later. In this replay, you are not in the meeting room. You are at home, or walking along a street, or sitting in a chair by a window. You are recalling with a gentle smile that day when you signed the paper, when you shook that hand, when the agreement was sealed. You remember how natural it felt, how the old fear of "will they accept me" was simply absent, how the old urge to argue for your worth was gone, replaced by a calm knowledge that your worth had been already decided in consciousness. As you remember, you may notice that this handshake, though it took place in one little room, has sent out quiet ripples into many areas of your life. You find yourself paying bills with ease, because completion is now your climate. You find yourself speaking about money without anxiety, because completed agreements have become your memory rather than failed attempts. You find that when someone asks you to take on a task, to sign another paper, to step into another role, there is inside you the posture of the one who has successfully done such things before. And so the handshake is no longer confined to that one man or woman in the office. The handshake has become the way you meet life. In another little inner scene, see now that every time you close a conversation, every time you finish a piece of work, every time you bring a matter to a close, there is in your body a miniature version of that same feeling, a tiny handshake of completion between you and the moment. Now let us give this scene yet another garment, for there is a deeper handshake still, the handshake between your old self and your new self. In imagination, picture for a moment two versions of you. One is the old self, anxious about money, always wondering if he will be paid, fearful of numbers on a page, uncomfortable speaking of value. His shoulders are a little tight, his gaze darts about, his hand hangs somewhat loosely at his side, unused to being offered in confident agreement. The other is the new self, the one who walked into that office as the wealthy one, who signed calmly, who accepted the handshake of the world with ease. This one stands straighter, but not stiff. His eyes are steady, his breathing unforced. His hand is ready, not to beg, but to seal. See them facing one another. There is no hostility between them. The old self is not a villain. He is simply someone who did not yet know. He did not yet realize that imagination creates reality, that the law is always operating, that he is, in truth, the one money seeks. The new self steps forward and extends his hand. The old self looks at it, uncertain, then lifts his own hand, and their palms meet. Feel that handshake in imagination. It is gentle, but it carries with it a transfer of identity. The new self does not despise the old. He says, without words, come, walk with me. We are one now. We are the provided one. The old self relaxes. You can almost see the tension drain from his shoulders. His grip meets the new self's grip, and for a moment they stand united. Then, in a quiet transformation, the old image simply dissolves into the new. There are not two of you now, wrestling for dominance. There is one, the one who has agreed with God about himself, who has accepted that his I am is the source of all. This too is a handshake of completion. It is the completion of an inner argument that has perhaps gone on for years. The argument that said, can I really live as the wealthy one? Is it really right for me to prosper? That argument ends in this simple act. You shake your own hand and say, I am. Now let us go back once more to the outer handshake, but this time, notice its echoes. See yourself after that meeting, step out onto the street. The air meets your face. Perhaps there is sunlight, or a cool wind, or the smell of rain upon stone. Whatever it is, the world feels a little different, because you are looking at it from the state of done. You walk, in imagination, past a shop window. You catch a glimpse of your reflection in the glass. There is something in that face you like, a settledness, a quiet dignity. You may actually give yourself, in that reflection, the faintest nod, as if to say, well done. We have crossed a line. You continue along the pavement. The sounds of the city, carriages, footsteps, voices, distant bells, no longer feel like a random confusion pressing upon you. They feel like the hum of a world that is gradually rearranging itself to reflect your new assumption. At one corner, perhaps, you run into a friend or acquaintance. They greet you with a smile and say, you look different. Has something happened? You answer, in this little inner scene, with a gentle laugh and words such as, yes, it has. Things are finally settled. You do not explain all. You do not need to. The explanation is that inner handshake. As you part from them, you hear, in your memory, once more, the words spoken in that office, and you feel again the grip of that hand, a grip of respect, of recognition. If at any point in the days to come, your outer mind tries to drag you back into anxiety, you can return to this scene. You can feel again the smoothness of the document beneath your hand, the flow of your pen writing your name, the warmth of the other's palm, the firm clasp, the brief words, it's done. You can let that memory override all the lesser images. Each time you do, you are pressing that state of completion deeper into the subconscious. Now, as this night deepens and sleep draws nearer, I want you to let the details grow softer, leaving only the essence. You do not have to see the office clearly. You do not have to recall the other's exact face. You do not have to remember every word. You need only preserve the feeling of that handshake, the feeling of being met by life as an equal, the feeling of being recognized as the one who has, the feeling of nothing left to chase, nothing left to prove. In the very last moments before you drift into sleep, you may take your own hand lightly in the other upon the coverlet or pillow, not as some superstition, but as a physical echo of the inner scene. You may clasp your own fingers and say inwardly, with the quiet of absolute assurance, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. It is finished. Then release even those words. Let your hands rest. Let your breath fall into its own gentle rhythm. Let your mind sink beneath the surface, where the law continues its work without your conscious direction. The handshake of completion has been made. You have agreed with wealth about yourself. The world, which is nothing more than yourself pushed out, must, in time, shake your hand back with signed papers, with paid accounts, with opportunities, with ease. For now, your only task is to rest in the feeling that it is so. Let that feeling cradle you, as surely as any hand. There is in every man an inner chamber. The scriptures call it the closet, the secret place, the upper room. It is not made of stone or brick. It is not found upon any street. It is a state of consciousness, and you enter it whenever you turn away from appearances and dwell in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Tonight, I want to take you into that room. I will clothe it in picture and sound and touch, so that you may feel it as clearly as you feel the chair beneath you or the sheet against your skin. And I will give it a very simple name: the quiet room where money finds you. You have spent many days, perhaps many years, chasing opportunity, chasing security, chasing the approval of those you thought held your fate, chasing answers from the outer world. But in this scene, you do not chase, you sit, you receive. You become the still point around which supply moves. Close the outer world for a little while in your imagination. Let the noise of the day fall back, as if a door were softly closing behind you. The voices of duty, of worry, of what shall we eat, what shall we drink, wherewithal shall we be clothed, let them grow faint. They will not vanish by effort. They will simply fade as you give your attention wholly to another world, the world within. Now in imagination, see a door before you. It is a simple door, not a grand carved thing, but sturdy, well made. The wood may be dark and smooth with age, or pale and new, smelling faintly of resin. There is a handle, perhaps brass, perhaps iron, cool to the touch, shaped by many hands before yours. Above or beside this door in your mind, write a name: the quiet room where money finds me. You do not announce that name to others. You do not paint it upon the street. This is an inner designation, a baptism of your own secret place. Lift your hand in imagination and take hold of the handle. Feel its coolness. Feel the firmness with which it resists at first, and then yields as you turn it. The latch clicks, a soft, decisive sound, and the door opens inward. You step across the threshold. You are now in the quiet room. Look around. The room is not large, but it is spacious, not by size, but by feeling. There is room here to breathe, to think, to be. The air is still, but not stagnant. It carries a faint scent, perhaps of polished wood, perhaps of a single flower in a vase, perhaps of paper and ink, and a little dust in sunlight. Whatever the scent, let it be gentle, familiar, comforting. There is a chair, not a throne, not some rigid high-backed thing, but a chair that knows how to hold a human frame. The wood has been worn smooth where hands have rested, where shoulders have leaned back. A cushion, perhaps, rests upon it, bearing the memory of other evenings, other quiet hours. Near the chair, there is a small table. Upon that table, nothing is piled in confusion. It might hold a single lamp, with a warm shade, casting a golden circle of light. It might hold a book, closed, perhaps a small stack of envelopes tied with a ribbon, perhaps a simple object dear to you, a photograph, a pocket watch, a smooth stone from a remembered shore. The walls are plain and kind. They do not press in upon you. They keep the world at bay. A window, perhaps, lets in the last light of day, or the first light of morning, or a curtain is drawn, and the room is lit only by the lamp, a small, steady sun in your private firmament. Listen. The room is quiet, but it is not dead. You may hear the faintest creak of the building settling, the soft sigh of air, the distant muffled sounds of the outer world, wheels on stone, a dog barking somewhere, a far-off voice drifting and then gone. All of it is softened by the walls of this place. Nothing here demands. Nothing here hurries. This is the state akin to sleep, given shape. Walk now in imagination to the chair and sit down. Feel the cushion receive your weight. Feel your back meet the support. Let your shoulders sink just a little, as if the day has been gently taken from them. Place your hands where they feel most at home, folded lightly in your lap, resting on the arms of the chair, or with one hand over the other upon your chest or your belly. Take note of your feet. They rest upon the floor, solid and steady, or perhaps upon a small rug that is soft beneath the soles. In this room, even the floor feels friendly. It holds you, and you do not have to hold yourself up. Now in this quiet, do nothing at first. Simply be aware that you are in the quiet room where money finds you. You are not planning. You are not calculating. You are not rehearsing speeches or arguments. You are abiding. You are letting your I am fill the space, as a lamp fills a room with light. What is this I am? It is the name of God in you. It is the bare awareness of being. Before you call yourself rich or poor, employed or unemployed, successful or failed, there is the simple truth, I am. In this room, that I am takes on a particular garment. You are not merely I am. You are, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Do not shout it, whisper it within yourself, as if the walls themselves already know it. Feel how different that is from the state in which you chase. In the outer world, you may have said, I am trying to get money. I am hoping it will work out. I am afraid it will not. Those statements clothed your I am in rags of lack, and the world obeyed. Here, in this room, you put on a different garment. Quietly, as one would put on a robe for the evening, you say, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Feel that. You are not calling money from a far country. You are not whistling into an empty field. You are recognizing yourself as the magnetic center, the still point around which all necessary supply already begins to arrange itself. Now let us give that recognition a picture. In your mind, see the door through which you entered. From where you sit, you can see it, or you can sense it. The sturdy panel of wood, the handle, the frame. Beyond that door lies the busy world. Streets and offices, shops and banks, factories and markets. Men and women in motion, papers passing from hand to hand, coins ringing, ink drying, numbers written, books balanced. You, however, are not in that bustle. You are in the quiet room. You are seated. You have withdrawn from the fragments to the center. As you sit there, you do not strain to hear anything at first. You simply dwell in the feeling, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Perhaps your hands grow warm. Perhaps your chest feels open, as if a tight band had been removed. Perhaps you feel a weight sliding from your shoulders. Let all of that happen without analysis. It is merely the body acknowledging a new assumption. Now imagine that, faintly at first, you hear a sound at the door. It is not a heavy pounding. It is a courteous tapping, or perhaps the light scrape of something being slid through, or the gentle rattle of the latch as a hand touches it from the other side. Your heart does not leap in fear. You do not think, what now? You think, ah, of course, here it comes. You rise, unhurriedly, from the chair. Cross the room in imagination. Feel the floor beneath your feet, each step steady, each step easy. Your body is not rushing to answer a demand. It is going to meet recognition. Your hand meets the handle. You open the door. What is there? Perhaps there is a person standing in the doorway, an agent, a messenger, a clerk, a friend, a stranger with a cap in his hands and a packet under his arm. Or perhaps there is no one, but upon the floor, just inside, lies an envelope that has been pushed through the slot. Take the form that feels most natural to you. If it is a person, look at their face. It is not the face of a collector, come to take. It is the face of a giver, come to bring. There is a kind of relief in their eyes, as if their errand to you is a pleasant one. They say something simple. Good evening, I have something for you. Or I was asked to deliver this. Or there has been an adjustment in your favor. Or this belongs to you. They hand you an envelope or a folded paper or a small packet. Feel the weight of it in your hand. It is real. It has substance. It is not an idea floating in air. It presses lightly upon your palm, cool or slightly warm to the touch. The paper is textured, the corners are crisp, the seal is intact. You thank them. Your voice is calm, warm. There is no fawning, no overeager gratitude that implies you did not expect good. There is a natural, quiet acknowledgement, as one who is at home in blessing. If there is no person and only the envelope lying upon the floor, you bend and pick it up. Feel the bend of your body, the stretch of your spine, the brush of the envelope against your fingers as you lift it. You notice your hand is steady. Close the door gently. You do not slam it. There is no sense of danger outside. You simply return to your chair in the quiet room, carrying the envelope with you. Sit down again. Place the envelope upon your lap or on the table beside you. Look at it. See your name written upon it in a clear, legible hand. It is not smudged or uncertain. It is written as though the writer knew exactly who you are and exactly where to find you. This is the essence of the quiet room. You are easy to find. You are no longer lost in the wilderness of anxiety. You are not running from place to place looking for favor. You are still, and so provision knows where to come. Now in imagination, break the seal. Hear the small tear of paper. Feel the slight resistance and then the easy giving way. The sound is delicate but final, like the closing of a little lock. Slide out what is inside. It may be a check. It may be banknotes, crisp and folded. It may be a notice of credit. Your account has been adjusted. A sum is now in your favor. It may be a letter that says, "We are pleased to inform you," followed by the acknowledgement of a debt repaid, a bequest received, a position granted, an order placed. You do not need to see every word clearly, but you must feel, as your eyes move across the lines, that this paper is proof of what you already knew in this room. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Notice your bodily reaction. Does your chest expand? Does your breath deepen? Does your stomach loosen? Does some tight muscle in your back or neck finally soften? Let that happen. This is the body saying, "We are safe now. The thing we feared is answered." But this scene is not about the paper alone. It is about the position from which you receive it. You did not stand at the door, listening for footsteps, wringing your hands. You sat. You let the knock come to you. You let the envelope be brought to your very threshold. Now, in imagination, place the paper or the money upon the table beside you. Your fingers rest lightly upon it, not clutching. You are not afraid it will vanish. You have made an agreement in the inner world. This is not a rare accident. This is what happens in the life of the one money seeks. You sit back in the chair. The lamp still glows. The walls still keep their silent watch. Outside, the world goes on, ledgers being drawn, decisions being made, men and women at their tasks. But in your room there is only this, the quiet presence of having. You may whisper to yourself now, "I did not run after it. It came to me. Because I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for." Let those words be less a sentence and more a description of the scene. Like saying, "The lamp is lit, the chair is firm, the paper is on the table. I am provided for." You are describing what is. Now I want you to know that this quiet room is not visited once. It is revisited. Again and again in imagination, you may come here. Sit in this chair. Feel the same ease. Hear the same faint knock. Receive the same sort of envelope or message, perhaps in different forms, but always carrying the same content. There is increase for you. One evening in this inner place, the envelope may contain the settling of an old account, money long delayed, now paid. Another evening, it may contain the notice of a higher salary or the acceptance of a proposal or a commission. Another, it may be a gift, unexpected, from a friend or distant relative, or the notice of a reduction in some obligation that leaves you freer. The details are not your concern. The law is. The law is that your outer world must reflect the inner state. If, night after night, you enter the quiet room and feel yourself as the one who is sought by money, the one who is easy to find, the one who sits and allows provision to knock, then your days must in time present you with scenes that match. Now let us deepen the quiet. Return, in imagination, to the chair. Let the envelopes be safely on the table. The door is closed again. You are alone, but you do not feel lonely. You feel accompanied by a presence, the very I am that is God in you. You say inwardly, not as a formula, but as a recognition, "I am not in this room to beg. I am in this room to remember that all things are mine in consciousness, to remember that money is not my master, but my servant, to remember that supply is not out there, but in here, clothed in these simple pictures." Let your head lean back against the chair. Feel the support behind your shoulders, behind your neck. If your eyes grow heavy, let them. You are moving nearer to the state akin to sleep, where the subconscious hears most clearly. Still, the room remains. You may see the outline of the table, the faint glow of the lamp, the shape of the door. You may hear, now and then, another little sound at that door. You might imagine, if you like, that as you doze, more envelopes slide beneath it. You need not get up every time. It is enough to know that they are there, piled gently upon the mat, waiting to be gathered, evidence of a law in operation. You can imagine that, in the morning of your outer life, you will open the door and find not literal envelopes perhaps, but opportunities, invitations, reconciliations, adjustments, all carrying one message. We have found you, we have been sent to you. And why? Because in the night, you chose to sit in the quiet room where money finds you, instead of pacing the corridor where lack pursues you. Feel the difference. One is the state of the hunted, the other is the state of the sought. Say to yourself now, in the softest tone of inner speech, I am no longer the one who hunts money. I am the one money hunts. I am no longer the one who begs for provision. I am the one provision seeks. I am no longer the one who asks, where is it? I am the one about whom life says, there he is. Bring it to him. Let those words sink below thought into feeling. This quiet room, you see, is not a place merely to get money. It is the place where you change your identity, where you cease to be the anxious outer man and become the quiet inner man, who knows that everything moves toward its own. Just as a bird finds its way back to its nest, so does supply find its way back to the one who claims it in consciousness. Now imagine, if you will, that years from now, in this same inner picture, you are older. You sit in the same chair, or one much like it. Your hair may be streaked with gray. Your hands may show the fine lines of time. Yet your eyes are clear. There is a settled peace in your face. Around you in this room, there are more signs of a life well lived. Perhaps framed papers upon the wall, perhaps books upon a shelf, perhaps little mementos of journeys taken, of gifts given, of projects completed. You sit there and think back, not with strain, but with gratitude. You remember how, long ago, you began to visit this room in imagination. How, at first, it seemed merely a picture. How, later, it became a refuge. How, at last, you saw that your entire outer life had become an extension of it. You remember occasions when, in the outer world, money seemed to arrive from directions you did not plan. An employer apologizing for having underpaid you and making it right. A client who had disappeared, returning and settling the account. A relative leaving you something in their will, with a note that said, I always wanted to help you. A debt forgiven, an opportunity opened, a door you had thought closed, suddenly unlocked. You realize that none of these things were accidents. They were the outer echoes of the inner knock upon the door of the quiet room. Each night you sat here, quietly declaring, I am the one money seeks, I am already provided for. And each day, the world answered, we have been looking for you. You smile. You lean your head back against the chair. Once more, you look at the door. Once more, you feel the safety of these walls. Once more, you know that whatever form it takes, you will never again be in the state of chasing, but always in the state of being found. Now bring yourself back to the present moment of your inner scene. You are here, tonight, in that chair, in that room, at the beginning or the deepening of that life. You have entered the door in imagination. You have sat, you have received, you have felt the weight of provision in your hand. You have heard the simple human sounds that accompany completion, the tear of an envelope, the rustle of paper, the soft thud of something laid upon a table. And above all, you have felt the shift from the restless I am trying to the quiet I am the one money seeks. As you drift now toward sleep, you need do nothing more than let this room remain in the background of your mind. You may see it dimly, like a picture in low light, but you will know it is there. Whenever worry tries to rise, you can say, no, I am not in the street. I am in the quiet room. I am not hunting. I am being found. I am not empty. I am already provided for. And the subconscious, which takes your feeling as law, will accept this. In time, the outer world will too. The room is ready. The chair is waiting. The lamp is lit. The door through which supply enters stands firm upon its hinges. And you, my friend, you are seated in the center, as the one for whom all of this exists. Let that truth hold you now, as surely as any arm, as surely as any hand. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I rest in the quiet room where money finds me. And now, let the room grow softer, the walls gentler, the light dimmer. As sleep comes and the code continues its work in the depths, all is well, you are found. There are moments in a man's life that he can point to and say, there the road turned. Often that turning did not happen in a crowded place, nor under the applause of many, but in some quiet, almost forgotten hour, when he received a word, a message, a letter, and from that instant, everything was different. Tonight I want to give you such a moment, not in the outer world yet, but in the only world that truly matters, your inner consciousness. We shall call this scene the letter that changes everything. I will speak in the first person, for my teaching has always been that what you do in imagination, you do for yourself. So when I say I, you may place yourself in that I. Let it be your story. Once again, the outer world recedes. The day has done what it could do. Whatever letters were posted or not posted, whatever messages came or did not come, whatever men said or left unsaid, leave them now. You have an appointment in a higher court where the true verdict of your life is rendered. See yourself first in a place that is familiar. Perhaps it is your home, a modest house, a flat, a small room with a bed, a table, a chair. Perhaps it is a place you have loved in memory, a childhood home with a narrow hallway and a little box upon the wall where letters used to arrive. Perhaps it is a building with many doors, a shared staircase, the creak of steps underfoot. Whatever the place, let it come now into clear outline in your imagination. You are there. You know the hour. It is late afternoon, perhaps, when the light is kind and slanting, or morning when the air is fresh, and the day is still innocent of events. There is a stillness to it, even if somewhere a car passes, a child calls, a neighbor moves a chair, all of it seems far away, blurred. Around you is a sort of hush. You are aware of one thing, you are waiting for a letter. Not the anxious, desperate waiting of the old man, but the poised expectancy of the new man. In times past, you may have walked to the post box with a tightness in your chest, saying within yourself, what if there is nothing? What if the answer is no? What if the bill is larger than I can pay? And because you carried that state, the letters that came or did not come matched it. But tonight, we reverse the law. Tonight, you walk in the state of one, for whom the answer is already yes, for whom supply is already given, for whom the road has already turned in his favor. You are not going to the letterbox to find out whether it is so. You are going to let your senses taste the fact that it is so. Give yourself now a simple, quiet instruction in imagination. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Tonight I receive the letter that changes everything. Say it within yourself, not as a struggle, but as a gentle placing of the mind, like setting a picture straight upon a wall. Now see yourself rise from where you are. If you are seated, feel your body push against the chair. Your hands perhaps press lightly against the arms as you stand. Sense the slight weight in your legs, the movement of cloth against your skin. These simple human sensations anchor the scene in reality for the subconscious. You move toward the door. If there is a hallway, you pass through it. The walls are close on either side, painted in some familiar color. Perhaps there is a little mark where a piece of furniture once scraped, a nail where a picture once hung. Let these details live for a moment. If there are stairs, you descend them. Feel the pattern. Foot, the slight echo of your steps. A hand slides along the rail. The light from below pulls you downward gently. If the letterbox is at the door itself, you place your hand upon the knob. Feel the coolness of metal, the firmness of wood. The latch gives with a little click. You open the door. There is the world outside. But we do not concern ourselves with the world in its vastness. We concern ourselves with this very small but sacred space. Perhaps a little gate, a box upon a post, a row of numbered slots, a shelf where mail is placed. Whatever form your post takes, let it appear now. The air meets your face. It is not dramatic. It may be cool or mild, dry or with a hint of damp. There might be a faint smell of stone, of earth, of distant smoke, of leaves, of rain. You step toward where the letters come. Notice how you walk. You are not rushing. You are not creeping. You walk as one who is prepared to see his inner knowing confirmed. You reach out your hand. Your fingers are steady. You touch the little door of the box, or the edge of the slot, or the gate that opens onto the place where letters are left. There might be a slight resistance as the hinge swings. There might be the faint scrape of metal, and there it is. Not a pile of useless papers, not an empty hollow mouth, but one letter that catches your attention at once. Its size is right, not too small, not some flimsy scrap, but substantial enough to carry weight, to carry decision. The paper looks thicker than usual, perhaps, or simply cleaner, more deliberate. There is a sense of care about it. Your eye falls upon the writing. You see your own name. It is written clearly, in a hand that knows who you are. There is no doubt, no misspelling, no uncertainty. You belong to this letter, and this letter belongs to you. You reach in and take it. Feel the weight of it in your fingers. It is not heavy, and yet it carries the weight of meaning. The edges press gently into your skin. The paper is smooth, or perhaps it has a faint texture. You turn it once in your hand. Your name again. An address. Perhaps a return address in the corner. Perhaps the insignia of a bank, a firm, an attorney, an institution, a person whose decision has power in the outer world. In the past, that insignia might have made your stomach tighten. Tonight, it causes your chest to expand. Because you are no longer in the state of the man awaiting judgment. You are in the state of the man whose case is already decided in his favor. You close the box, or let the door swing softly shut. You turn back toward your home, with the letter in your hand. Listen to the sound of your steps now. They are the steps of one who carries good news. Not hurried, not dragging, but steady, solid, with a kind of quiet rhythm. You re-enter your dwelling. The door closes behind you with a familiar sound. The air inside is different from the air outside, carrying the scent of your own life. Books, cloth, wood, perhaps a hint of whatever you last cooked, or the faint perfume of some flower or soap. You go to the place where you open letters. Perhaps it is a small table near the window, with a chair drawn up to it. Perhaps it is a desk with a lamp and a blotter, an inkwell, a pen. Perhaps it is the edge of the kitchen table, worn by years of meals and conversations. Let that place be definite. You sit. The chair receives you as an old friend. You place the letter before you. Look at it for a moment without tearing it open like a hungry man. This letter is precious. It is the embodiment in paper and ink of an inner decree you have made in silence many times. I am provided for. I am the one money seeks. I am the one whose case is settled in his favor. Lay your fingertips lightly upon it. You may say within yourself, very softly, thank you. I know what you are, for you do know. You may not know the exact figure, the exact wording, but you know the essence. This is good news. This is provision. This is increase. This is relief. This is permission. This is the tangible turning of the road. Now break the seal. Hear the tear of paper, that small but satisfying sound. Feel the paper give beneath your fingers. You are not clumsy. You open it carefully, respectfully. This is a sacred object, a sacrament of supply. You remove what is inside. It may be several sheets, folded neatly. It may be a single page. It may be a check attached to a letter. It may be a notice of cancellation, of a debt, of an obligation. It may be the formal statement of an award, a settlement, an inheritance, an approval. You let your eyes fall upon the first lines. It begins perhaps with, "We are pleased to inform you," or "after review of your case. This letter is to confirm," or "it gives us great satisfaction," or simply, "Dear Sir," followed by words that convey one thing: life has said yes to you. You read, you see, somewhere upon that page, a number. It may be larger than you have ever seen, attached to your own name before. It may be exactly the figure you have been contemplating in imagination for weeks. It may be modest compared to the fortunes of some. Yet to you it feels like the breaking of a dam. Let that number appear. Do not strain to make it vast. Let it be the number that makes your shoulders drop and your breath deepen. The number that, when you see it, causes your body to say, beyond words, now it is possible. Now it is safe. Now I can rest. You see the number, notice how your body reacts. Your eyes read it again, slower, as if to be sure, but there is no dread in that checking. It is a kind of reverent wonder. Your throat loosens, your chest warms, your jaw relaxes. Perhaps your hand holding the page trembles just a little, not with fear, but with the release of long-held tension. You look for the conditions. You find that they are kind. Perhaps the letter says, this amount will be credited to your account, as of, or enclosed. Please find check in the amount of, or your application has been successful, and the following funds are now made available to you. Perhaps it says, in light of recent changes, your debt is forgiven, or your balance is now zero. We are delighted to cancel the remaining obligation. Whatever the form, the content is the same. The burden is lifted. The way is opened. The provision is given. You read to the end. There is a signature, a name. It may be the name of a person you have never met. It may be the name of a man or woman who once seemed remote, inaccessible, hidden behind desks and policies. And yet, here is their hand, their consent pressed into the page. They have become, in this scene, the outer agent of your inner assumption. You may whisper, thank you, not to them alone, but to the infinite being who moved them, to the I am that assumed this end and saw it expressed. Now you set down the letter, let it rest upon the table. Place your hand upon it, palm flat. Feel the paper beneath your palm. Let your body absorb the reality of it. You might in imagination reach for the second page, the check if there is one. Feel the slightly different weight, the different cut of the paper, the neat rectangular shape. See your name printed there again, this time as the one to whom the sum is payable. You see the figure in the little box. You see it written out in words along the line. Pay to the order of, and your name. You trace it with your eyes as though you were tracing a line of scripture. Then you lay that too upon the table and rest your hand across both. In that instant, you are doing much more than playing with shadows in your mind. You are instructing your subconscious. You are saying, by feeling, this is what it means when I say, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. It feels like this. It looks like this. It reads like this. It bears my name. It carries a number. It lifts a weight. It changes everything. Dwell now in the after of this letter. You do not in this scene jump up and begin to run about in circles. You do not clap your hands and shout. You do not telegraph your inner wealth to the whole world. You sit quietly. You lean back in your chair. The weight that has been on your neck and shoulders for so long quietly slides away, like a cloak you did not know you were still wearing. Your mind begins to move in a new way. Not, how shall I survive? But how shall I use this? Not, what if it is not real? But of course. This is what has been coming all along. You might allow yourself now to wander through a few simple thoughts. That bill, yes, it can be paid. That man who did me a service, yes, I will settle with him. That little thing I wanted to do for my child, my friend, myself, yes, I will do it. That burden that seemed to sit upon my chest every morning, I do not see it anymore. But do not let these thoughts become a frenzy of planning. Let them be quiet, like someone arranging a few beloved books upon a shelf, knowing the shelf will hold them. The main feeling is this: the decision has been made in my favor. The letter has arrived. The road has turned. Now I want you in this same scene to look backwards for a moment, not in regret, but in triumph. Remember in imagination the old letters, the ones that once brought you fear, the ones that said, we regret to inform you, or your account is overdue, or we are unable to offer you. See them now if you like, stacked upon one side of the table. Take one in your hand, look at its words, and in imagination, rewrite it. Let the very same paper, the very same envelope, now carry new words. As you hold it, its print seems to soften, to blur, to rearrange itself. The regrets turn to rejoicing. The denials turn to approvals. We regret becomes we are pleased. We cannot becomes we are able to. You owe becomes we owe you. Past due becomes paid in full. One by one, in a swift inner act, you may gather all those old letters and drop them into a small fire in your mind, or see them simply fade to blank and then be imprinted with words of favor. You are revising your relationship with the post, with paper, with the written word. You are saying to your subconscious, the days when the envelope meant bad news are over. In my world, letters bring supply. Letters bring lifting. Letters bring joy. Letters change everything in my favor. Come back now to the letter that changes everything, the one on your table. You pick it up again. You fold it carefully. You place it into an inner place of safekeeping. Perhaps you keep a small box, a wooden box with a simple latch, where you put your most important papers. You open it. Inside there may be other documents, the deed to a home, the title to a car, maybe a certificate, maybe some small tokens. You lay this letter on top. It belongs there. It is of the same nature as those other papers that say, this is yours, this is settled. You close the box. Hear the soft click of the latch. That sound is like a seal upon the inner act. You are saying, it is done. Now notice your body again. You rise from the table. Your movements are different. You may go to the window and look out. The world looks different, not because the houses have moved or the trees have changed, but because you have changed. The same street, the same sky, the same roofs, the same silhouettes, and yet there is a softness, a lightness. The world no longer presses in upon you with demands. It seems to open before you. You might find yourself smiling, not a wild grin, but a small private smile that no one else needs to see. You may press your hand lightly to your chest and think, yes, it has happened. I have the letter. It is mine. Now, my dear, understand this. You need never tell another soul about this inner scene. No one needs to know the exact wording of your letter, the exact number printed upon it. You do not go out into the street and announce, a letter has come, while holding only an imagined envelope in your hand. This work is done in secret. Enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father, which is in secret. And thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. This is that closet. This is that door. This is that prayer. You have done your part. You have accepted, in feeling, the reality of the letter that changes everything. You have dwelt in the moment after its arrival, after its reading, after the first wave of relief. You have taken the position of the man whose case is settled. Now, as you drift towards sleep in the outer world, I would have you do a very simple thing. When you feel yourself sinking into that drowsy state, see again the envelope in your hand, not unopened, but opened. See the paper unfolded. You do not have to read every word. Just see the layout, the blocks of text, the place where the number appears, the signature at the bottom, and feel, in your chest, that same spreading warmth. You may, if you wish, give it a simple caption within yourself. This is the letter that changed everything. Then let the picture fade. Let the feeling remain. Whisper inwardly as you go down into sleep. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I have received the letter that changes everything. Let those words be less like a declaration and more like a memory. Of course I have. I know exactly how it felt. I have just relived it. Do not concern yourself with how such a letter will appear in the outer world, or through what channel, or on what day. The way is not your business. Your business is to remain faithful to the end in imagination. You have chosen that the end shall be, I am the man who has received this letter of provision. I am the woman whose life has been turned by a single page, carrying my name and God's favor. Remain there. Return to this scene as often as it pleases you, not in strain, but in delight. Each time you do, you water the seed planted tonight. Soon enough, some outer envelope will come to you. It may not look exactly as you pictured it. Its color may be different. The insignia may be of some firm you have never heard of before. The amount may be larger than you dared to imagine. The shape of the blessing may surprise you. But when you open it, when your eyes fall upon its words, you will feel a strange doubleness. You will think, I have never seen this before. And at the same time, I have known this moment for a long time. That is the mark of fulfilled imagination. It comes as both novelty and remembrance. Tonight you have done the remembering first. The novelty will follow. Rest, then, in that assurance. You have, in consciousness, received the letter that changes everything. You have folded it, you have placed it in safekeeping. You have felt its weight and read its meaning. Now let the world do what it must do to reflect that accomplished fact. Quietly as sleep takes you, you may say just once more, I am the one money seeks, I am already provided for. My letter has come. Everything has changed. And so it is. There comes a day, my dear, when you stop asking, will it happen? And you suddenly know it has happened. Not because a great trumpet sounded, not because the heavens split open, but because something quiet and simple in you has changed its place. I call this scene the day you realize it was always yours. Again, I speak in the first person, so that you may slip yourself into the I. Let this be your day. Let this be your realization. Picture now a morning that feels different, even before you open your eyes. I am lying in my own bed. There is nothing remarkable about the room at first glance. The curtains are the same. The light that leaks around their edges has that same pale tone I have seen 1,000 times. The faint sounds of the street, or the building, or the house, move in the same familiar way. And yet, before my mind reaches for a single problem, there is a stillness in my chest I did not know in former days. Once, I used to wake and feel the weight of money before my feet ever touched the ground. My first inward motion was not gratitude, but calculation. What is due? What is left? How shall I manage? The body would stiffen before the day had even begun. But on this morning, I noticed that the space where worry used to live is empty, not hollow, clear. I lie there for a moment and simply feel my own breathing. In, out, in, out. There is no struggle in it. The breath is as calm as someone who knows his rent is paid, his obligations are met, his way is open. I let a small thought move through me, not forced, just noticed. Something has changed in me, and it is pleasant. I swing my legs over the side of the bed. Feel that. The floor meets the soles of my feet, steady, cool, or slightly warm, depending on the season. My hands rest lightly on my thighs as I sit, and there is no heaviness behind the gesture. In another time, I might have sat there and stared for a while, trying to push away the parade of bills, the memory of letters, the dread of balances. This morning, there is no parade, there is only this sense I am already provided for. I am the one money seeks. I am the one for whom things work out. I have said those words many nights as I drifted into that lovely drowsy state, akin to sleep. I have spoken them as a code, a quiet inner decision. Now, on this day, I feel them as fact. I rise. The simple movements of washing, dressing, preparing a small breakfast, these become part of the realization. I notice that I am not rushing. I am not glancing toward a stack of papers with that old tension in my shoulders. The very air in my kitchen seems lighter, not because anyone has changed it, but because I no longer see the world through the haze of lack. I pour myself a cup of coffee, or tea, or whatever simple thing pleases me. The cup is warm under my fingers. As I lift it, I hear, in my own gesture, a quiet phrase. This is mine, easily mine. Not with arrogance, but with the natural ease of one who belongs in his own life. I sit at the table. There may be a letter nearby, or a small pile of envelopes, but they do not stare at me like enemies. If anything, they look like things already settled, already ordered. Creation is finished, I remind myself. All that I ever sought in the matter of money or supply already existed. When I begged, I could not touch it. When I assumed, I walked straight into it. And on this day, I feel the truth of that in my bones. After breakfast, I take up my coat, or my hat, or whatever garment suits the season, and I step into the outer world. Now notice the way I walk. I do not walk as one who is hoping the day will be kind. I walk as one who has already decided that the day is kind. The street is still the street. The same shops, the same stones, the same little imperfections in the pavement. A neighbor passes. Perhaps we nod to one another. The air smells of something simple, bread being baked nearby, or a hint of petrol, or the clean scent after rain. But I see all of this differently. Formerly, I saw each thing as a witness against me, as though the world was saying, others can afford to live, to buy, to thrive. You must struggle. On this day, the world speaks another language. With every little scene around me, I hear one message: you belong here. You have always belonged here. Wealth has always been yours, in essence. You are only now remembering it. As I walk, perhaps I remember a particular night, a night when I lay upon my bed and whispered, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for, and allowed a single scene to form behind my closed eyes. I saw myself looking at a statement, or receiving a letter, or paying a bill with ease, or treating a friend without calculation. I felt the relief of it then, as though it had already occurred. And now, on this day, I stand within that very feeling, only now it is spread across the hours like butter upon bread. I pass by a shop window. In the past, I would have stopped and looked at something inside, a coat, a pair of shoes, perhaps a little piece of furniture, and my first thought would have been, I cannot, not yet. Perhaps later, that inner no became the god of my life. Today, I linger at the window and find that the inner reaction is different. I look at the object, and instead of that old shrinking, there is a quiet measuring. Do I desire this? Does it suit the man I have become? Do I feel an inner yes? Money has shifted position. It is no longer the barrier. It is the servant. Even if I decide not to buy it, I decide from freedom, not from fear. I smile a little at my own reflection in the glass. I see a man who stands as though a weight has been taken off his spine. His shoulders are not thrown back in pride, but they are not bowed either. His eyes are not darting, but steady. His mouth rests easily, and as I look, I feel a strange recognition. Why, this is the man I have been rehearsing in imagination. I am him now. I go about my day. There may be some errand, to the bank, to the post, to an office. Once, such errands were journeys into enemy territory. I would brace myself for the worst, for the unfriendly clerk, for the disappointment, for the bad news. But today, as I enter such a place, I do so in the knowledge that the only thing they can give me is the echo of my own assumption. I have assumed wealth. I have assumed provision. I have assumed that I am the one money seeks. So if I must speak with a clerk, I see already the kindness in their eyes. If I must look upon a balance, I see already the increase. If I must sign something, I sign as one who has the right to sign. Perhaps on this day, some outer evidence does appear. Perhaps I am told of an error in the past that is now corrected in my favor. Perhaps a refund, a forgotten sum, an unexpected honor finds its way to me through some very ordinary channel. Perhaps I receive a letter that I had imagined in some other scene, a letter of approval, of debt forgiven, of funds released. It may be small, it may be large, but whatever its size, my reaction is the same. I do not think, at last the world has been kind to me for once. I think, of course, this is the shadow. The substance was already mine in imagination. I walk out of the bank, or the office, or the post, and there is a little click inside, like a lock turning in a familiar door, and a thought arises, clear as a bell. I was never waiting for money. Money was waiting for me to know who I am. This is the day you realize it was always yours. It was yours the first night you dared to feel the relief of having. It was yours the moment you said, not weakly, but with inner conviction, I am already provided for, and allowed the body to respond with ease. All the days in between, when nothing seemed to move, when no letter came, when no door opened, were not days of absence. They were days of adjustment, days when the outer world slowly rearranged its furniture to make room for the man you had become. By midday, on this imagined day, I noticed another thing. I am kind. Scarcity had made me tight, not only with money, but with praise, with attention, with time. I gave carefully, fearing there would not be enough for myself. Now that I have accepted the state of the wealthy one, the man whom money seeks, I find myself generous almost without thinking. Perhaps I see someone on the street who needs a coin or a small note, and my hand moves easily. Perhaps a friend mentions some small worry, and I know at once I can help, and I offer that help without rehearsing the cost. And as I do, there is no strain in it. There is only this feeling, of course. This is how I have always been, beneath the story of lack. Wealth has revealed my nature, not changed it. In the afternoon, I might sit somewhere quiet, a bench, a small cafe, a sunlit room, and look back, not with bitterness, but with awe. I remember times when I pleaded with God as though He were outside me, withholding His hand. I remember times when I pored over statements, trying to figure the way out with anxious fingers. And I see, as clearly as I see the cup in my hand, that all along the door stood open inside me. I am. I am. Those two little words were the key. Whatever I attached to them, feelingly, became my reality. When I joined them to poor, I lived in poverty. When I joined them to behind, I lived always a step too late. When I joined them to unlucky, life arranged itself to make me right. But when I joined them to the one money seeks, already provided for, the one to whom wealth belongs, then wealth in all its forms hastened to obey. On this day that connection is no longer intellectual, it is obvious. I cannot be talked out of it any more than I can be talked out of the fact that I am sitting where I am, holding what I am. As evening comes, there is another small scene. I am at my table again, perhaps now with a few papers before me. They do not threaten, they invite. A statement lies open. The numbers do not shout, they smile. I may take up a pen, that small instrument that has always fascinated me, for it is the tool by which man commits his inner decisions to paper. I write something. Perhaps it is the settling of an old account. Perhaps it is the beginning of some new enterprise. Perhaps I sign my name beneath a sum that I am sending to someone else as a blessing. Whatever it is, my hand moves with the same feeling with which I once moved it, only in imagination. I remember nights when I lay in bed and imagined this very sensation, the scratch of pen, the flourish of my name, the sense that I have enough and more than enough to do this. Tonight, as my hand moves over the paper, I feel the merging of those two worlds. This day, which to someone else might look very ordinary, has become for me the visible proof that it was always mine, once I accepted it. Not the specific coin, not the specific note, not this or that bank, not this or that channel, those are the shapes, but the state of being provided for, of being sought by money, of being the one for whom things work. That was mine from the beginning. Because I am was mine from the beginning. I see now that my so-called money story was never about money. It was about identity. Who did I believe I was? The forgotten one or the favored one? The beggar at the gate or the son in the house? The stranger trying to get in or the heir waking up in his own rooms? On this day, as I sit in the quiet of my own dwelling, I know which one I am. I am the heir. I am the favored one. I am the son in the house. And with that realization, I feel something very subtle and very powerful. The future loses its hold. There is no more waiting. Even though many wonderful things may still unfold in the days, weeks, and years ahead, I no longer place my life there. My life is here, in this knowing I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am that which I have been seeking. Now, my friend, I want you to take this day and own it in imagination. Do not keep it as a story about another man, in another time. Bring it close. See yourself waking in that easy way, with no weight in your chest. See your own room, your own table, your own street, wearing this new softness, because you are looking at it from a new state. Hear your own inner voice say, almost in wonder, something in me has changed, and it is pleasant. Walk your own familiar route, past your shop windows, your neighbors, your own places of business or work, and notice how the world now seems to cooperate with you, because you are no longer set against it. Let there be for you some small event in this imagined day, a letter, a statement, a conversation, a little act of generosity that carries the taste of provision. It need not be dramatic. If you wish, it may be modest, the kind of thing that would pass unnoticed by another. But you will know as you imagine it that you are tasting the flavor of your new identity. Then, as you reach the evening of this inner day, allow yourself to sit where you usually sit, with whatever objects would be there, a lamp, a book, a cup, a piece of paper, and feel beyond all images. This is the day I realized it was always mine. You are not asking for it to come. You are looking back upon it. You are saying, in effect, this has already occurred in my life. I have lived this day. I remember what it felt like. And because memory and imagination are one in the subconscious, I cannot be denied the echo of it in the outer world. Creation is finished. All that you will ever desire already exists in the great storehouse of being. You are not creating wealth out of nothing. You are selecting, by your assumption, the particular branch of the great tree upon which you will rest. Make this selection now, gently, lovingly. Claim this day, the day you realize it was always yours, as a day you have already passed through. When you close your eyes tonight, do not pray toward a future. Remember a finished past. Remember waking light. Remember walking easy. Remember some small token of provision. Remember the absence of tightness in your chest. Remember a moment, perhaps at your table, when you laid down your pen and thought, yes, this is right. This is how it has always been in truth. Let that remembrance sink into you as you drift between waking and sleep. And if any old thought rises and says, but look at your present circumstances, smile at it, as one smiles at an old photograph that no longer represents him. Those were the days when I did not know, you may say inwardly. But that is not who I am now. I have lived the day when I realized it was always mine. I know better, and life, being a faithful mirror, must show me what I now know. Then rest. The code has been spoken. The state has been assumed. The day has been remembered. And in the mystery of that quiet act, you will in time open your eyes upon an outer morning that feels exactly like this one you have just imagined. You will stand, you will walk, you will go about your affairs, and at some point, very likely in the midst of some small and ordinary thing, you will feel a wave pass through you, and you will think, now I see, it was always mine. I was only learning how to accept it. Let that be your word tonight. I am learning how to accept what was always mine. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. And let sleep carry that knowing down into the deepest part of you, where it will work its quiet, irresistible work, until the day you realize it was always yours, is no longer a visualization, but a memory of something that actually happened in time. And then, my dear, you will smile and say, I am that now, and the world will have no choice but to agree. Now we come to another scene, a scene that I have loved to share with my students because it brings the law down out of the clouds and into something very simple, very practical. I call it the account that overflows without effort. Again, I shall speak in the first person, so that you may step into this I as into a garment. As I describe it, allow it to be your account, your chair, your hands, your breathing. This is how imagination creates reality, by feeling yourself to be the one who lives the scene. I am seated in a quiet room. It is not a grand room. There is nothing particularly opulent about it. A small window admits a gentle light. The air has that familiar scent of paper, wood, perhaps a little coffee gone cool on the table. There is a chair that has become molded to me over many evenings. When I sit in it, my body knows, here we rest. Here we see clearly. On the table before me lies a simple object, a book of accounts, or a passbook, or a small ledger. You may imagine whatever form is natural for you, but in my day, it is a little book with a firm cover, slightly worn at the edges from being opened and closed many times. I rest my hand upon that book. Feel that. The cover is smooth, perhaps a little textured under my fingertips. It is warm now, because it has been in this room with me, and because my hand has been there before. As I touch it, I feel no dread, no tightening in the stomach. That is new. There was a time when such a book carried the energy of lack for me. I would lift it with the same feeling with which a man lifts a sentence to read how many years he must serve. Every figure looked like accusation. Every line seemed to say, this is what you do not have. But on this evening, something is different. I do not rush to open it. I do not avoid it either. I sit there, breathing gently, feeling the weight of the little book in my palm, and there is only one clear knowing in my chest. This book now testifies to overflow, not to lack. It cannot show me anything but the echo of the state I now occupy. I take a slow breath, and with the exhale, I allow that state to rise again in me. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am the one whose account overflows without effort. I do not say it loudly. I do not strain. I whisper it inwardly, like a man reminding himself of his own name. It is familiar now. I have worn it in the inner world, night after night. Only then do I open the book. The pages fan for a moment beneath my thumb, making that soft, fluttering sound that paper makes, like a quiet little wind. I let it fall open where it will, somewhere near the middle, and my eyes rest upon the figures. There it is, my balance. For a moment, I simply look at it, not counting, not calculating, just seeing. The number is more than I need. It is not merely enough to cover this or that urgency. It is more than that. It is abundant. It holds within it the power to answer obligations and to allow enjoyment. It is large enough that the mind does not leap at once to subtraction. It relaxes. I feel, as I gaze upon it, a steady, spreading warmth in my chest. Not shock, not giddy excitement, but a deep, solid peace. The kind of peace one feels when he has more food in the cupboard than will be eaten tonight, more wood laid by the hearth than will be burned this week. I trace the line with my finger. I see the small entries that brought this balance into being. They read like a conversation between life and myself. Here is one line, a payment for some work rendered. But notice the timing. It did not arrive after frantic pleading. It arrived precisely when I needed nothing from it. Here is another line, a return, a correction, some adjustment in my favor. Once I would have called it luck. Now I know it as the inevitable outpicturing of my new concept of self. Here, another, a gift, perhaps unnamed, perhaps simply marked as credit. I do not see all the human reasons behind it. I do not need to. I know the true cause lies in my own assumption. Line upon line. The story is the same. Money has chosen me as its resting place. And notice this, there are more lines coming in than going out. Flows in, flows out. But the tendency is toward increase, toward overflow. It is as though a cup has been placed under a spring, and though water is poured out and shared, the source is ever bubbling, and the level never drops below a certain height. I sit back for a moment, letting my eyes soften. I am not memorizing the numbers, I am bathing in the feeling. This account, I say inwardly, is not maintained by worry. It is not filled by strain. It overflows as a byproduct of who I know myself to be. I turn a page back. Here I see an earlier balance. It is smaller, but still healthy. I remember that point in time. I had already assumed my new state, but the full overflow had not yet unfolded. I smile, not with regret, but with tenderness toward myself. I think, at that time, I still wondered a little. I still listened to the old voice. Yet even then, the law was moving. The harvest was on its way. I turn another page further back. Now I see the old thin figures, a balance that once felt like a ceiling. Debits that pinched, small credits that seemed scarcely to make a dent. Looking at them now, from this vantage point, they do not trouble me in the least. They look like an old photograph of a boy wearing clothes that no longer fit. That was the state of consciousness I then wore. It was not fate. It was not a curse upon my name. It was simply the outpicturing of what I then believed about myself and about money. I close the book gently for a moment, and rest both my hands upon it, one atop the other, like a quiet benediction. Thank you, I say in my heart. Thank you, old state, for bringing me to the point of saying enough. Thank you for pushing me toward the discovery that I am the source of my experience. And thank you, new state, for proving yourself so faithfully. I open to the present page again. The numbers do not dance. They do not require interpretation. They sit calmly upon the paper like contented cows in a field. They are not the power. They are the reflection. I know something now. If every figure were to vanish from this page, if the ink itself were to fade, I could fill it again, because I have found the true reservoir. That reservoir is not the bank. It is my own I am. I consider the nature of this overflow. It is without effort. That does not mean I never move, never act, never accept opportunities. It means that the strain is gone. I no longer move from fear. I do not act because I am afraid of what will happen if I do not. I act because some inner urge rises in the atmosphere of I am the one money seeks. I remember evenings when I would sit with this very book closed, imagine exactly this page, exactly this feeling, and do nothing more. No anxious planning, no hunting after schemes, just this, a quiet rehearsal of the state in which my account was so well supplied that whether I looked at it today or next week, I felt only ease. The world calls that doing nothing. I call it the only effective work, the work of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Now, as I sit with the physical book in my hands, I see that all the seeming doing that followed this conversation, that suggestion, this little piece of work, that unexpected idea, were simply the bridge of incidents by which the invisible became visible. The account overflows because the man has changed. The same man with the same account, without this change, would have found a way to consume it all in fear and confusion. I run my finger along the edge of the book. Again, I repeat inwardly my code. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I say it now not as a wish, but as an affirmation of fact. I allow my mind to wander forward. I see pages yet unprinted. They lie there in the back of the book, blank and ready. The paper feels slightly stiffer there, eager to receive the press of ink. In my imagination, those empty pages already contain a story. The story of continued overflow, of further increase, of generosity made easy, of wise stewardship that never feels like bondage. I do not picture every exact figure. I do not need to. I picture only this, each new balance, resting above the last, like steps, climbing a hill, not of pride, but of freedom. I see debits too. Of course, life must flow. I see entries where sums leave the account to bless another, to pay for something lovely, to support work that matters. But as they go out, the balance does not shrink into fear. The outflow is met and surpassed by inflow, because the state behind it all is one of plenty. I close my eyes for a moment, with my fingertips still on those unseen pages, and I say softly, every time this account is touched, it tells the story of overflow. Every figure written here proclaims, there is more than enough. The source is not here. The source is in me. I open my eyes and look around the room. Nothing has changed outwardly. The lamp still burns with its small, steady flame. The chair creaks faintly as I move. Outside, I may hear the distant sound of a carriage, or traffic, or the wind. Ordinary sounds. But inside, there is a mighty order. I see now that my outer account is simply a symbol of the inner order. When I was disordered within, pulled between fear and faith, between I am poor and I am rich, my account reflected that confusion. Sharp ups, sharp downs, sudden emptiness. As I became single in my assumption, no longer double-minded, but firm in I am the man who is always provided for, the outer record became equally steady. I do not speak this with pride. I speak it as a witness. If you will assume and persist in the assumption that you are the one money seeks, your account must, in time, show you the shadow of that truth. Not because the bank is kind, not because the world suddenly likes you more, but because I am has chosen a new description of itself, and all the universe rushes to make it so. I leaf backward one last time, to the earliest page. There, in the cramped figures of the past, I see the tight little balances that once kept me up at night. I remember lying in bed, heart pounding, wondering how the next week would be met. And I give thanks, not that I suffered, but that I was driven to seek the source. Without that discomfort, I might never have discovered that I had been using the name of God in vain. Each time I said, I am broken, I am behind, I am desperate. I close the book now, not with finality, but with affection. I set it gently on the table, and place my hand, palm down, upon it once more. Then I let my eyes soften, looking at nothing in particular, and I feel I feel the presence of an invisible account, far deeper than any printed record. It is the infinite treasury of the imagination itself. In that treasury, there is an endless capacity to believe, to assume, to accept. I realize that as long as I continue to assume myself to be the one whom money seeks, my outer accounts, no matter how many banks or books they involve, can only be vessels for overflow. If one were taken, another would appear. If one were closed, a new channel would open. Because the true account is not in any institution. It is in the state I consent to occupy. I stand now. The floor receives my weight. My legs feel strong. My body unhurried. I take the little book in my hand and place it on a nearby shelf, where it belongs among other simple, useful things. I do not hide it as one hides a shame. I put it where I can reach it easily when I desire to, but I no longer live according to its fluctuations. I turn toward the window. The light has changed. Perhaps evening has deepened, and there is that soft, bluish tone that comes before night. Lamps may be appearing here and there in the houses across the way, each a little point of human life. I stand there, looking out, and I feel something beautiful. Whether I look at the account tomorrow, or next week, or not at all, for a time, I know how it behaves. It receives, it overflows, it blesses. It is, in its little way, a witness of the great truth I have accepted. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. My life overflows without effort. Because the effort has been done where it matters, in consciousness. I turn back from the window and glance once more at the shelf where the book rests. Inwardly, I say to it, and to the life that fills it, we understand one another now. You no longer frighten me. You no longer rule me. You serve me, as I serve the state I have chosen. We will walk together a long while, you and I, telling the story of overflow. Then I leave the room. I do not carry the book with me. I carry the feeling. And as I move into the rest of my evening, into conversation, into rest, into the gentle descent towards sleep, that feeling goes before me like a lamp. I know, as I lay my head upon the pillow later, that while my body sleeps, the unseen account continues to fill, ideas gathering, channels aligning, men moved by urges they do not wholly understand, all drawn into harmony with the decree I have made about myself. And so, with a faint smile, I think one last thought before I drift across that lovely bridge into the state Akin to sleep. My account overflows without effort because I am no longer living from effort. I am living from being. I am the wealthy one. Let that be your inner word tonight. Do not try to make your account overflow. Instead, assume the feeling of the man or woman whose account already behaves in this way. Sit at that table. Feel that book under your hand. See those lines of quiet increase. Sense that deep, strong ease in your chest. Hear yourself say, simply, of course. And as you persist in that scene, night after night, it will cease to be imagination and will become memory. You will open your literal account one day and find that it has learned to tell the same story your heart has been telling all along. The story of the account that overflows without effort. Now I want you to come with me into a very simple moment of life. A moment you have lived thousands of times and yet perhaps never inhabited consciously. I call this scene the morning of calm abundance. Again, I shall speak in the first person so that you may slip into this I as into a garment. As I describe the morning, allow it to become your morning. Let my words be the scaffolding, but let your own imagination be the life that fills it. I wake, not with a start, not with a rush, but with that gentle lifting that happens when the night has done its good work, when sleep has wrapped itself around you as a friend, and not as an escape. Before I open my eyes, I know something. There is no urgency. There is nothing chasing me. There is no bill looming over my head like a sword. No dread waiting on the other side of consciousness. I lie there for a moment in the quiet, feeling the weight of my body upon the mattress. It receives me, familiar, steady. The sheets are smooth against my skin, cool in some places, warmed in others where I have slept. The pillow cradles my head in just the right way, not too high, not too low. My hands rest where they fell in the night, easy and uncurled. I listen. There is a particular silence in a house that is at peace. It is not an empty silence. It is filled with very small sounds, perhaps the distant creak of wood as it adjusts to the temperature, the faintest hum of the city far off, the soft breath of someone else in another room, or the gentle rustle of curtains moved by some wandering breeze. But there is no harsh sound, no banging of doors in my mind, no clamor within. My first thought is not, how will I pay? My first thought is not, what must I chase today? My first thought, rising as naturally as dawn, is I am provided for. I am the one money seeks. Today, abundance walks with me. I do not force it. It is not an affirmation I am trying to believe. It is a remembrance, like when a man wakes and remembers the face of someone he loves. He does not strain to remember. The image arises of itself, because his heart has slept with it. Last night, before I drifted into that sweet edge between waking and sleep, I entered the code, not as a mechanical phrase, but as a state. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I fell asleep as that man. And now, in the morning, my body echoes the truth I assumed. There is a quiet ease in my chest, a soft warmth behind the breastbone. My stomach is not tight. My jaw is not clenched. My brow is smooth. I become aware of my breathing. It is slow and unhurried. The air moves in, cool and gentle, and leaves, warmer, like a little tide. My ribs widen and fall. There is no heaviness of fear sitting on them. They move freely. For a moment I lie there and do nothing but feel what it is to wake as the one who has. No list, no plan, no calculation. Only this, the deep recognition that life is already arranged in my favor. I turn slightly. The sheets make that soft whispering sound. A bit of light presses against my closed lids, not yet harsh, simply suggesting that day has come. I open my eyes. The room I see is not a palace. It is a simple, ordered room, but it bears the stamp of someone who is not in battle with life. I notice at once that it is neat, not with the fussiness of fear, but with the natural order of a mind that knows it has time. There is a small table near the bed. On it perhaps a glass of water half full, a little dish where I place the contents of my pockets at night, a book with a slip of paper marking my place. I see these little things, and instead of feeling the weight of neglect, I feel the lightness of being cared for. The glass is there because I anticipated my own comfort. The book is there because I have time for things that feed me. The bed itself, though unmade, carries the impression of deep rest, not the tangled signs of someone who wrestled all night with worry. I sit up slowly. My feet find the floor, cool and firm, and the sensation of their contact with the ground is grounding in every sense. I do not spring up to race against an invisible clock. I arrive in the morning as one who has the right to be unhurried. As I sit there on the edge of the bed, I become aware of something very important. Inside me, there is no rush to check, to prove, to confirm. Once, I would have leapt at once to whatever instrument told me of my money. I would have grabbed a letter, a slip, a little book, as a man grabs a rope in a storm. Let me see how bad it is, I would think. Now I know all such instruments are shadows. The cause is in me. I place my hands upon my thighs and simply feel what it is to be this man in this morning. I am the one whose accounts overflow without effort. I am the one whom money calls home. I am already held by a day full of enough. The thought rises easily now. I stand. The room receives me differently. Once, the very act of standing would feel like rising against a weight. Now it feels like slipping into a garment that fits. My body moves as one who has the freedom of the house. I walk to the window. The floor is solid under each step. I hear the small creaks of the boards, but they are not complaints. They are old friends acknowledging my movement. At the window, I draw aside the curtain. Light pours in, not in a violent rush, but as a gentle flood. Perhaps the morning is gray with cloud, perhaps bright with sun. It does not matter. What matters is that, whatever it is, I meet it from fullness, not from emptiness. I look out. The street, or the garden, or the courtyard, is waking too. There are people going about their lives, some in haste, some in idleness. Carts roll, doors open, voices call, birds move from branch to branch, and I stand here, knowing something that changes the meaning of all I see. I am not competing with any of them for supply. Abundance is not a little loaf to be divided into smaller and smaller portions. It is an inexhaustible flow that takes the shape of my assumption. I do not say to myself, how will I get enough from this world? I say instead, the world is the mirror of my inner state. If I remain in the knowing that I am already provided for, then whatever must come will come through channels I could not now foresee. I smile slightly. There is a small table near the window. Upon it, I see some physical evidence of this new life. Perhaps a letter from the day before, neatly folded in its envelope, bearing good news. Perhaps a check that has already been endorsed. Perhaps a little tray where a small stack of coins lies ready, not begrudged, but free to be used. I reach for the letter. Feel that. The paper has a certain texture. The envelope has been opened more carefully than those I used to tear in the days of fear. The handwriting on the front carries no threat. It carries respect. I unfold the letter and glance at the words again. We are pleased to inform you. The amount due to you has been credited to your account. The specific language may differ, but the tone is the same. Life saying, we recognize your new state. We bow to the decree you have made about yourself. Here is one more echo of it. I do not rush to calculate what this particular sum will cover, how it will stretch, what it will patch. What I feel instead is this. Of course, money finds me. Of course, life pays me. Of course, there are pathways opening that I do not have to push. I place the letter back upon the table and rest my fingertips on it for a moment, not in fear, but in gratitude. Then I turn toward the next simple act, washing, dressing, stepping into the day. In the washroom, I see again the signs of calm abundance. There is enough soap, enough water, enough towel. The basin is clean, not because I am scrubbing against chaos, but because I live in a state where order is natural. I splash water on my face. The sensation is bright and cool. I feel the night sliding off me with each movement. I look into the mirror. The face is the same face, the same nose, the same eyes, the same lines that life has drawn over the years. But the expression is different. There is no pinched worry at the corners of the mouth. There is no dullness in the eyes. There is a certain lightness there, not the frantic gleam of a gambler, but the calm light of a man who knows his place in the universe. I look into my own eyes and think, without irony, without doubt, you are the one money seeks. You are already provided for. Today is another chapter in that story. I dry my face, feeling the towel against my skin, soft, absorbent, perhaps slightly warmed by the room. I dress. The garments I put on, whether simple or fine, fit me. I do not feel the old sense of wearing clothes that belong to another. Someone richer, someone more entitled. Whatever I wear bears the feeling, this is right for me. I have a right to be comfortable, to be well-groomed, to move through the world with dignity. As I button a shirt or fasten a collar, I am in no hurry. My fingers move steadily. There is no shaking, no fumbling, as though time was snapping at my heels. I am not late. I am on time with life itself. I step into the main room of the house. Perhaps there is a small table set for breakfast. Perhaps someone has already placed a cup and a plate there. Perhaps it is I who will do so. In either case, the act of preparing this little meal is not tinged with thoughts of scarcity. I pour myself a cup. The sound of the liquid falling into the cup is one of the most comforting sounds in the world. It is steady and continuous, like a tiny stream. As I raise the cup, I feel its warmth in my hand, the curve of the handle against my fingers. I take the first sip. It is not hurried. I do not swallow it down as fuel for the battle. I taste it. I notice the way it spreads through my chest, the way my body responds. It is a little ceremony of gratitude. I sit at the table. If there is bread, I cut it without counting slices, as if they were gold pieces. If there is fruit, I peel it without the old thought, I must save this, I may not have more. Instead, I think, there is always more from where this came from, because supply is not in the cupboard. Supply is in consciousness. I look around the room once more. On a sideboard, perhaps, lies that little book of accounts, or a bundle of papers. Once their presence would have been like a stone in my shoe, always there, always nagging. Now they lie there as neutral objects. I know that when I choose to look at them, they will tell the same story that my heart is telling. I no longer require them to convince me. I am already convinced. I take another sip. In that moment, I may recall scenes from my earlier life. Mornings, when I woke with a knot in my stomach, when my first act was to dread the day before it began. Mornings when I hurriedly dressed, hands clumsy, mind racing, already rehearsing conversations in which I would make excuses, beg for extensions, plead for mercy. I remember the sensation of wanting to stay in bed, because the day felt like a punishment. And as I remember, a deep gratitude rises for the change. Thank you, I say within, not to some far-off deity, but to the God within me, my own wonderful human imagination. Thank you for teaching me that what I dare to assume about myself in the quiet of my room will be shouted from the housetops of my outer life. Thank you for leading me through dissatisfaction to the discovery that I am the law and the source. I break a piece of bread. I chew slowly, savoring the simplest of gifts. Each bite is a little affirmation. There is enough. There is enough today, and there will be enough tomorrow, because I live in the state of the one who has. After breakfast, I move into whatever the day holds. Perhaps there is work to be done. Perhaps there are letters to answer, calls to make, people to meet. Perhaps there is quieter labor, writing, planning, creating. But notice this. Every task I contemplate is seen now through the lens of abundance. Work is no longer a desperate attempt to claw money out of a reluctant world. Work is an expression of the fullness I already feel. If I am to meet with a man regarding some project, I do not go in fear, thinking, if he says no, I am undone. I go as one who knows, if not this man, another. If not this channel, another. Money has many faces, but it is all the same substance responding to my state. If I am to send a letter proposing some enterprise, my hand does not tremble at the thought of rejection. I write from the end, from the knowing that what is right for me is already mine in consciousness, and cannot fail to appear in form. Before I leave the house, I pause once more at the threshold. I stand there, one hand perhaps on the knob, and I close my eyes for just a moment. I feel the support of the floor beneath my feet, the gentle pressure of the clothes upon my skin, the subtle fullness of my stomach after a simple meal. I breathe, and I say inwardly, one more time, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. I am walking out now into a day that has already made room for me. I open my eyes. The door opens. The air outside meets me, cool or warm, scented or plain. It does not matter. It feels like welcome. I step out, not as a beggar seeking permission from the world, but as a rightful heir moving through his own estate. As I walk along the street, I notice something quite striking. The same buildings stand, the same shops open their doors, the same people cross my path, but they no longer appear as obstacles or rivals. They appear as possible channels, possible mirrors, through which my inner wealth may reflect itself. I pass a bank. Once, its very facade might have made my heart sink. I would have thought, there is where others keep what I lack. Now I think, without bitterness, there is one of the many instruments by which life moves money toward those who know themselves to be its rightful home. I am such a one. When I walk through those doors, I do so as an owner, not as a supplicant. I pass a shop. In the window, there are things I might like, or things of no interest to me at all. But I know this. I could, if I wished, walk in and buy something without insulting my own peace. That knowing is wealth. I pass men talking at a corner. I pass a woman with a basket. I pass children on their way to school. Life goes on, and as I move through it, there is a hum inside me, like a quiet music. It is not the frantic drumbeat of must, must, must. It is the steady rhythm of I am, I am, I am. This is the morning of calm abundance. It does not depend upon a particular sum. It does not require a certain house, a certain city, a certain job. It requires only this, that I dare, before sleep and upon waking, to identify myself as the one who has. From that identification, all else flows. Now, I want you, as you listen to this, in your own bed, perhaps at night, perhaps in the early hours, to let this scene become yours. Do not say, "One day, I hope to have such mornings." Say instead, "This is my morning. This is how I wake. This is how I move through my day in consciousness, even if appearances have not yet caught up." Feel yourself in that bed, in that quiet house, waking not as the man or woman who is chased by bills, but as the one whom money seeks. Feel the ease in your chest, the slowness of your breathing, the unhurried way your feet find the floor. See yourself standing at the window, looking at a world that is no longer your master, but your mirror. See yourself sitting at a small table, taking that first sip, breaking that bread, not in desperation, but in gratitude. See yourself remembering old mornings of fear, and giving thanks that they have led you to this realization. And then, most important of all, feel that as you step out through the door of your house, you are stepping into a day already infused with the decree, "I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for." If you will take this scene and wear it in imagination, morning after morning, even if for a time the outer world still seems to tell an old story, you will find that one day you wake and realize something astonishing. The scene you once entered only in the theater of your mind has become the stage upon which you actually move. The little account books will agree. The letters you receive will agree. The conversations you have will agree. But all of that will be secondary. The real wealth will be this, that you can wake in the morning and know, before you move a finger, "I am safe. I am supplied. I am the wealthy one." That is the morning of calm abundance. Let it be yours now, in feeling. Not tomorrow, not one day, now. For in this eternal now, your I am is deciding what kind of day you shall have. Choose, therefore, to wake as the one who has. There comes a night in every man's life when he stops wandering from door to door and turns inward. A night when he ceases to ask, "Who will help me? Who will approve me? Who will pay me?" and instead dares to ask, "Who have I always been?" I want to take you now into such a night. I shall call it the night you became the source. As before, I speak in the first person, so that you may slip into this I and wear it as your own. Let every word that follows be your memory in advance. It is evening. The day has run its course. Whatever it brought, letters, conversations, small anxieties, small joys, it has now faded into a kind of golden distance. The light in the sky has softened. Shadows grow longer. The world outside your window is dimming and quieting. Inside, the room is simple. A chair, a table, perhaps a small lamp that gives off a pool of warm light. The bed is made. There are a few papers on the table, perhaps bills, perhaps notes, perhaps plans. Once, these objects would have ruled your mood. Tonight, they are merely props on a stage where something far greater is about to be decided. I enter this room as I have entered it 1,000 times. I close the door behind me. I hear the familiar click of the latch and feel a faint echo of the day's noise fall away, like dust shaken from a coat. I stand there for a moment with my back to the door, one hand still resting on the handle. I listen. There is a quiet I did not always know. Once, even in silence, there was noise, the chatter of fear, the scraping of what if against the walls of my mind. Tonight, there is stillness, not a perfect stillness yet, but a stillness that is waiting to deepen. I move toward the table. On it lie those old symbols, the envelope with its printed window, the small book where figures march in columns, the letter written in someone else's hand. I look at them, and for a brief instant, they try to play their old trick. "We are the source," they whisper. "We decide whether you are safe or not. We are the voices of supply, and you must obey us." I know better now. I pull out the chair. The sound of its legs against the floor is soft, measured. I sit down, and the chair receives my weight with that creak I have heard many times. I place my hands flat upon the table, palms down. I feel the wood, smooth in some places, worn in others, bearing the marks of many evenings spent exactly like this. But tonight will not be like the others. I take one of the envelopes. Feel that. The paper is thin, almost brittle. The ink of the address is ordinary. Once, the sight of such an envelope would have made my heart flutter, my throat tighten. It represented judgment. It represented lack. It represented someone out there deciding my value. Tonight, something in me refuses to bow. I do not tear it open in haste. I slit it carefully, almost ceremonially, and pull out what lies inside. It may be a demand. It may be a notice. It may be a simple statement of fact. To the old man in me, it was always a threat. I read the words slowly. As of this date, the amount due, payable by, so. I allow them to pass before my eyes, as if they were lines in a play, well written perhaps, but not reality. For I have learned, through bitter experience and blessed revelation, that nothing printed on paper can precede the decree of consciousness. I lay the paper down. For a long, quiet moment, I simply look at it. Then, I say within myself, very calmly, you are not my source. You are a shadow. You are the echo of an old state I have worn for too long. Tonight, I retire you. Tonight, I go to the root. My hand moves, almost of its own accord, to my chest. I place my palm flat over my heart, feeling the faint thud, the rhythmic insistence of life inside. That is older than any bill, any account, any bank. That I am was beating before any man wrote a ledger. That I am will be there when every figure has been crossed out and forgotten. I close my eyes. The room dims behind my lids, and I find myself in that inner chamber where no paper can follow. I begin simply. I am. I let the words arise not as a phrase, but as a fact. I am. Before I add anything to them, before I join wealth or poverty to them, I am. I feel that. It is not a body. It is not a name. It is not a job. It is awareness itself. It has no age, no debt, no balance. It is a simple, vast presence. For a while, I do nothing but rest in that. Then, very gently, like a man placing a jewel into a setting, I add the new decree. I am the source of my wealth. I am the one money seeks, because I am the one who gives it being. I am already provided for. It is quiet when I say this. There is no thunder in the room, no flash of light. The lamp does not flicker. The table does not shake. But something deep within me shifts, as a great wheel might shift when at last the right hand sets it in motion. I see very clearly now that all those years I thought I was seeking money, I was in fact seeking myself. I thought the employer was my source. I thought the client was my source. I thought the market, the economy, the times were my source. And all the while, it was the simple I am reflecting back to me whatever name I dared or feared to give it. I am the one who struggles. The world obediently played that drama. I am the one who is always behind. Facts raced to prove it. I am the one who never catches up. Events conspired to agree. Tonight, I choose another name. I am the source. I am wealth in seed form. I am the one from whom supply flows. I open my eyes and look again at the paper. It has not changed. The figures are the same. The words remain. But I have changed. And because I have changed, I know that this paper now belongs to yesterday. It is the photograph of a man I no longer am. I smile faintly. You are evidence, I think, not of my doom, but of my power. For if I, through ignorance, could create this, then what might I create through wisdom? I gather the papers into a small pile. I do not worship them by placing them at the center of my attention. I place them to one side, not hidden, not ignored, simply removed from the place of honor. In the center of the table, I leave a clear space. Upon that empty space, I rest my forearms and bow my head, not in defeat, but in reverence, for I am about to make the only offering that matters, an offering of assumption. Tonight I say within, I cease to treat money as a god, and recognize God as my own wonderful human imagination. Tonight I stop chasing forms and start creating from the only substance there is, consciousness. I let those words sink inward. Perhaps the room is very quiet now. The lamp hums faintly. Outside, a few sounds drift in through the window. A cart rumbling over stones, a distant voice, the wind moving along the street. Time seems to slow, and I feel that I have come to a crossroads. The old road is well known. It is the road of complaint, of calculating fear, of rehearsing worst-case scenarios, of blaming conditions. I have walked it many nights. I know where it leads, to more of the same. The new road is inward and invisible. I cannot see its length. I cannot see all its turns. I cannot map it, but I know this. It begins with a single step, a step from dependence to authorship, from begging to declaring, from they must give to I am. I push the chair back. The legs scrape lightly. I rise. My body feels the day in it, a little heaviness in the shoulders, perhaps a dull ache in the feet, the ordinary signs of having carried myself through another round of hours. But there is also something else, a growing lightness in the chest, a kind of quiet excitement that has nothing to do with outer news. I walk to the bed. It awaits me. The sheets turned back, the pillow inviting, the simple geometry of rest. I stand there for a moment, looking down at it, and realize that tonight this bed will be an altar. Here, in this ordinary piece of furniture, I will perform the greatest of works, the rebirth of myself as source. I sit on the edge of the bed. The mattress dips beneath my weight and then rises slightly, holding me. I feel the fabric against my legs, the slight coolness of it. I swing my feet up and lie back. The ceiling above me is plain. Perhaps there is a crack in the plaster. Perhaps there is a faint stain from some long ago leak. These marks do not trouble me. They are signs that life has passed through this room many times. Tonight, life passes through in a new way. I allow my body to lengthen. My legs stretch out, my arms rest at my sides or across my chest. My head finds the hollow in the pillow that seems made for it. I adjust myself once or twice until I can feel that no muscle is straining unnecessarily. Then, I close my eyes again. The darkness behind my lids is deeper this time, softer, as though the day itself were now willing to step aside. I become aware of my breath once more. In, out, each breath, a small wave arriving and departing. I do not control it. I simply notice its rhythm. With each exhale, more of the body's tension goes. The face loosens, the shoulders drop, the spine settles, the hands grow warm. I say inwardly, very softly, in time with the breath, I am, as the air enters, the source, as it leaves. I am the source. I do not argue with myself. I do not ask, but how, but when, but where, from. Those questions belong to the old man, who believed in external causes. I know now that the how will present itself as a natural sequence, once the state is assumed, so I return, again and again, to the simple foundation. I am the source. As I repeat it, not mechanically, but contemplatively, a series of images begins to arise. I see myself, in memory, standing before the doors of banks, waiting for them to open, as a beggar waits for a kitchen to serve him. I feel again the small humiliation of asking someone behind a counter, has it gone through? Has it cleared? Am I allowed? And then I see another image. I see myself walking through those same doors, as though I owned the building, not in arrogance, but in knowledge. I see my hand signing calmly, my head nodding as someone explains a transaction that is simply one of many instruments of my inner wealth. The contrast is stark. One image belongs to a man who believes the bank is his master. The other belongs to the man who knows the bank is a mirror. I choose. I am the source. Therefore, it is I who give those figures meaning. They cannot tell me what I am. They can only echo what I have declared. Another image arises. I see people, employers, partners, customers. I see how, in the past, I have looked at them with pleading in my eyes, though I tried to hide it. Will you choose me? Will you pay me? Will you keep me? And then I see a different posture. I see myself looking at these same people with gratitude rather than fear. I see them as channels, not as gods. I see myself blessing them, inwardly saying, you are also imagination. You are also expressions of the one source. As I rise in consciousness, you will rise with me, or move aside without conflict. Again, I choose. I am the source. Therefore, people may come and go, but my supply is steady, for it springs from within. Another image arises. I see a little boy or girl, myself at an early age, hearing words spoken by adults about money, about lack, about not enough, about too expensive, about we can't afford it. I see the child in me lift those words like heavy garments and put them on, shivering under their weight. Then I see that child standing before me now. I look into his eyes, or her eyes, and I say gently but firmly, they were doing the best they knew, but they were wrong. They believed the world was the source. They believed the job was the source. They believed the coin in the hand had more reality than the thought in the mind. Tonight we learn a better law. I take those garments off the child, those sentences of lack, those beliefs of unworthiness, and I lay them aside. They are old clothes. They do not fit. I wrap the child instead in a new cloak. It is simple, invisible, but warm. Upon it is written, as though in threads of light, I am enough. I am the source. I will never be forsaken by that which I am. The child smiles. There is a loosening in my throat, as if I swallowed something hard a long time ago, and it is finally dissolving. I continue to drift toward that lovely edge, the state akin to sleep. My senses are still here, but they are gentler. The feel of the sheet beneath my hand, the sound of the night outside, distant and cushioned, the weight of my own limbs, no longer ready for action, but ready for surrender. And now, in this drowsy holy place, I perform the simple act that will mark this night as the turning point. I stop asking. I start declaring. I do not say, please God, send me money. I say, I am the life of God, individualized. I am the source of every dollar that will ever appear in my experience. For every dollar is just imagination congealed. I do not say, let them favor me. I say, I am already favored, because I am the one who determines what I am. I do not say, I hope this works. I say, assumption, though false, when first made, if persisted in, will harden into fact. Tonight I assume. I let the images that arise now be images that follow from this assumption. I see, not the struggle to get, but the calm enjoyment of having. I see myself opening a letter and knowing even before the paper is fully unfolded that it contains good news. Not because someone out there decided to bless me, but because I have already blessed myself in imagination. I see myself placing my hand upon a table, signing a paper, and knowing this is easy for me now. I do not feel like a thief who has slipped into a rich man's house. I feel like a man come into his inheritance. I see myself giving. Not the painful giving of one who fears this may be his last gift, but the joyful giving of one connected to an endless well. All these images flow, not as wishes, but as natural expressions of the central truth. I am the source. There is a moment, somewhere between waking and sleep, when the mind stops questioning. Logic, that faithful but limited watchman, grows drowsy. The gate between conscious and subconscious swings open. I feel that moment approaching. My thoughts grow slower. The spaces between them widen. If any doubting sentence tries to rise, but what if it is too slow to fully form? It dissolves before it can speak. In that sweet, slow place, I repeat one last time, as though branding it upon the very fabric of my inner being. I am the source of my wealth. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. This is who I am. I do not shout it. I do not strain. I whisper it inwardly. And the whisper is more powerful than any shout, because it reaches where shouts cannot go, into the deep of the subconscious, where all future facts are born. Then I let go. I do not keep checking the assumption like a man who keeps digging up the seed to see if it has sprouted. I allow myself to fall into sleep as the one who has already become what he has declared. The room fades. The bed disappears. The little concerns of the day fall away like leaves from a branch. What remains is the state, and I sleep in that state, not toward it. I do not sleep as a poor man hoping to become rich. I sleep as the wealthy one, quietly confident that the world will, in due time, arrange itself to reveal what I have already assumed. This is the night I became the source, not because any outer thing changed in that instant. No letter slid under the door, no bag of coins fell down the chimney, but because I shifted the seat of authority from out there to in here. From that night onward, Every encounter with money is different. When I wake in the morning, and the old papers await me on the table, they no longer have the same power. They are now like old accounts in a book that is being rewritten. Some will clear in ways that surprise me. Some will be forgotten as irrelevant. Some will be transformed, replaced with new figures, new terms, new opportunities. But none of them will ever again be mistaken for the source. The source is I am. And because that is true of me, it is also true of you. So as you lie now upon your own bed, perhaps with your own papers nearby, your own letters on the table, your own history of fear murmuring in the background, I invite you to enter this night as I entered mine. Decide that this is the night you stop treating money as a master and claim your true role as the source. Place your hand upon your chest. Feel the life there, a life that asked no bank's permission to begin, a life that does not wait for anyone's approval to continue, a life whose nature is to express, to create, to assume, and to project. Say within, without effort, without haste, I am the source of my wealth. I am the one money seeks. From this night on, I refuse to identify myself as the one who lacks. I am the one who has. Let that sentence be your hidden code as you drift into the state akin to sleep. Do not beg, do not bargain. Simply be that which you desire to see. And when you wake, if not tomorrow, then soon you will find signs all around you. A letter that comes out of nowhere, a debt that is forgiven, an opportunity that appears in the most mundane conversation, a job remembered, a client returned, a gift offered. The world will rush to line up with the decree you made in the silence of your own room. For imagination is the only source, and that imagination is your own wonderful I am. Tonight become the source, not in word only, but in feeling. Sleep as the source, walk tomorrow as the source, and money, that obedient shadow, will follow. Now, my friend, we have come to the quiet shore of this long journey. You have walked with me through law and feeling, through story and symbol, through doors and ledgers and letters and houses and harbors. You have watched yourself sign from the end. You have seen yourself receive. You have heard yourself speak as the one who already has. You have crossed again and again from the old self who waited to the new self who declares. And now we stand at the edge of one simple holy fact. You are not the seeker. You are the source. The world has trained you to believe the opposite. It has told you that power lies in banks, in employers, in markets, in luck, in chance, in policy, in what others think, in what others grant. But everything you have lived in these hours has been designed to show you that nothing moves until you move in consciousness. Every scene we have walked together has been a rehearsal of one truth. Your own wonderful human imagination is the life-giving spirit, the only true cause, the only true wealth. Tonight, you have not merely heard this idea, you have felt it. You have felt money come toward you, not as a miracle from the outside, but as a natural outpicture of a self that finally remembers what it is. You have felt contracts already completed. You have felt ledgers already cleared. You have felt envelopes already opened, accounts already credited, homes already lived in, journeys already paid for, conversations already had after the miracle. You have felt not the strain of trying to manifest, but the ease of resting as the one for whom these things are already done. This is the great secret I gave my students in those little halls, in those small rooms, in another time. Do not live toward the end. Live from the end. Do not pray as a beggar, asking some distant deity to rearrange the world for you. Assume, in the depth of your own I am, that you are already what you desire to be, and let the world rearrange itself to agree. You have done that tonight. When you whispered, I am the one money seeks, I am already provided for, I am the source of my wealth, you were not uttering pretty words. You were signing in the silence, the only contract that truly matters, the covenant between you and your own imagination. Now, as sleep deepens, you do not need to do more. You do not need to repeat frantically. You do not need to hold on tightly. You do not need to bargain or prove or plead. The seed has been planted. The code has been spoken. The state has been assumed. Your only task now is to rest in it. Let the body grow heavy. Let the mind grow quiet. Let the little waves of thought exhaust themselves on the shore of this one great, still awareness, I am. If old thoughts come, let them pass like clouds crossing a vast sky. If a fragment of the old story whispers, "But what if nothing changes?" Answer it the way a loving parent answers a frightened child. We have already chosen. We are already provided for. It is done. And then, let it go. The law does not require your anxiety. It requires only your assumption. Creation is finished. The pattern of wealth, of ease, of sufficiency already exists as a state in consciousness. Tonight, you have entered that state. You have walked its streets, signed its letters, slept in its homes, sat at its tables, seen through its eyes. You may think you have been imagining the future. In truth, you have been remembering who you are. From this night on, your outer world will begin to echo what has been established here. Not all at once, perhaps, not always in the ways you expect, but the bridge of incidents will form conversations you could not have planned, doors you did not know existed, releases that seem lucky, invitations that seem unexpected. They will not be lucky. They will not be random. They will be the natural fruit of the state you are now wearing. You need not watch the tree grow. You need only know the seed you have planted. So as you drift further into sleep, let this simple knowing cradle you. I do not have to chase. I do not have to prove. I do not have to grasp. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. My imagination has accepted this as true, and my world must, in its own perfect sequence, reveal it. If you wake in the night, do not return to the old habit of worrying over figures and facts. Simply return, gently, to the code. I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. Say it once, with feeling, and then roll back into the feeling of having. Feel again the calm after the miracle, the quiet after the letter, the ease after the payment, the laughter after the promotion, the lightness after the debt is cleared. Live, even half asleep, in the after. For the subconscious does not distinguish between what is remembered, what is imagined, and what is real. It takes feeling as fact and shapes your world accordingly. You have given it new facts tonight. You have given it a new identity, not the poor one trying to become rich. The rich one quietly expressing his nature, not the frightened one trying to survive. The supplied one unfolding in peace. You may forget all the words. You may forget all the scenes. It does not matter. The impression remains. The pattern is set. From now on, you will find it easier to think of yourself as provided for than as forsaken, easier to expect increase than to expect loss, easier to assume good than to rehearse disaster. That is the sign that the state has taken root. And when, in the days to come, you notice these new tendencies in yourself, do not be surprised. Simply smile inwardly and say, "Of course, this is who I am now." Let that be the tone of your life. Of course the letter brought good news. Of course the opportunity found me. Of course the money came on time. Of course they chose me. Of course the account is full. For the one who is wealth in consciousness, wealth in form is no longer a miracle. It is simply natural. So now, as these words grow softer in your mind and your own inner voice begins to gently replace mine, I leave you with this final blessing, spoken as I have always spoken, directly to the God in you. May this night be counted unto you for righteousness. May every image of lack impressed upon you in the past be washed away in this sea of new assumption. May the law reveal itself to you, not as a harsh judge, but as a faithful servant. May you come, step by step, to the great promise beyond the law, that the I am you have called God is your own wonderful human imagination. And may you never again bow before any outer condition, knowing that all conditions are but the moving shadow of the state you now claim. Sleep, then, as the wealthy one. Sleep as the provided one. Sleep as the source. And let the universe do what it must do. Agree with you. Quietly. Now let the last clear word in your mind be this, I am. And beneath it, like a gentle echo that will carry you through the night, I am the one money seeks. I am already provided for. It is done.